administration. Katsukatua, Kakaketa, and Petman, leadership on Katsukatua. The somebody told him he won't be one of him compared to that. When he showed the leadership on Katsukatua, Taku Kashi, and Katsukatua, or his town, he used to think they had what he cared. Let's it to be Takias.
I need to take off about 3 minutes.
Not anymore, then we need a motion to approve the excuses. Fremont, second by Charles, question by Stan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Got the agenda approval. I didn't get a chance to get with the secretary this morning before she printed off the agenda, so I need to add a few people to the agenda. We're going to have the U.S. Attorney Allison Ramsdale come in at 11:30. She'll be here. She's coming from Sioux Falls. Then we have Russ Bell, our lobbyist for the state. He wants to be online at 3:30, but I don't think we have Zoom, so that might not happen. And compacting for tomorrow, right off the bat, we're going to start with the compacting that people, the consultants, Tribal Health Alliance is going to come down and do a presentation for the public and for the council. So we'll have that tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We start. Fremont.
Chairman, is there any way we could get treaty on today, because we want to get that resolution out of the way for that excellent visitor center. We'll try to put it on top of the cake.
Then I have our office. The nursing home is going to come in at tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. We're trying to move the new nursing home start planning and design for it. 2 o'clock. I brought Jim White in this morning. We never did get to him. We had a couple meetings where we didn't get the quorum, and he's supposed to come come down and do our report, so I don't know if he's in the room or not, but he's down here.
Okay.
We'll start out with him this morning. Then we'll get to the office reports. We'll probably get to BIA since you're early at 7:30, so you're at 7:30, so we'll get to them, and then we'll do the tree resolution, and we'll get on with our agenda, with officers reports, and all down the line. Okay. I need a motion to approve the agenda. Bill, Lisa, question by Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Mike, he passed out his report last time he was down here. I don't know if you guys kept them or if you need more copies. You guys wanted an ARPA report, so he's here to do that today.
Morning, Council. I sent one out on the, let me say the 13th, but I have copies here. Give you a couple of seconds to kind of go over it. On the first line, right on top there, the total retired received was $194,970,570. $194,970,559.71. That's what we received. Of that total, there's an unbudgeted fund of 2.7. As we go through this, each funding source has a resolution number or a committee meeting date that authorizes the expenditure. So right on the top one there, it says 507.100, Health Admin Tracer, ARPA Resolution 2021-298. That authorized this budget. And I can go through every one of them. Okay, so the tracers, a total of 1.271 was authorized. They're no longer in existence. There's only 749.96 remaining of that total. The next one is Security Resolution 21-298, which budgeted 1.4 for them. That one's in the red, $1.55. We do correcting increases. The next one is a youth empowerment for $60,000. There's a resolution number. There's $2,385.20 remaining now. Any questions on any of these? The next one is the youth empowerment, $50,000. That resolution includes it. And that one is the motion excerpt. If you look at that motion excerpt, May 10th of 23. There's $5,898 remaining in there. The next one is the vaccination fees, $15 million. That one is $335,250. That resolution was amended like 3 or 4 times, and we never did do we never did, those resolutions and our amendments. There was no specific dollar amount. It just had a deadline, which I think was in July of 23. That's why it's in the red. And I think the treasurer is going to do something to correct that. The next one is the direct assistance for a total of $88,750,000. Now that resolution there was amended once or twice, and there was never a cutoff date. There was one once, and then we opened it back up. There are 2 remaining of that one. We're still, the ARPA office is still dealing with that one. You gotta remember, the ARPA office is not the same as the ARPA construction. They're budgeted in here, but they're 2 separate functions. The next one is,
Wayne has a comment.
Council, while we're on these items here that we're just talking about, this is where I'm proposing that we get our building order monies from. There's 2 items here, the one for the vaccines that was overdrawn in, and the 2 below that, the 80 million that was for direct assistance, and then the children's direct assistance. There's savings in those 2 line items. So I want to take $400,000 from those 2 and move it into vaccines so that we get out of the red. And then I want to leave $400,000 in that direct assistance for any stragglers we have, and $100,000 in the youth for any stragglers we have. The rest I want to create a line item for clothing orders, and that's what I'm proposing that we pay for our clothing orders. But in order to do this, the tribal council needs to set a date. I'm going to recommend November 15th as the final date to accept any application for assistance. This has been going on for 3 years now, and there hasn't been a final date. So that needs to happen so that these accounts can be closed out. So anyway, that's what I'm going to recommend, and I wanted to explain that while we were talking about it. The $80 million is the assistance that everybody got, the $2,000, whatever, that, the initial one. And then the children's assistance was the clothing order. They all got $1,500. So there never has been a cutoff date to apply. So I'm going to recommend that be November 15th. After that, accept no more applications. Right on.
Good morning.
So with the 11:15 cutoff date, we need to make a motion.
Yeah, I'm going to propose that we have a special meeting on Monday just for finances, so that we can approve all our budgets. And at that meeting, I'll have these resolutions ready.
Lisa?
I'll go ahead and make that motion right now to pay for the cooling orders out of the ARPA funds, and then we could prepare a resolution for that next week. And then to have a hard cutoff date of November 15th.
Okay, motion on the floor, second by Lila. Any questions? Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
next one is Resolution 2022 funding for 507203, Resolution 22356. That was for heating assistance that everybody got. I want to say last week. There's nothing remaining of that. The next one is, Resolution 21-311. That was for $1 million, and that was to help with, aid to the family burials. There's still 9,000 remaining in there. The next one is, it says ARPA meeting minutes, August 30th, 22, for $90,000. That was for cleanup. There's $331 remaining in there. The next one, Resolution 22-235, is for the school clothing. That was, at that time, it was for the cars. And there was a total of 1.2 budgeted. There's nothing remaining in that. Any of those that didn't get cards, our office is dealing with through that other line item of direct assistance. So if you know any kids that didn't get one or question about it, direct them to our office and we work with Cindy to kind of straighten that out. The next one, 507-212, was a motion excerpt by the committee for $20,000, and I think that one went to $1,000 to each community. That's the remaining there. The next one is another cleanup, and I think they got cards to give out to the communities to help clean up. And that's the remaining in that one. Budget and Finance meeting on April 19th, was $63,750 allocated to graduation stipends through the program. Take care of that one. There's $14,847.50 remaining in that one. The next one is funding source 507-215. This was $500,000 that was budgeted for the, I think it's the vocational school over in St. Francis. We haven't gotten any, I've been in contact with them, I haven't gotten anything back from them as far as the budget. Yeah, yes.
I have a question. On this one for the budget and finance, you said there's 14,000, but on here it says 16,000. What is also in the 14,000?
That's remaining.
But where
Are
is
you talking about
that?
the graduation stipend?
The 507-214, you said there's 14,000 remaining, but on here it's showing 16,000.
It's probably because they spent it from that plan with that report.
Oh, so you're
This report is more. I did one sheeter, kind of basically, all the same. It should match. The next one is the, $500,000 is to St. Francis Community School. The next one is 507-216, Resolution 23-187, at $222,720. That was for a garbage truck. That we purchased. The next one is 507-300, minutes of 12/6/2021 for EPP emergency. At that time, there was, I think we had the storm, and everyone was hollering for emergency repairs. So that's there. I think Robert handled that. There's 45,000 remaining of that. So at some point, we probably need to deal with that. The next one is 507-301, roof repairs. Resolution 312. Resolution 312 covers the building of these houses, SWA repairs, and other repairs that the construction office is doing. So this one was for $3,380,000. And that's what, the 1.6 is what's remaining in that one. And that's strictly roof repairs. The next one is interior, exterior. Again, that's resolution 312.
Rylan and Micah, sorry about that, I see, I was studying the numbers. Go ahead.
Jim, on the road repairs, there's 1.5 million remaining. Is that what's going to be used to do the remaining repairs? Are you making this, or is that money?
Yeah, they're still doing roof repairs. They'll probably go through next year.
Okay, so that's what, that's going to be covered, right?
Yes. 1.6 million.
Go ahead.
Jim, going back to that, I was saying,
EPP emergency. Oh, yeah. I know the 301, or EPP emergency, was that when the construction for a renovation for community trailers, and then I think we did Alders homes at that time? No, the community buildings, I meant, sorry, if I said trailers. but-
No, CARES, we did, CARES, was 150,000 allocated to each community. That's separate.
So that was for repairs.
That was
Okay.
CARES. And in that report that I sent out on the 13th, there's two sections. One is CARES, which was a total of 49 million, and then the ARPA, which is a total of 100 million.
Go ahead, Ben.
Good morning, Ben Council. I just checked to see, when these repairs, I mean, is there, I got like a lot of community members asking that, are they supposed to know this of some sort? There's no actually information about the repairs and stuff. I know that's what you did, that's what repairs, we kind of have like, no issue. So, I just wonder how did they go out and get in on that list, or how did they, I mean, that's just money for it, but it was never actually put out there in the public, or not just, I never heard about it, but, in my community right now, there's people that have some housing issues, but they're not under SWA housing, they're in their personal houses, so how did that happen? How did we get that?
There was other announcers on the application, and it went up to a certain time, but you still take it over. I mean, if they're elder and have special needs, he's dealing with it.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah,
But
that's not, emergency, but everyone's there.
yeah, I just wondering how did they get hold of us, so to make sure. I don't know how. Okay, that's the only question I think.
Wayne, go ahead.
Jim, just to clarify this, so construction, they have a timeline of either they run out of money or what do they have, another year and a half, 2 years?
In December 24, all this, with the CARES money, all this money is gonna have to be obligated. And that's gonna be a big question I'm gonna bring back to you guys. How we can obligate this money. Whatever's remaining, probably a month or two before the end of 24, I'll be bringing back that to you guys and say, how are we gonna obligate this? Okay, but yes, they have another year. Right. CARES is done. CARES ended in March of this year. So CARES is completely done, been audited. We did have some questions in CARES, but those are behind us.
Keith.
The main questions in CARES were trailers, office expenditures, and vehicles. We provided all the documentation for all that here. We haven't done it. CARES is done.
Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you. Morning, and I just have two quick questions. So the first one was, so did CARES get an audit done on it? Yeah. Is it being done right now?
Run through the regular audit process.
Okay,
The
and then,
auditor will give a whole guide.
okay, and then, so that, I don't remember, but I've been asking kind of for a breakdown vehicle sheets that we have purchased, and we've never gotten that report. So for CARES, I've never seen it. For the CARES vehicles and then ARPA vehicles that were purchased.
All the CARES vehicles, I'll be able to meet, but I do have
Okay, can you email that to us?
CARES, if I'm going CARES vehicles.
Both of them, I asked for both, yeah, for the vehicle purchases that are the supplies that were purchased with that money, so we can kind of keep track of them. So I'm, no, like the vehicles, and then I know we purchased like gators and things like that, so I just kind of want to, yeah.
I see the ARPA one, but maybe you could send it out to everybody.
Yeah, so, yeah, I guess so.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, follow-up question.
Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you. I just want to follow up quickly to that. Jordan's question was, do those purchases, or did they go through the regular process of like property supply for the tribe, or were they separate through like the ARPA department and they have it?
There was a ARPA resolution for procurement, separate. And I think the CARES procurement resolution carried over into ARPA. But ARPA, one was done for both. In CARES during the pandemic, I think there was we, Scott, Rodney, and Lloyd were the only ones here on a daily basis. It was a most help. So things needed to still be taken care of, so a resolution was passed for procurement. There is two resolutions. One for CARES, one for ARPA.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my question also was kind of related to what Jordan was asking. So, excuse me, if CARES is done and we purchase these vehicles, however many we have, and ARPA purchased vehicles, right? They're separate. So if ARPA isn't there, was it the construction that the vehicles were used for?
If there was any equipment purchased with ARPA, there was construction.
Okay.
So any of the capital equipment that was purchased with CARES,
Yeah.
like, I think we purchased a lot of them, like, those stayed with the program. So the main question was the trailer and the vehicle for CARES. Now, CARES was done. Those belong to the tribe. It's up to the tribe what they want to do with that capital equipment.
Okay, so that was my question, and the reason why was we had an issue with private homes and purchasing our own, the tribe's own equipment to move homes if we need to, because I got some calls, and there are some people who are out, they want to buy their own homes, traders or whatever, but there's an issue with getting them moved. And it sounds like our tribe doesn't have our own moving equipment. And so I don't know how much that will cost, or if we even have any money left to purchase any of that. I think the chairman was, kind of working on that.
We talked about at our last construction meeting. We talked about OHDC and houses. Right now we use housings, moving equipment, and talked about maybe just purchasing our own. So we were gonna have Brian do some estimates on how much that would cost and bring it back to the council. So
That would really be great. My other question is, the vehicles that we purchased, say we purchased some trucks, and CARES is done, and some under ARPA, and they're still in construction. Are those vehicles, those trucks, able to be used through, since they are the tribe, will, like EPP, I'm already thinking the snow. They would be able to use those, like during the storm and everything? There would be no restriction on that, right? Okay.
we are having emergency management training for all of our directors on what we have to activate some type of emergency management this year. Which world is all the programs, how do they provide assistance and part of that process of taking care of that emergency. So we're going to do that, and we're going to try to pull it all together better than last year when we had that storm. So we're working on it.
And I also think during that time, Mr. Chairman, that the council could be involved in some of that, because what happens is, I mean, we get the calls. We all know that. We get the calls. So we should also kind of be included in those meetings as well, so we know our part, you know, because we don't want to have, you know, miscommunication. So that way, we know what to do, we know who to call, you know, so we can be a part of those the EPP meetings, at least sit in on it, so we know our part. That way, if something comes up, like we're new, we got there's different workers here and stuff, so it'd be great if we could, you know, be a part of those meetings, so we know what our role is there.
What they've done so far, council, they've had a lot of search training. They have a lot of community emergency response teams forming. And so we should have a lot of those in place before our next storm. Something that we have to activate EVP or emergency management. We have those people in place. We also have some people going through the EMT classes to be able to help with that emergency stuff too. We have Jordan that was raising their hand.
Yeah, I just have a, I guess, a clarifying question. So, I remember when I said on SWA where we purchased, or you guys purchased, ARPA purchased the equipment, so we could move the ARPA office to our.
When we purchased part of it, but it was kind of a oral agreement, nothing was put in writing. We did purchase some, the road long, even, right in the house. We did purchase those before.
Yeah, those are the ones that were just taken out of the houses, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we couldn't use those, or those wouldn't work for what Lila's talking about?
The whole thing is, it's SWA's
Equipment now?
it's their equipment. So what Lila's talking about is purchasing our own equipment so we can move how to, because there's a lot of liability, believe it or not, associated with housing needs. We even tried to raise one. There's a lot of liability involved in that.
Yeah, I guess to follow up, I've been getting a lot of requests from people who live in the trailer courts in Mission, and they're if you own your own trailer, you have until next week to get your trailers out. So we're trying to, I've been getting bombarded with people asking for assistance to get their trailers moved. So I guess I don't know where to direct them to for that, because otherwise they're going to take over on their trailers and they won't have nowhere to go. So
I just don't know what to tell them unless they park them someplace, just to put temporarily park them someplace, but
I know
finding a home site or.
I know two of them have places to take them. It's just the point of having somebody do it for them. So, and they have until next week. So I was going to get with Jim, Leader Charge, and see if there is anything that we could kind of assist with, or, you know, I talked with Sherry and we bounced ideas off of each other of doing like if we could get it like
A trailer court?
like a trailer court place to move them to, or like a contract at a discounted rate, but otherwise we're gonna have a lot of people out on the streets next week, so.
Where do you go?
Because he's buying new trailers and he wants those lots to move in his new trailers.
Good, Jim. Stan, you got a question, comment?
Problems with transportation, like our tribal chairman, he has to walk to work. You find a pickup to drive that's not running very good, but I was wondering if some of these vehicles can be used in communities, like community officers for community use, or even I got people in my community that want to work but they don't have transportation. So if there's something can be set up, some kind of a mechanism where they can use a vehicle to come to work, like for instance driving from Corcoran to RHA or SWA, or maybe some other communities are having the same problem, but transportation seems to be a problem. Getting coming to work.
That'd be a discussion for ARPA committee, see if they allow some of those insurance brokers to communities. I know there's a lot of requests for the ones that are available to go to different programs. So I don't even know if there's any available.
Thank you.
What is it, Jim?
I think I left off on resolution 312 for the interior exterior. There was 2.8 budget is there, there's 484,000 remaining. You'll probably be coming back, Jim will probably be coming back to you guys to, if you can get more in there. More dollars in there, $20. The next one is PMO, resolution 312. That office is no longer in existence. I think they got a grant. I'm not positive. But there's $229,000 in that. The next one is the big one. It's still part of that resolution 312, which was for the building these homes. 22 million. There's still 20 million remaining. The second 5, they're getting closer to being.
What?
I'm gonna make a comment when we're talking about the council. We're slowly running out of time for the work up there. The council still hasn't decided what it's gonna do with the first 5 are Sioux Francis. They're starting to finish with the Sioux Francis homes. They're almost done. There's 5 in the building that we haven't allowed anybody. They're about 5 to 10%. Pretty soon we're not going to have any work for the workers. So council, one thing that I would recommend to council that you do is take a portion of this money, I don't know how much I do, but set it aside for people who qualify for their own homes. Hire a person, I know Sherry's got a PDO, but you have to hire a person to help these individuals acquire financing. And then OHTC just hired an architect, engineer. So these people, once they're qualified for financing, if we can help with the down payment, work with that architect, find their own home. We'll build it. Oh, yeah. People have to have their own site. But it's going to take time to do that. So we need to start thinking about that now, if we're going to do that. And then the other thing that we've been talking about doing with this money is to keep that workers busy. Maybe we should build 10 or 15 small mini homes for your immediate people that are out there on the street right now. And you could build like 10 or 15 of those relatively fast, but it would keep that crew busy while you're doing that big house picture. I just wanted to throw it out because we're running out of time, so the council needs to really think about this.
Ben and Sheriff, go ahead, Ben.
Yes, Mayor.
Lila.
We got these houses, who's operating these houses? Who said that who gets the house? You're in council? We got it developed. Okay, yeah, I wonder about that. It's like they're talking about houses. I know we had a visit from an SMBA representative for the Detroit community that they're talking about. They're building these houses, but they don't know where there's 1 or 2 schools. That's about more than fair. So that's what I was finding out. So I guess whenever that's coming up, I guess. So I'm kind of curious where that came on. So thank you.
And the first 5,000 they'll be paying for them through their 305 leasing through the VIE. The second 5 houses was called phase 2. They originally were supposed to go to law enforcement or adult corrections, but we haven't heard anything from them as far as where we can put them. So they're almost complete. About 6 weeks, they're going to be done. So we're going to have to keep them busy. So we're talking about building 10 to 15 more tiny homes for people that for their immediate needs. So, and then chair has developed some job description for a project manager for RST Homes project, and we still need to get that approved. And that would be the person that would be in contact to make all this stuff happen for the ones that can finance them as well. So again, they have to have their own, lots, their own land, and their own financing. We used to do up there, and we talked about the individual home assistance for when Mark Hacker was here last week.
We don't have an option to address an option. That's where our biggest chunk is. Yes, we have a homelessness issue for people who are on the street because, eviction and all these other things, but we have a homeless problem because we have, 3 generations or more living in one house. That's still homelessness. Or we have homes that have a 30-year lifespan or built in the 1960s that live their life and have not been maintained properly and are due a new home. So there's so many things that are going on with this housing crisis that I would hope that our plan is addressing a little bit of each of it and not just one part. An example that I really see that this could help is building a few homes that aren't your big dream home. They're maybe not a tiny home, somewhere in the middle that people can have a project or a program that can allow credit building. We have so many people that work for our tribe that are stuck in, payroll deductions and cycles like that, where if we had a program that could help transition from a payroll deduction to we're going to help you pay your loan or your bills on time, not help you, but that program will help that process better so that that payroll deduction actually becomes a credit building project. So that whenever we do have opportunities like people to fund and go through maybe do a overnight program or something like that, then we can fund them through that and we have an opportunity to then expand outward. Because I feel if we only focus on this extreme or this extreme, we're never going to get moving forward. So I would just hope that our plan is inclusive of all of that and that it touches on actually, I think that I said all that, but just making sure that it all fits together and that we're not rushing things. I think we all know that we had issues before the pandemic. I think the pandemic brought it all to light, and so now I would hope that we would learn from that and no longer do crisis management unless it's really necessary.
There has been a lot of planning.
The start of this thing is making this construction thing successful and getting all the bugs worked out as far as getting the houses out to the right people. We have been working with Congress the last 3 to 4 years, and there's a bill introduced this last year that will give access to tax credits to the tribes finally. If that happens, then we'll be able to build all the houses that need for people through the housing plan. But those will just take care of the lower end of the income people. The people that have always been neglected have been middle-aged people. Because no one's really helped. That's what we need to start this project on as far as helping with finance and helping down the system. Yeah, there is a long-term plan, but one of the big things that will determine the success of that, us large tribes are able to come together and amend the HASA legislation to more equitably fund our needs instead of the needs of the small country is. That is a huge fight right now. And us council needs to stick together with the rest of the large tribes to make that happen. So that's a key part in the future of our housing. But yeah, we are talking about these things.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's why I keep mentioning like the proposal, the first one that we did to the council, because it talks about a lot of these issues, and we really do need a project manager to push a lot of this stuff forward, because there's things that the committee can't do because of our restrictions as being a council person. There's things that we're not privy to be able to do that. As far as planning and developing, I just wanted to kind of ensure the council, who doesn't really know me and know the work that I've done. So I was part of South Dakota Native Homeownership Coalition. I still am. I still have ties there. I was, in 2020, I was the CEO of Tatanka Funds, which is a community development financial institution, which would address a lot of the issues that Emily brought up. They're there, they do work, they offer classes. For employees listening, you get admin leave for them. You should check their schedule out, call Natasha over there and get their schedule so they can help and address those things. As far as these homes go, it's not just building homes and providing homes for people, it's also a training and development opportunity for our young people. And they've been putting people to work. The way that we have it set up is so that we could so the money can continue to flow in. So it's not just, here's 100 homes and you're done. I've researched, I traveled to Brownsville, Texas to talk to a company who has some of the same conditions that we live in with the, like the Mexican people down there. And they have a great product that we could utilize and possibly franchise with, and within partnership with South Dakota Native Homeownership Coalition. So, you know, there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed, subsidizing these houses, what those rates are, and those were a lot of the questions we asked council when we did our last presentation. You know, talking about OHDC building the houses, is that really the only people who should be building them? You know, we should possibly even put out some RFPs so people could do on-site building for those people who have homes. So I don't want you to think we've just been sitting here dabbling, throwing little bitty ideas out. We've been having in-depth, deep conversations, tapping into people who have been in this work for years. Like you mentioned, Jewel Burnett. Jewel is a part of the Tatanka Funds board. And he has been aware of the 100 homes. So has Lakota Vogel from Forban, so has Tani Brunch from Lakota Federal Credit Union, and Mazaska as well. Those are all CDFIs. So I just want to let you know that, you know, addressing the homelessness with the working population is one of the biggest issues that we're focusing on. Because when I say homelessness, I don't necessarily mean somebody living on the street because of addiction. I mean somebody living on their mom's couch or in a bedroom in their parents' house, or a big family all living together. And getting our working people to be able to come to work and be as productive as they can, that Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that's our first thing that we need. We need to have a home, a place to live. So focusing on those people, the working population who, like Wayne said, have been neglected for years because a lot of them don't qualify for housing, they can also not just benefit, but they could offer something to the table by purchasing a house. Purchasing these houses that the tribe builds, it won't just be 100 homes. Well, actually it's 142 if we do as many one bedrooms that I have planned, that we have planned. I keep saying I, but it's a whole committee that's working on it. It's not just me. And it'd be 142 homes, which could turn into more homes, apartment complexes. We threw around the idea of elder complexes or duplexes where we have a young person and an older person so they could kind of take care of the elder. There's all these things that we talked about and ideas that we've addressed. So we do need to have a more in-depth conversation, but I know Jim's here to do his presentation, so I'll let him go on with that. I just wanted to let you know we are being thoughtful and we're not just trying to get these houses built and out the door. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Chairman, I think, Chairman, we're trying to get over this, that's $20 million, that's one of the big deal that we're gonna have to try to figure out when that's gonna go, but I guess with this housing issue, I guess my biggest thing is that, you know, has anybody talked to SWA, has anybody brought them in to give them some insight? We do have people on waiting list, we do have home ownership houses that are on waiting list. My community has 5 that are on the waiting list for not only the rental units, but also the home ownership houses. So I'm kind of curious, have you gone in that direction to try to get them to come into the table, to get them insight? I mean, they've been here since, I think, the treaty has been about this. So anyway, these are just things that I'm open at. You know, because again, once you open up that door, there's going to be probably, 20,000 traffic members that are coming in and putting the houses. I think we need to this 20 million, that's part of it. I mean, I do understand, Larry was explaining this one too, about, putting in helping out people, but I guess to try to weigh that difference between, poverty and, I guess average income people, so they have to afford a house and stuff, so, but these are things that I guess I'm looking at, so we don't reinvent the wheel, I guess, as SWA as housing. If we're gonna be a housing unit as a council, that's crazy, we're supposed to be legislative. But, again, I guess getting housing, making sure they're aware, there's a lot of people out there that are on waiting lists from the 20 communities that we represent, so there's a lot of things that need to be brought up here, but we will be there at those meetings to make sure that, our voice can be heard from our community representatives, community tribal members, and everybody else in part of this. So, I think housing has to be a big part of this, no matter what. They're occupancy specialists, they're homeownership people, they need to be a part of this, so they understand what's happening. Because when that came to our community, they asked about it, they said, yeah, we're trying to build in all these houses. And so, try, what house, where? And they said, yeah, they're trying to ask who's money. I said, I don't even know that. I'm a regular tribal member, I don't even know that. And I said, okay, so, but they don't even know what's happening, that's the way, so they're coming to the community representatives, and they don't know what's going on. They know that ARPA has a lot of funding, they're building houses, they're putting them out to the public, so are we giving them insight of what's happening? I hate to say that, well, we're gonna do our own thing, we're gonna do our own thing. No, we're all in the time, we all should be working together to help achieve this goal of helping our community members, our tribal members to get a house, whether it's poverty or even, I guess home ownership. I got a home site out there waiting for a house to be built on too, so I'm still waiting on what best suits me as a tribal member and as a veteran, so that's kind of my thing too, so. But those are things I want to make sure that we are also thinking about too, not just kind of pushing it to the side here, saying we're all doing this all in one big thing, we're leaving out housing, SWA, this is the governing body, it's what we strive. Last I checked, SWA is under that umbrella, so I hope we check those boxes too about SWA. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just to clarify as well, SWA has came to the table, Ken and Gary, and the reason why they're kind of separate is because they don't build home ownerships. SWA, we have to apply for competitive grants to build home ownerships. So we actually just got one, it's the ICDBG one, and that's the one that's building 5 new homes right now, but it's been 20 years since SWA has gotten a competitive grant like that to be able to build home ownerships. So that's where we get stagnant and our waiting list stays.
They are the ones that are forgotten. The 20-year-olds on up to whatever. There's no homes. And the elders, you know what, honestly, they give up their houses sometimes and give it to them because that's what we do as Lakota people. We take care of each other. But maybe these homes, she had a really good idea there, or what's coming is that 20-plex, maybe build another 10-plex for these elders or something. So there's a lot of discussion that needs to happen with council, and I know you guys are really doing the best you can with what you have, because the monies, we go back to that, the money, there's not enough. So grants, we need more grants to keep this going. As Mr. Woodenknife said, we can continue this work and eventually build these more houses, but it has to start here with this group here. It's saying, well, this is what homelessness, okay, to me that is our health and our homelessness, our education, how are we going to create that for this body, this group to follow? But like I said, assessment means something different to me. So we need to clarify out there to our public what we are still helping with. So they don't get, like you said, the hopes, It's like, oh good, they're gonna come, they're gonna fix everything. But that's not how it is. So I think we have to clarify that, and it's really important that we do that, because it really is, it's hard for people, sometimes it's like, oh good, they're gonna fix everything. No. So those homes that do, like private homes, need a furnace, they need windows, and they need a roof. And I don't know what your criteria is based on that for like those important things like that. So each home, do you allocate a certain amount to each home? Do you say like it's a super 100 or a transitional? or just the house that was built? Do we have an allocation for each one of those?
As far as I know, he doesn't. So whenever they get on top of the roof, you start taking off the layers, then you find that. So his focus has been on the roof and the heat, that plumbing, those three basically. You know, and anytime you open up anything, you're gonna find something. So it kind of snowballs for each project, and you kind of cover it as much as you can. You know, I give him that, the person that selected for that job, the ideal person, because he cares for our people, he wants to help as much as he can. So it's basically the roof, then he goes furnace, and goes. We know how, all of us know how old these transitional gardens are. Old. Some of them were not even built on the foundation. You know, they're just on the ground. So we're having those kind of issues, and you know, the idea of house moving and raising it.
Yeah, we have Lisa, Prima, Ben, and then Micah.
Good morning, Council. Chairman, I just want to get some light to the situation. You know, we've been moving this forward, and I agree with everything that Lila says. If you can schedule a day for us to sit down and tackle this small homes issue and home repair issues, we could all sit down and look at what we envision and actually set some guidelines. It's something we haven't done yet, and we can update the new council reps on what we've been working on.
This month or next month, we're trying to schedule in some training.
As soon as, you know, Wayne talked about a timeline with some houses being completed here, so I think you guys can work it out together and kind of work it in that timeline where we can set some guidelines out. And Sherry has a really good plan, I think, that the new ones can look at, and that we've been working on through budget finance and economic development that haven't been informed properly with you guys, so I think we could have a council meeting regarding that. I know we have some guests that just walked in, so if possible, could we move on to our ARPA report?
Okay, let's move on.
Let him finish up, council, and then we can move on. Remember, 3 minutes, so.
Thank you, Council.
We have our U.S. Attorney's Office here, that came away from Sioux Falls, right? In here, in Rapid City. I've got a request from August 31st meeting that we have representatives come down here and speak on the processes. So we invited him here at 11:30, so we'll let Jim continue until 11:30, and then we'll switch to moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is 507-305. SWA home renovation, $1 million set aside for that. Housing has given us their assessment from these units, and then we'll go from there. The next one is 507-306, that's the construction office budget. And that budget amount is 5.7, but that was for the whole duration of the construction, all the way to 25-26. The next one, 507-307, there's $1 million budgeted there, and that's for the SWA furnaces. The next one is 507-308. This is SWA roofing, $1 million. They're still acting on those ones, assessments. The next one is SWA interior, exterior, $1 million. That one is still being worked on. The next one is 507-400 premium pay. That was done, I want to say, when we first got the ARPA money, and there was a certain time frame for that. There's nothing available there. The next one is 507-500. The council and the ARPA committee set aside $350,000 for that water and sewer office to deal with immediate plumbing needs. The next one is 507, 501, 100,000. There's a resolution for that one, 301. That one is for projects that were done by Land and Natural that were falling through the cracks. So Land and Natural is the only one that can act on that 100,000. And I think it's part of that resolution. The next one is 507, 600. That was loss of revenue. That was the initial one. That was loss of revenue by all of our entities in the tribe for $15,468,175. The next one is 507, 601. That was $5 million. That was another loss of revenue, and that's what was used to be moved to general account for the emergency that we had. So, the next one is 507, 602, Veterans Office. The council passed, they had the authority to go up to 250,000, so they went to 225, 41108. That's for the Veterans Mobility Clinic that I think they're advertising for now. I don't know if they hired anybody yet. The next one is 507, 601, Game Fish and Parks Armor. They approved 13,151.04 for, I think it's for vests for the Game Fish and Parks people.
Jordan. Just real quick, I don't know if this would be a you, Mr. Chair, but I think we need to let them know that that's there, because Matt's still reporting that they don't have money and they don't have the correct equipment for their vests and their radios, and I know they finally got decals on their vehicles, but they don't have lights on them to respond to certain things. So when you see them flying around, it's because they don't have lights on their vehicles. And I know some of the Rangers purchased those little light bars, kind of like what the VFD puts on them, but that's not quite enough. So there's still that 13,000 there that's unbudgeted. So we need to let them know that.
They know. I've been in contact with Matt several times. If they need help, you know, we'll offer it again.
Okay.
We have been, and that's for vests.
Thank you.
The next one is the ARPA office itself, 2.720 is budgeted for that office, and that'll go until we don't have no more money. The next one is 507, 701, indirect costs. That indirect cost is what was used to pay for all the premium pay and for all the personnel that are in this funding source. The next one is supplemental pay. That was what was used to fund the enrollment office when we had to do all the direct assistance payments at that time. We used them to verify a lot of our stuff. The next one is 507, 703. In the minutes, a proposal was submitted by the Mission City for that pool. You know, it was approved for $200,000. We're working with them also to get that expended. Probably within this coming year, they'll probably start building on that. The next one, 507, 704, was $64,231. That was allocated for Ideal Community to finish their community building. No, it's not done yet. It's still available. Any other questions on any of this? My email is out there. My phone number is up 3162 up there. Any questions on any of this, give me a call. Yes, I will. I'm going to send a care vehicle and ARPA out also. Our ARPA office, you know, I really want to make the distinction between what we do in the construction office. Our ARPA office, we're still taking care of direct assistance payments, those cards that any of the children that were missed before, We're still taking care of those. And it's, you wouldn't believe some of the stuff that we're hearing and that's going on with all these checks that we issued. And there was one payment of $2,000, then the next one was for $1,500, and then we did one for just for the children for $1,250. So we're still dealing with a lot of those.
Lisa, go ahead.
I have a question on that. So last year's clothing orders that were distributed, the 250 that went out first in the cards, and then later on a check was distributed for the 1,500. I still get calls from parents that have not yet received that first 250. Are they going to receive that, or is that just?
Have them get a hold of us, and then our office is working with Cindy to make sure they had an application and everything. And if they didn't get it, we're cutting a check.
Okay.
They already got the 1250.
Yeah, they have already got the 1,250, but not that first.
Right.
Okay.
So we're dealing with some, and there are some issues that happen with the cards. Cindy with
I know we gotta get moving on this one, but how many funds are left over from ARPA not allocated? I know you have certain how much, I mean, all of it together, how much would is left over? And then how long do you have to utilize that?
Okay, in the beginning, there's 2.7 unbudgeted, right on the top, in the first page. But what's available or what's budgeted is $38,090,574. That's on the lower right-hand corner of the last page.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because I know this wasn't your accurate one, that you just got,
Right.
and gave us a different one, so I just want to
Those
make
are
sure.
probably a little higher.
Yeah, that's what I think, so that's why I had to make sure, so, okay, all right, thank you.
And then as far as the ARPA money itself, we're gonna have to obligate all this money by December of the 24, and we have to have it all expended by December of 26, or it goes back to the Department of Treasury.
Okay. Questions?
Just one more. So, just for clarifying, Jim, that 38 million is just what's left from from what we haven't spent yet, and the 2.7 is unbudgeted.
2.7 is unbudgeted, the 38 million is what's remaining from everything
From
that's
that's
budgeted.
budgeted.
Yes,
Yeah, so we really only have the 2.7 that's unbudgeted.
yes.
But the clothing orders are coming out of.
Yeah, I think Wayne is gonna do some budget models.
And the skid steer.
The skid steers were never, that resolution was never given a funding source, okay? So if you look at it, that resolution never had a funding source in it.
Diana, do you have a comment?
My name is Diana Spotted, I'm the program monitor for ARPA. But I just want to make a little clarification there. If you look on that printout there, there's a deficit of 300,000 approximately. So that would lessen that 2.7 million, and that's for the vaccine. So just keep that in mind there. There has to be a budget modification for that.
do a budget
Yeah.
It's on this, page 9, it's 350,000. And that was for our initial vaccinations, and then we kept having the boosters, and we went like 2 total more. So that we would kind of need some money to go back for the vaccination distributions. So that's 330,000.
So this is up to date, you got that date one, so you just gave us one that was.
This on page 9 would be up to date, because we haven't spent any more out of that.
Motion by Wayne, approve the ARC office report, second by Emily. Question, Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, you're not voting? 14.
So any questions?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried, Jim. Okay, we have our guest here.
3.
Last month, before the
14-3.
the council went out of office, they had some, I wasn't here, but they had made a motion to have our U.S. Attorney's Office come in and give have some discussion on processes as far as what they do in their offices. We talked a little bit about sex trafficking issues and here on the reservation, other issues as far as drugs and that kind of stuff went through the reservation. So I'd like to introduce Allison Ramsdale. She's a United States attorney. She's out of Sioux Falls office. We have Troy Morley. He's tribal liaison out of the Pure office, U.S. Attorney's office. And I can't remember the other one's name. I met him in Rapid City, but I can't remember his name. So
Craig Peter.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Okay. If you want to come up front.
Sure. Well, thank you, President Herman, for having us here, and thank you to all members of the council for giving us some time today. We're here to address specifically the concerns you have about human trafficking, but before we do that, if you would allow us 5 to 10 minutes to just let you know what our office is doing here and elsewhere throughout the state of South Dakota. I took over as U.S. Attorney in April 2022, and I'm not a flashy U.S. Attorney, so I want to take this time to share some of the stuff we've been doing because we don't spend a lot of time extolling our virtues in the press. We keep our heads down and we do the hard work. It's how I was raised up in the office 9 years ago, and it's what these two men have done for much longer than I have been doing it. So here in Rosebud, what do? We have 2 assistant U.S. attorneys assigned specifically to Rosebud to prosecute crimes off of the Rosebud Indian Reservation. They come down here at a minimum once a month to meet with local law enforcement, federal law enforcement, social workers, and keep their cases moving, take new cases. They're also down here in between those monthly meetings to deal with case matters. I was here 6 months ago to meet with President Herman along with my law enforcement coordinator. We talked about some missing and murdered Indigenous concerns. And then we went over to the local law enforcement center and did a training on opioid overdose, how to investigate those scenes, how to maintain your own safety when you find yourself at one of those scenes, and how we prosecute those cases after an investigation is completed. I was here a year ago when Secretary Yellen visited the Rosebud Sioux tribe, and so I went along and saw all of the work you guys are doing through ARPA funds. I was with the Great Plains Tribal Chairman in Rapid City last year, and then again in Pierre last winter to talk about gun violence in Indian country and work that the federal agencies are doing to help curb the issue of gun violence in Indian country. And I think that covers a lot of our routine contact with the reservation that you might not otherwise see, but that's happening regularly. I'm here with my first assistant, Greg Peterman, the bearded guy. He's been with our office for about 30 years, prosecuting crimes in Indian country. When I took over, I named him as my first assistant, so like my vice, and so he comes along with me often to have these conversations and share a little bit more historical context. And then Troy Morley is an assistant U.S. attorney up in Pierre. He's also our tribal liaison and recently became our MMIP AUSA. He'll talk more about that. So I'm going to give them each an opportunity to talk about the work they do in our office and elsewhere related to Indian country, and then we'll take questions.
Hi, my name is Greg Peterman. I actually met that young man in the back there 31 years ago. I moved here from Brooklyn, New York. I took a job not in Mission, but Mission was the headquarters of the Dakota Plains Legal Services. So I worked up in Fort Yates, gosh, so many years ago, 92 to 95. But then I joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in 95. And I've been working on the Pine Ridge Reservation for 26 years until Allison became U.S. Attorney and asked me to do some work in Sioux Falls as well. So I've been prosecuting violent crime my whole life, it seems like. But the message we try to get to everybody is we take it very seriously. I'm not here to waste anybody's time. There's a lot of crime out there. The main focus of our office is Indian country crime. Yes, we do a lot of crime prosecution in Sioux Falls and Rapid City and elsewhere, mostly drugs and guns. But our focus is always Indian country. And this reservation is just as important to us as every other reservation where we work. We know you have a problem. We have more federal prosecutors in South Dakota now devoted to violent crime. You all know about the Major Crimes Act than we've ever had before. And that's due in large measure because Allison keeps beating the bushes in Washington to get more resources. So again, we have more federal prosecutors devoted to violent crime right now than we ever had before. And When I started out in '95, I don't think Indian country crime, violent crime, was all that important in Washington. And the Clinton administration hired Janet Reno, if there's any old-timers in here like me, when she was Attorney General. Her and Karen Schreier, who was the U.S. Attorney at that time, made it a priority, and it's remained that way ever since. It's a priority in the FBI, in the Minneapolis division. We have, I think, every open FBI position filled right now. I'm on the Not Invisible Act Commission. Some of you may know about that commission. We're going to be releasing our report on November 1st in Washington. It'll go to the Secretary of Interior and the Attorney General. The Department of Justice and Interior will have an opportunity to comment upon it. And then it'll eventually go in late November to Congress. And I want to tell you that for me, the biggest focus is violent crime and what we can do as prosecutors and law enforcement officials at the Justice Department and at Interior, who runs BIA, what we can do about it. And we're making a real big push in that commission to fund these programs where they should be funded. We've learned some startling things about the BIA's funding, just for jails, courts, tribal courts, and law enforcement officers, uniforms and investigators. And it's really appalling, the level of funding that they get as opposed to what they need, and what you all have seen assessments of. I have for 30 years. So we're really hopeful that we can see some action in Congress once that report is released. I can't get into detail yet. The final report's not done. It's nearly done. But I want you to know that it's all about Indian country. That's all this commission is focusing on. And there are some real powerful advocates on that commission. And I want you to know there's only one other representative from South Dakota, and but he's in Rapid City. I feel like I sort of represent Indian country on this commission from South Dakota and other Great Plains tribes and states. So that'll be coming out shortly, and we're real excited about it. Anybody have any questions for me before we turn over to Troy? And we're not walking out, so if you have, if something comes up. Troy?
You know, I got kind of mixed up one day when I first met Troy. He came down to do a meeting with us face to face, and I was calling him Bob Marley.
And then it became Troy Marley. So I'm Troy Morley. I'm the tribal liaison. I've been with our office for about 11 and a half years now. I started prosecuting up in Standing Rock, and did Standing Rock consistent, and I did Crow Creek and Lower Brule. I've handled cases on 7 of 9 reservations in South Dakota, with the exception of Flandreau and Yankton. I've prosecuted cases everywhere in the state. Recently, our office applied for and was granted a regional coordinator missing and murdered person AUSA, and we got it, and Allison appointed me to that position. So now I am the MMIP AUSA for the Great Plains region, and I covered North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, and Alaska. Yeah, I told them if they're going to sign me Alaska, I'm going. So, you know, still have to book that trip though. But I do work with the BIA Missing and Murdered Unit. I hold regular meetings with them, and even though I've only been in the position, well, to be honest, it's really only been full-time the last couple of weeks once we got some new people on board. But I have already indicted one murder from 1991 off of the Siston Reservation and a sex trafficking case off of Standing Rock. So there are agents out there, they are working hard, and we're trying to get these cases where they belong in court and hold people accountable. I have developed lists of cold cases that we are going back through. To be honest, in South Dakota, we've been doing this already for about 5 years. Yeah, for sure 5 years. It was all the way back when they originally put the MMU in Rapid City is when we really started tracking it. And to be frank about it, one of the things about South Dakota is we've been doing cold cases and reviews since 1999, when the FBI originally looked at that list off of Pine Ridge, and then again in 2012 we went back through that list, and we also included any case from any reservation, and there were some off of Rosebud that were reviewed at that time, and some that still remain open. So we've been doing the work, and we're going to keep doing the work, and now hopefully we can take this process out to the other states to try and address this issue nationally. So, yes, ma'am.
Hello and welcome. It's good to see you all today. This is really an important topic throughout Indian country, nationally. We have those issues here as we speak. And, with the violence associated with the crimes being committed here in Indian country, it seems like I lived here all my life. When something happens, it affects everybody, and we have families here who still are struggling with missing people. And I really want to advocate for that, for our relatives here, because it seems like we don't get anywhere sometimes, but I want to say it's good to have you here. And maybe we can, have you come again, another time, Mr. Chairman, because it's really important. We have meth, we have all these issues happening, and it seems like, we become hopeless because it's so huge, and what do you do with all the emotions aside from the issue? And I was really, thinking about it. We have a group here that's established and goes out and does advocating for missing, murdered Indigenous women, people, everything. But it seems like, we don't have like a good communication yet. We need to establish that even deeper and be committed about it. So it really makes me feel good that you all are here today, because that gives us hope. There are things going on. You are working on everything, and nobody's forgotten. Like you had a crime, just solved in '91. Wow. But we really need your advocacy here. We really do. I don't know if do you work with Rosebud?
Yes.
You do? Okay. It'd be nice, Mr. Chairman, if we could have had our police department guys here, if they can come, because the collaboration, the people need to see that too as well. Thank you. Yeah, that'll be great. So I really appreciate you guys.
Assistant U.S. attorneys aside from Troy who are down here working with local law enforcement.
Okay.
Regularly.
Great.
So relationships are already in place.
Oh, awesome.
Yes.
That's really good to know.
Things you don't-
Yeah, it's the stuff we don't see, but we really need to get the public, our membership aware that there are things happening, and you guys are here. You're real people. But I really appreciate the work that you do.
You mentioned meth,
Uh-huh.
right? And we hear everywhere in the state, and even not in the country. I don't know if you guys are familiar with our website, but we keep press releases up there, and every time there's a sentencing in a case, we have a press release. We can't talk a lot about cases as they're pending, but once they're sentenced, it's completed case and do a release. And so I was looking at just press releases from the last couple of months. In the last 2 months, we sentenced 2 separate women, 1 to 10 years, 1 to 19 years in prison for meth distribution here and on other reservations. So that work is another piece that's happening, and it's available in the press. It's just a matter of finding it. We'll do a better job of getting it to you all so you can see that progress.
I have Ben, Lisa, and Dara.
All right, thank you for coming. Being here, Ben Clacker, third two-strike council representative. I guess for me, it's really, I guess we're all curious about how things operate beyond what happens. So what I mean by that is, the crimes that happen here on the Rosebud, where they go, what happens to them, if anything ever happens to them. We see that. I see that today. I see that even in my community. Last night, this weekend, all these crimes that happen. We know it's increasing because of the meth use. We know that there's a lot of our tribal members that are getting addicted to that, and it's been a rampant issue lately. So I know for us, there's a lot of concerns because a lot of people say, what about our law enforcement? What about, things that, could come into play here to help us? Well, that's what we're here to do, I guess, as legislative body, to make sure that we are doing what we can to help our people to either beat that addiction or to actually, help themselves out before they commit these violent crimes. Now, of course, violent crimes, that's getting very, very, I guess it's a major deal right now, especially in Indian country here, because of a lot of things that happen with meth. We see meth every day, in our communities here, every day. And I'm kind of concerned, when they're on meth, they're gonna do anything and everything, raping a kid, to stabbing somebody, to killing somebody, that's gonna happen. But it's really hard for us to say, well, this person's going to end up getting prosecuted and moving up somewhere down the line here in federal prison of some sort. I think that's the reason why we made our jails, our juvenile detention facility, also our adult corrections. But are they capable of doing that? Are we capable of doing these types of sentencing here? That's why it was here. But I mean, for me, in the past, back in the 80s and 90s, I do believe that there were some violent crimes where people were just sending them up to federal court and getting their stuff and getting prosecuted that way. But now it's really hard for us to walk down the streets of St. Francis and Rosebud, and Mission safely without being not harassed, but almost like in a fight with a person who is addicted to this meth issue. But for me, I always think an example of what's going on. So our law enforcement, again, that's why I want to make sure that they're here. But law enforcement would be a good presence if they were in and around the area. That's what we see first right off the bat. Because I always say the presence should actually deter any type of crime or even malicious acts or some sort, I guess. So to me, I'm glad that you're here giving us this information, but we are trying to deal with what we can do to help our people to overcome not only addiction, but also to make sure that they are leading a good life. I mean, making sure that they're raising their kids the best way they can in a healthy manner, things to that effect. So I'm glad you guys are here. I didn't know this in the beginning, that you was all part of anything. I know you guys just getting in there 5 years now, but I mean, I just got in the council rep, but again, I've been living on the reservation my whole life here. I've seen what's happening. Most of our families are consumed by the addiction of alcohol and meth. So we're trying to fix ourselves. But again, I'm glad you guys are here. I mean, and we see what's going on. I think we've had law enforcement. I went to St. Francis to campaign there one time. They gave us a really, really in-depth issue. The community members, kind of gave us an in-depth issue what was going on with sex trafficking, meth. I mean, they literally pointed people out. That was really kind of an interesting deal. I was like, wow, that is crazy. What are we doing about it? What's happening here? What are we doing? So I'm like, man. But then I look in the bigger picture in the state, they do have a task force, sex trafficking task force, things to that effect. But, why aren't we getting that here? Why isn't that here? Why aren't we dealing with that? And of course, be able to, I guess, understand what we can do to help not only our people, but our youth, because our youth are the ones that are seeing it. I mean, they're having to live that adult life quick because they're having to take care of mom and dad that are on meth, drugs, alcohol. So we see this stuff quickly. But anyway, for me, I mean, I'm glad we're able to have that interaction with you guys as far as the U.S. Attorney General's office. I mean, it's great, but again, we are dealing with a lot of stuff that's happening even to this day. So, I mean, I know a lot of the public right now that are watching, they're saying, what are they doing? What can they do? What's their role in what our people are doing? So if they're prosecuting, meth, sex trafficking, anything like that, are they prosecuting? Where do we see that at? Where do we go? What do we do? So again, with that collaboration with law enforcement, I'd like to see that here, because I would like to see it on our Channel 93, on our radio station. They should be able to broadcast that, what's happening, what's going on. And a lot of people are going to say, well, the meth is happening, it's going to be here no matter what, and people are just going to support it because there's nothing being done about it, and of course it's getting more violent right now, and I see that every day. We all see that every day, and we're trying to help our people to at least overcome that of some sort. We just finally got our detox center, so I'm hoping we're going to utilize that. So again, getting funding, I know that's really hard right now. I mean, we had the funding here, the ARPA funding. I mean, we could have been a lot of I guess organizations or things like that put together to help our people. But again, this is something that I'm glad we're able to communicate better with you guys and stuff. I guess continue on, but yeah, it's really interesting to see how this is carrying on, I guess, as far as the crimes here on Indian country. But there's couple crimes I know that are happening that are still going on, and I just want to make sure that we, take a look at a lot of those things, because again, it's very, I guess, for me, it's unsafe. I don't want my kids, my grandkids, I guess, to be growing up in this situation. But it's like I grew up here in St. Francis, who was able to walk the streets without having to get, anything, having to just have a fun time. But now we can't do that anymore. So I just want to make sure that we let the public know that our, communities and our tribe we're trying to keep it safe, I guess, for our people. So, but anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then I'll ask my counterparts to explain how the process works when a crime occurs and how we can help. But first, just some comments about detox centers. Personally, I think detox centers and treatment facilities, I'm in Andrew, I think that's the best way for a tribe to begin addressing these addiction issues with meth on the user level, right? And then you have folks like us who can help deal with like the dealer level, right? Those traffickers coming in from California across Minnesota. So I love that you guys are working on your detox center. Second, I think it would be helpful, the website you can go to for these press releases, I can give it to you now for anybody listening. It's www.justice.gov, G-O-V, and then /USAO-SD. And you'll be brought to a homepage, and on that homepage is a link called Press. You push on Press. And there's a certain, you can go through all of our press releases, but if you want to see releases specific to Rosebud, you can put in a little search box, Rosebud, and you'll see everything that's been completed. And so from the last couple months, we probably see like 8 or 10 from between July and now, releases related to crimes that were prosecuted touching Rosebud that have now been completed. I don't know which one you want.
Let's finish up with some of them want to make comments. So we had Lisa, Dara, and then Lila.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. I think last time when we asked them to come here during last term was because we were hearing about a lot of the sex trafficking occurring, and at that time there were some questions that wanted to be asked of your office, if that's how relevant that is on our reservation right now. There's open cases on it, and what we can do to maybe help prevent that. I know we don't have enough officers to be out there, but what may be done for that. And I know in the past, U.S. Attorney's Office used to provide a reservation crime report, and I don't know if that's still being done. I haven't seen one for a couple of years, since probably before the pandemic, but that would be something that would be informational. It's more like statistics, I think. I don't think it has anything in our open cases, but, and then the MMIW, if they have a report too, possibly, just to show, open missing cases and from our area. So that would be something nice, just that we can look at the statistics and that reports.
Yeah, Dara. Good morning. Welcome to our homelands. My name is Dara Hyatt. I represent the Rosebud community, which is in White River. It's good to finally see you guys, in this sense and not sitting behind someone you guys are prosecuting. So, like with my family, this month, October in general, October 16th, 1978, my mom's brother, Leroy Hyatt, was shot by South Dakota Highway Patrolman, and my mom's brother did 5 years in federal penitentiary in Inglewood. So our family has never had that trust with the state of South Dakota Highway Patrol, just Washechula in general, And then, through the years, I had 2 other uncles who were killed, and, their murderers still walk this reservation. So when you talk about cold cases, which cases are you talking about? Because we have an enrollment here of 30,000, and that's not counting our loved ones that are deceased. So, when it comes to law enforcement and you guys handling cases, it's big. Just within the last month, you guys let a man out for murder. He did some time, and then he started terrorizing our homeland. So I live in a town that jurisdiction rules it. On one hand, we can kill each other as Lakotas, and the white cops sit across us, our community, and they watch us. They can't even help us. So when an Indian does something bad, they run to the white side because the whites don't give a care. They're gonna let them run over there. So we had this issue, And I called the cops. My sister went to the sheriff and he said, oh no, we don't got nothing on him. Turns out the man had a federal warrant on him for another vicious crime, malicious crime, you know? And so he's back in there. So this communication between law enforcement, it's not just ours, but the surrounding communities, you know, White River, Bennett County, Winter, Valentine, you know, is there any source of relief as Lakotas that we can feel from you guys? Because are you guys really doing your job, you know? Yeah, I go to those federal court dockets every week because I got a lot of family that are out there that are, you know, I like to check on them and to see about certain individuals who have harmed little ones, who have, you know, right now we're in hunting season. That's the main backing of sex trafficking. I live in White River. My whole life I watched the hunters come in and traffic our young girls, you know? All it takes is one girl that has an addiction and that person, that perpetrator can take advantage of them. So, you know, we have big issues here. The trauma, detox centers, you know, these are all little things that you're talking about, but they're big things that aren't happening. You know, we're just small steps. We're still crawling. We haven't even stood ourselves up to walk. So as the prosecutors, how are you standing beside the Lakotas instead of, you know, sending us to jail? You know what I mean? So I think as you as a liaison, you know, yeah, you get to travel, you got to go to Alaska. Well, why don't you come to our houses? Why don't you visit the families of the victims so you can get firsthand knowledge that those, you know, that suit can't take you. You know what I mean? You, okay. Okay, well, this is my first time seeing you and I've lived here my whole life. You know, I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to tell you that our people are suffering. I'm trying to tell you that we need your help more than your blazer. You know what I mean? More than what you can come in here and laugh around with us about. We need to know that you are here to help us so that we can finally trust you, because we do not. Thank you.
Chairman. We have our administrator from the law enforcement here right now. And, you know, sometimes we have people, visitors that come in, and this is a really important day for us to have you here, to have you visible here for us to talk to. And I've always said, you know, when you make a trip here, if you could try to make a day of it, because if we have our own people, you know, our officers or somebody to show you, you know, and he's, you know, from Rosebud, right?
No, ma'am, Southport.
Oh, okay. Well, somebody here and show you how long it takes for people to respond. The length of where we live. I live about half hour from here, but the response time for something isn't that great because of how the reservation lies out. These are all the communities here that we represent. And when something happens, it devastates this whole tribe. And I really want to acknowledge Mr. Seiler today. You know, that was a big loss when he left, you know, because he worked really close with the tribes. But it seems like, you know, we know there's trafficking here. We know there are drugs coming in. We know we have a main highway here, 83. We have another one going straight out to Nebraska. It's easy access to these drug dealers. And that is the root. We were talking about that. I was sitting here talking with my colleague. He's a former police officer. And that is where we struggle, because people know things, or, you know, something happens, they'll tell us, you know, and all of us here probably have heard something. So we send it off over there, you know, to our police department, whoever we talk to. But, you know, it goes nowhere. We don't know, you know, what's valid, what isn't. I don't have no proof of nothing. But when someone tells you something more than once or twice, there is something to it. And when we speak up, we're supposed to hurry up and not talk about it. But you know what? It is true. That is what's happening right now. We're suffering. We're suffering from these meth traffickers, drug dealers. I was always told to be careful of what I say here, but the people put me here because I have to speak for them. And we have people who we probably would never think in this world would be involved in that stuff. That's where this stuff stops. And we're muffled. If we have somebody in more authority, more power than us membership, and we have our law enforcement here, but we're not fully staffed to take care of all of that, then what do? They're so overwhelmed. They hear it every day. But, you know, that's different for us, membership. We don't, you know, it's like, where do we go? What do we do? We need advocacy for more money with these drug issues. You should be prosecuting maybe 10 to 20 cases a month regarding our drug trafficking. We need help in our court system to deal with this issue. These cases, they're real. They're real, they happen. But yet, it's like when something is so hard for us, we don't know what to do because it takes money. Everything is about the dollar. But for me, it's about lives. For me, it's about saving our kids. For me, it's about helping our people. We need educational programs here to start in the schools. Little bitty guys, because you know what? Right now, we have meth babies being born, guys. We don't even know the effects of what's coming from that in 10 years. In 2015, I came here. We made a resolution that meth was a priority and we were going to take care of it. I'm back, it's 2023, we're going on 2024, everything's still the same. Still the same. Whose fault is it? Is it yours? Is it ours? Is it theirs? Is it theirs? I don't know. I don't know. But today is our opportunity. I'm so glad you guys are here. Because right now there are things happening in this tribe that shouldn't happen to our people. The sex trafficking is real. It even happens at our casino. We don't want to, I don't know what that's about. Do I turn a blind eye because it's too much? Because I'm scared? No. I have to advocate for our women. Because those girls are mothers. They have children. And if we don't say nothing, how are you going to know what to do? You can't read our minds. So we need to do some work here and get our law enforcement agency up to par with you guys. I know it's there, the communication's there, but it's not enough to handle every story we have here. So we need the advocacy for more money. We need help. We need to do something. We need to save lives. And it's so hard to prosecute these dealers. You know, the big guy down there, wherever he's at and coming from and bringing it here, they don't care what they do. It's our own people doing it for them. That's what's hard. That is what's hard, because now our people are addicted and they need it, and our own people are caught up into it. But we need to create more money to help our MMIW, to help our law enforcement. You know, we need to bring in another section of law enforcement that pertains only to MMIW these cases. We got to create some avenue here to help tribes. The money's there. I know that DC gave a lot of money, but when it comes and trickles down, why is it still happening here? Why are we still, the communities right now are in despair. They are desperate for help. And I'm not afraid to say what needs to be said here because these are my people. These are my relatives. We all know, we see it every day, but I don't like it. I do not like it that we're not helping more than we should. I said 2015, you compare that to today, I don't see no educational programs. Prevention is a priority for you guys to help us get that education out. And we gotta attack it with our young group, high school. I really encourage you all to go to the high schools and work with them because kids are bringing drugs to school. Weapons, they carry guns. They carry Glocks and all kinds of guns. And we know that, but what's happening? Nothing. Where do we go? Our people need help. The communities at that level, we all see it every day when I come. I drive through it. One day I was taking my kids to school. Right as I was going by, the cops there, they had people on the ground, guns pointed on them, and we were going off to school and I was like, oh, did I just see that? That's what our kids are exposed to. Our children need color books, they need DVDs, they need people to come on site right there, maybe every month. Because if we start speaking up, right now what I'm saying is probably shaking some feathers, ruffling some feathers out there, but it needs to be done. It needs to be done. It is so important when you work with these cases. I know it's hard for you as well to get through all the red tape. There's a lot of red tape associated with these cases. But at our level, we need your help so bad. And however we need to, I don't know, there's burnout. These guys work with it day to day to day. Probably, I would say maybe, Steve, maybe 80, 90% are drug related. Over 90, maybe 99, maybe 100% is drug related. They get drugs, they bust them, they do all this, but our own laws council do not even help these guys. They catch them and then they let them out because our laws are just weak. They're really weak. People get out on bonds for 500. Just, you know, that's weak. And until we deal with that issue here, it ain't gonna do no good because we have a team here and we need to help our tribe get stronger in this arena. I was told one time, you guys watch out, you know, I'm not worried about it because I know that our people are suffering. Nobody wants to talk about it, nobody wants to say anything, but they tell me and I, you know, it hurts because we live in it every day that we become immune. But we can pull up here, we don't know what's gonna happen. Right during the day in school, there was a gun call. There's gun calls at the schools. How do we help them? How do we get that information there? The prevention. We're not good at that because we live in it. Everything's a crisis. Every day it's a crisis. I'm getting texts back to back to back to back. Help us, help us, help us. Today's a big day. And we talk about things, but we don't execute nothing. So we need to come up with a plan with our law enforcement department. It's like, well, what's going on? But, you know, today I want to see us work more together. I know maybe you have a team of people that's working with you guys, I don't know. But that report, even if you come and meet with our chairman and our vice chairman, that would really do something for us, because we need to be visible here. Right now, there's lots of trust issues. There's a lot of trust issues with our own law enforcement and as well as your department. Because as far as I know, every Native American is guilty when they go to Pierre. Some are, some aren't, but that's what happens when we open that door, and then they go to federal court. I sat in cases with Grandpa Leonard Crow Dog just to be there. But there's nothing. And we gotta stick on this. There's so much issues, but this is killing us. It's killing us every day. Our babies, our innocent little spirits, our innocent little children, they are being born with this addiction. They don't even get a chance. So we need prevention. I'm gonna scream that at the top of my lungs. We need prevention work. We need prevention dollars to come trickle down to our department. We're 638 and we need to help ourselves. We need to take care of this, but we need your right arm to help us bring more advocacy down here for us to get things going with our own department. Because right now we are desperate. Thank you.
Thank you, just remind you guys to be mindful of time.
3 minutes.
About people that want to address stuff, guests here, so.
Less than an hour, 10 minutes and 8 minutes.
You have, go ahead and answer any questions that were asked.
One thing I'll say is that people keep talking about communication. I couldn't agree with you more. One of the issues this commission I'm on is looking at is that law enforcement, prosecutors, we're not very good at communicating what we do. We arrest, we prosecute, we jail, and tomorrow's another day. Even our office, I mean, we always tell people, we have a press section on our website. A lot of people don't have access to the internet. They don't have access to our website. We publish that annual report.
Greg, can you come up a little bit?
Oh, yeah, sure.
We're on the,
It's one of the things, we actually have a sub, or, oh, tell you. Can you get up to the chair? Get up to the chair? Yeah, sure. So one of the things, there's a subcommittee on this commission is looking at is communication and ways to improve communication between tribal, state, and federal law enforcement and tribes themselves. There's a lot of, about 90% of the members of this commission are tribal members from around the country. So just, there's some good news there, because there's a lot of recommendations we make about just even the media. I mean, there's a complaint that we often heard, we had public hearings around the country, in which, you know, someone goes missing from, I don't know, Chicago, and it's like national news, some kid. But a tribal person goes missing. Nobody ever hears about it. And we heard a lot of testimony about that. So, again, I see it as some good news that there's probably about 10 or 15 recommendations out there just addressing communication with the public, communication with tribal, non-tribal communities about these issues. I think that's a good thing. We'll see what the Department of Justice, what Interior, what Congress is willing to do. The other thing is we're looking at, and you raised another important point, and that's collaboration between tribal, federal, and state authorities. We hear a lot of anecdotal information, both good and bad, about collaboration and lack of collaboration. The Oglala tribe, by the way, when my time's up, hit me with the cane. But the Oglala tribe last year signed an MOU with Pennington County. I never thought I'd see that happen. But the drug situation is what drove everyone to get together and say, what can we do to work collaboratively? And I'm not here to advocate anything, but I want you to understand there's a subcommittee of that commission that's also going to publish a series of reports. I was the co-chair of that particular subcommittee because it's an issue near and dear to me, which is collaboration. I mean, we talk every day with the police department. I talked to my colleagues today two of our federal prosecutors about cases just for the last couple of days, because we want to find out what's happening, what's hot right now. But could there be more communication? Sure. But his officers are running and gunning. I don't know how many officers you have down here, but I'm sure it's a fraction of what you need. And our prosecutors are running and gunning. And sometimes, maybe often, we don't communicate enough, let alone with state not prosecutors, but state authorities, the state lab taking cases. That was offered when we were at that meeting in Pierre. So understand that's also a big issue for us. It's not something we ignore, that none of us can get this job done alone. He can't, I can't, the FBI can't, the BIA can't. No one can do it alone, and we recognize that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bringing us cases. We wouldn't be taking his cases if we thought we could all do it alone. So, again, I'm not going to say it's a silver lining, but these are issues we absolutely work on, we think about, we recognize. Everything that's been said here, frankly. I don't take exception to anything that's been said. And know that when we're not in court, when we're not effecting an arrest, when we're not going to a sentencing, we're thinking about ways to improve communication, outreach, collaboration, and coordination. We do. Have we solved the problem? Of course not. And don't think we're not unmindful of people's lives and community. Yeah, it's our job, but I'm doing this for 30 years. He's a little bit younger, but her whole career. And same with him. Like, we don't want to go anywhere else. We want to be right here. I moved here, I never went back because I love this work and I love the communities. And it's hard to hear that criticism, but bring it on. What's that? You're damn straight. And so we're not afraid of it though. And the message we want to send, you keep saying, I'm glad you're here, but that's the whole message we're trying to send. This isn't the first. I've appeared before the Sioux Tribal Council over 100 times. Because it's not just a job, but it's an effort to show people that we do care. That's why we're all here. Not like, oh, well, Chairman said we ought to come down. Well, let's just drive out. Heck no. We want to be here. Allison's visited every reservation, every tribe, every reservation. I have almost all of them, but just in her short time in office. Get in the car, now go introduce yourself so people know you're here. It pains me to hear that people don't know what we do. They don't know what the police department does, or prosecutors, or judges. It means we're not communicating well enough. And I'm not telling the chief he's not communicating. We'll take our failure to communicate better. We'll take that home. Okay.
Can I offer one thing?
I have a question from yours.
I guess it's not really a question, but maybe it is. I guess, how do we communicate better with the state prosecutors though? I mean, I see that as a downfall because I asked you guys, well, what's the process for a crime on a child off reservation? And even though they're a member of our tribe, and that's happening a lot.
Off reservation.
They're in winter, example. They're committing crimes on our kids, and then nothing's being done because the state's following through with it. The state prosecutors are dealing with it, not you guys. And then it feels like we're not being heard. Our kids aren't being heard on that state side, on the state level. I mean, not even our Native American kids. There's a case with the Mitchell baseball team right now in the news. And so those girls who got assaulted and things like that, it's just not an Indian country. It's happening to all of our women across the state. And it's like the state isn't doing anything to even address it. They're just getting slapped on the head. We had another little girl got assaulted in Wood. Same thing. You're just getting slapped on the head. Basically, don't do that and then keep it all hush-hush and keep it out of the media. But we really need to fix that. And if that's something that this body needs to address, or how do we move forward to address those problems? Because it's the state. It's not always you guys. I mean, it's the state's fault too that they're not holding these guys to these people to a standard of we don't want this happening to our Native kids or any other women and children across the state.
I have a suggestion, I don't know. Look, Martin Jackley, the Attorney General, I don't know what the view of him is in Indian Country. He was the U.S. Attorney at one time, a couple years ago. I've talked to him about issues in Indian Country. Allison has, I'm sure Troy probably has too. I don't think you're a governing body. Have you ever thought about Attorney General? we have a situation in this county or that county or that county. I mean, sometimes in Rapid City, we'll get calls from Pine Ridge, but it's only because I've been with the Oglala Sioux Tribe for so long. You know, it's like one of those speed dial things, but I don't know the players out here. We're not beyond making a call for somebody saying, what do you know about this case in Winter or wherever? We're not beyond doing that, absolutely. But I wonder if Marty Jackman might not be a good person to go to and say, look, you're the Attorney General of this state. These people answer to you. You were the U.S. Attorney one time. You were pretty aggressive in Indian country. I mean, he was a good leader. It's just a thought I have. I don't know the people well enough to make a call. But I will suggest one other thing. Get our prosecutors down here. I mean, you know, I'm going home to Rapid, he's going home to Pierre, Allison's going home to Sioux Falls. But we have 2 federal prosecutors that are here a lot. I view their job as to come down here and appear before you. Have them come down. I've been, again, I'm not bragging, but they were also trying to call Pierre and get down here. I'm going. So get them down here. Make them a regular presence. Let them explain to you what they're doing. You know they're not going to talk about the details of some of these cases because of confidentiality. But that might be a matter. I don't want to speak for them, although I can. But call the local prosecutor. Can you find out what happened to this native child off this reservation? Who's to say they can't make that phone call? It's a phone call. Why not? You know, all right, I'm going out here a little on them. I don't think their job is just to prosecute cases. They are liaisons as well with this tribal council from our office. And frankly, from the Justice Department as a whole, from the greater department. That's the way I view, and I think Allison does too. And Troy, because you've been a liaison. It's not just to prosecute cases, come down and explain what you're doing. Answer some questions, go into some schools. Allison's been to many schools since she started, Troy as well, doing programming around the state. We do that, we want to do that, because you're right. If we don't get to them when they're this big, you know what we're doing. They're being arrested and going to jail. All right, so let's just go off.
Go ahead, Steve. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for coming down, and congratulations to you newly elected council people, treasurer and secretary. Sexual assaults are really big for me. That's something that I really pay attention to, and I really try to watch. Like many of them said, there's a lot of human trafficking that goes on here, but the part that they don't understand is sexual assaults are hard, child sexual assaults are even harder, but human trafficking is really, really tough. You're dealing with 12, 13, 14-year-olds who's been in drugs for a while, and they get brainwashed really quick, and it's hard to bring them back. I myself got 2 people into treatment. The only recourse we have through law enforcement when it comes to human trafficking or sexual assault is jail, because they need to sober up first of all, and you need to get them some counseling or get them into a treatment center. The problem is that they become so hardened when we bring them into custody and they get taken to treatment off the reservation. We lose jurisdiction. There's no court process there, there's no follow-up, there's no assistance from anybody, so they can walk out or leave anytime they want. And that's happened to us. Just recently happened with a 13-year-old, and she left a treatment center. She was gone for 3 months. We just caught her, put her back in jail. Now she doesn't want to talk. So it's really, really hard. But to clarify something, these guys are federal U.S. attorneys. They prosecute anything that we send up to them. Last year we had 367 cases that we sent to Pierre last year. And how many U.S. attorneys are up there that handle these cases?
2 for this reservation.
That's right. So I was going to get to that portion of it. In 2021 and 22, we did stats here. We had 197 child victims. 197. 197 kids that are probably going to be affected for the rest of their life. With no recourse. It's really a serious problem. We've done our side with the human trafficking. I guess another comparison for you guys, just to note, Rapid City, and I'm gonna compare ourselves to Rapid City, had little over 32,000 calls for service last year. Our tribe had a little over 25,000. The big difference there is probably 90% of the calls that we had here were charged violent crimes. They have a budget of 197 million, we have 3.6. They have 200 officers, we have 25. We have 5 special agents, and that is unheard of for 5 people to take 360 some cases a year. That's just unheard of. And I know that they're overworked up there too, and child sex crimes take a long time. Drugs take a long time. I thought when I took this position, I was gonna go in and arrest everybody I knew had drugs. Every time you turn around, somebody wants to file a civil lawsuit against you. People still have rights. That's the hard thing for me to accept in my position, because when somebody commits a crime against a child, to me, they don't have no rights. That's the way that I feel. The other thing when it comes to kids is sometimes I've seen them take 3 years. Majority of the time when you're dealing with that, it's not just that one kid. They can close out that one specific kid, but while they're doing their interviews and investigation, someone else comes up. And then there's another one, and then there's another one, so it just strings out and out and out. And these guys ain't gonna try to prosecute anybody until that case is closed. That case file is submitted and it's closed out, and they have a good case to go to court with. That's not always the case. Just because there's so much of it here. But like Lila said, probably 90% or more of our crimes that happen here are drug related. Alcohol is still our #1 problem. Meth ain't far behind, but alcohol is still our problem by far. And I came down here several times just to mention something that you spoke of earlier, and I've asked for help. I literally asked for help. Because you're not gonna arrest your way out of this. You're not. We have all of the resources here within our tribe. Nobody wants to work together. I've gone through some of the parts of our law and order code because they're so old, and just took them to the judiciary committee and got them passed that way. That's not my job, but I do it anyway because nobody else wants to. But is meth a priority here in this circle right here? From what I've seen since I've been up there, it's not. It's not. I put in a big proposal for a drug task force and help when you guys had ARPA, and it didn't even get looked at. And it was a good proposal. It had all of the stats that I just listed earlier, and it wasn't even, I barged my way into the ARPA office and demanded to talk to them so I could get that passed, and it never made it to this body. But you guys have the boss right here. And when I first got on council, it was always a big fight with them because they were being mean to our people. They were putting people in prison. Well, that's flipped now. Now everything that goes up there, majority of it is plea bargained. And I hate plea bargains, especially when it comes to child sex crimes. You guys need to tell her to get stern and start doing what they can be doing. And I do. I meet with the attorneys every month. They come down, they go over every case with the CIs. I got Lloyd involved and started inviting him so he could be aware of what's going on. And everything that happens, I let the chairman know. If something needs to change there, I can do it. When Rodney Bordeaux was chairman, I came down, I was part of his agenda, so I could keep the council aware of what's going on throughout that month. And I don't mind doing that. I don't mind letting you guys know, because you guys are the ones that have to answer to your community. I do too, but you're our leaders. And you guys should be aware of what's going on in your communities, and you have somewhat knowledge of what's going on, but realistically, you have no clue. Because our reservation, not everybody, but our reservation is bad in some areas. When you start putting drugs and horse tranquilizers and drugs to have your way with women, that's really, really bad. And they wake up in the pasture with no clothes on. No clue what happened. That makes our job tough, and it makes your job tough. They won't even hear about it because it wouldn't even get that far. There's just not enough evidence to send up to them. But it is tough. I mean, it's hard. We need more officers. Is that gonna solve all the problems? Heck no. Nope. It's gotta take a big collaborative effort, starting with this body, because you're the ones that can mandate our tribal programs to work together along with them, and these guys will listen to you. If somebody will reach out and talk to them, they will listen to you. But nobody ever does that either. Me, maybe. But I'm not a tribal leader. They want to hear from you guys, and they want to hear from these guys up here. Not me. I'm not a tribal leader, but I'll make an effort to do it. But I did tell them 3 months ago that they need to chill out on their plea bargains on some of these cases. And I said, if I have to go to the council and get a letter, they said, we would love that. So she's here now. Tell her how you guys want things when it gets to that federal level. But our laws here are so old. They're so vague. We just didn't keep up with the times when it comes to our law and order code. And I try to change the things that are gonna have the biggest impact in the community. That's gonna not only help us, but stop a lot of the complaints. But it's hard. It's really, really hard. There's just so much committees and council, and they want it reviewed by the Attorney General. It's really hard to get something changed here. But it can be done, because I did it. I did it on a few different occasions. So it can be done, but it starts with you guys. Got a young, aggressive council. I feel aggressive. I feel like you guys are aggressive, and you're taking an issue to what's going on, and to me, that's a really good start. It's not gonna stand up here and complain.
I'll have Lila and Ben and Troy like to respond to, so.
I wanted to follow up on what he was saying.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say very, very quickly, one of the things Steve's talking about the tribal code being outdated is, we've had this discussion before about the Tribal Law and Order Act. You guys have the ability to pass laws, especially when it deals in the meth area. Siston has done this, and you can sentence these low-level users who need time to get the help they need to up to 3 years of custody. You have the ability to do that. You can then work the treatment in, because as we know, for people who are on meth, the treatment takes 18 to 24 months. So you can strengthen your own laws, specifically as it relates to drugs or any area you want. And with the Tribal Law and Order Act, you have the ability to sentence up to 3 years. And that's a tool that can start here at home without sending people away to federal prison or up to Pier, where the perception may be that they don't get a fair shake, or in Steve's case, the sentence they feel they deserve. But we can't take every simple possession or those types of people who are getting arrested with meth in their pocket 5 times, one, that's only a misdemeanor in federal court. It doesn't only get up to a year, which you can do down here already, but you can make that up to 3 years. Plus, if we did that, then we'd be hearing that we're taking every Indian up to federal court and we're sticking them in prison when it should be handled locally, and you do have the ability to do that. So that's just a follow-up on what Steve was
So
saying.
I wanna just, I kinda take offense to that, because we did arrest some people on human trafficking. And they went to federal, they got to the federal level, and they were allowed to take the plea bargain. So, I know he's talking specifically about drugs, and the laws change on drugs all the time. There's case law that comes in all the time, and we have to stay involved in that. But when it comes to child sexual assault, and trafficking, there should be no room for a plea bargain. I mean, I just don't see it.
Yeah, and I wasn't referring to those cases.
Thank you, Chairman. It's good. We are breaking the barrier down today. It's very important. You know, I know everyone's busy. We're all in our shops. But this discussion needs to happen here at this level. And I wanted to let both of you, your departments know, there used to be a sexual assault response team at IHS. We are missing 2 other shops here, which is the court system and IHS. They're also involved in everything we do. But there used to be that SART team, we called it. But right now, there is none. We don't have that anymore. So how we need to get that going again, the sexual assault response team. So when there was a sexual assault at IHS, all these partners came in and they all worked with it. And that's a problem right now. That's really not helping our department. So if our department and you guys aren't involved, we had a group there which involved the doctors, and they took that very serious. But as of today, there is nothing. So when those young women or men walk out of there and it's a sexual assault, you know, it doesn't really get anywhere. So we are lacking that team. And I don't know, Mr. Chairman, how we can follow up on that.
So they still have that team, but it's really inconsistent.
Yeah, see, and that can't happen. We can't have that happening because, you know, maybe somebody's, you know, been repeatedly offended, sexual assault or something, but it is real. And we cannot let that team go or be inconsistent. So we need to follow up with IHS, the ER, we need to get our courts also involved. You know, I really took offense to something our governor said about reservations, but maybe because some of it's true, but I was really offended by our Governor Noem made a statement that drugs are just coming only through the reservations. And that is not true. It's partly true, but it's not all true. That only the reservations are the big time drug dealers know. You know, and I really take offense to her making that comment about and targeting only the Indian population. The other thing with that is, like, we can give these guys all the cop cars, all the equipment, everything they need. But until those laws at that level with the law and order code is fixed, it ain't gonna do no good. So we need to get busy on that. We can do our own here, like he said. If we have to reach out to other tribes to see what they got, we need to do that. So on the judicial level, those committee meetings are very important to pass stuff on up, because it's our fault if we're halting our own programs. So they can't go anywhere. But that was, you know, one of the other things, Steve, that we really need to get going, and I don't know how Mr. Chairman, we can talk about it. Maybe you can research it or something and see who, we need those players really involved with that SART team. And, you know, I know we're up against a lot, but you know what? Look at just today, this collaboration and communication opened some doors, you know, but we had some MOAs with the state, right? And it never passed here because we have our fear of sovereign, you know, losing our sovereignty, the jurisdictional issues, you know, so we have a lot of work to do, council. And like he said, what is important here, and what I said before about our priorities, what is important to us, because they can only do so much, but we have to set that tone for them. And you know, I'm glad I remembered that, because that SART team is really, really important, and we need to get that moving. Thank you.
I want to add one more thing. One of the biggest problems we run into, and it really affects what they do, is uncooperative witnesses. And I don't know if it's fear, or they just don't want to see a loved one go to court, but I know they run into that as well as us. When they get, even, we had one just 2 weeks ago, just got up and lied to her teeth, and the guy was still convicted, but she did her best not to get him convicted. Yeah. But that happens a lot, especially in sexual assaults. Those change every day. Yeah, Ben and then Sheriff.
Okay, sure, thank you. I'll start my 3 minutes here, so I can't go too far, so I'm getting kind of heavy been here past 3 hours, you know, sitting, but I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're hearing this information of what we can share to them. And if that's what needs to happen, to let them know, because they're here. He said he's been here for the past 3 years, and they're coming down here to visit. Now, if they haven't gone back with something that we want from what we should be expecting from their office, I mean, that's the reason why we have people here, as far as you, correction, anybody else who needs to be here to get this information to them. So again, I'm glad that we're able to do this. Now, I believe that within our communities, because we know what happens to violent crime. We know what happens when people are, you know, convicted of something. And the plea bargain came into play really a lot here, because in our communities, we know this. People tell us, they say, hey, this person got, you know, you got sent up, and you know, they got something, and he's back. He's back within 3 months or a year or something. You know, geez, what? That violent of a crime, he's back already? How is that possible? You know, so to me, you know, as you know, mostly cultural, I believe that they already have that in their mind that they can get away with it. And it's going to cause a lot more issues within our communities and our tribal members. So I know with us, that's what happens. If somebody says I can get away with it because they're going to throw the book at me once I go up to peer or once I go federally, and they plea bargain it down because that's what they did. They come back to the reservation. They say, hey, I can do whatever the heck I want. So it makes our jobs a little bit more harder to try to make our community safe for not only our youth but our people, our elders and stuff. But again, these are things where I was going to say that we're not going to be here forever. We're not going to be in this place forever. You know, there's going to be, our younger generation is going to come up. You know, what are we going to set a precedence for them? You know, what are we going to do to help them to make our tribe a lot better than what we're leaving with them, I guess. So those are things that I'm really looking at. And again, too, with the law and order code, I know I've seen that. Up at the, I guess an example with the police department. I don't want to handle that too much, even though they're always in the spotlight. But I talked to a couple of community members in St. Francis when they had that issue up there. They said, well, we called the police department. They came down. They gave us statistics of everything. So, okay. And then they said, you want the real truth of what's going on here? Yeah. And I said, well, what did they tell you they're going to do about it? Because we already know that. We as community members, we already know what's going on. We know who the people who are doing bad things to people and selling drugs. We know that. So what are they doing to help that? Now, of course, yeah, a lot more law enforcement, more patrol cars, I don't know, but still, it's like a presence there is always something that is needed no matter what, as long as they know that people are safe. And then also all these programs that are being set up for, sexual assault or anything like that, it should be posted out there no matter what. I mean, I live in my community last night, my next door neighbors, I hate to say that, but I mean, that's one of the things that comes up. I don't know, what are we supposed to do? I'm gonna go and confront them, but what can we do to help them? What can we do to, like, man, because it's going to turn violent no matter what. I mean, that's kind of the way that works, no matter what it is. I mean, because we live in the communities, know what happens. So I'm saying, okay, if you have an issue with them plea bargaining, then we have to let them know we can't be doing that anymore. We got to set a precedence, no matter what, of what's going to happen when they go up in the big house, they call it nowadays, I guess. But so these are things that, again, I guess for me, I want to make sure that we acknowledge that. But again, I thank you guys for coming down, for your time. I want to make sure that you guys are in this. I went over a little bit, but thank you very much. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So, just so the council knows, last term, we made a motion so the Judiciary Committee had a meeting with the judges and all of our law enforcement branches. We met at the courthouse. It was a pretty amazing meeting because we talked about a lot of the issues. And I just want to remind the council that people are innocent until proven guilty. So when somebody gets arrested on a drug charge and then they get released and you guys get mad at the police department or whoever, it's not them who's letting them loose. It's not the PD, it's not the jail, it's not them. So people are innocent until proven guilty. So enacting laws that can allow the police to do more or our corrections office to do more is something we needed to consider. We had a hang up because we were upset that, people were getting released or we were requesting high bond and that bond was getting lowered. But the judges informed us that a bond is not set to hold people because they are innocent until proven guilty. So I just wanted to remind you guys of that. I'm not trying to sound like I'm an advocate for users or, people selling meth. I just want you to know what we're facing, the committee has been facing this past 2 years. We did come up with a plan to create a code commission. So the Budget and Finance Committee is supposed to find funding to start a code commission, and that was at the request of Judge Marshall. So I guess the next Budget and Finance meeting, we'll see where we can come up with some funding for that and push that forward through this body. I want to make a motion to have the Secretary's Office research the Sisseton laws regarding meth sentencing under the Tribal Law and Order Act and present it to the Judiciary Committee. So for consideration, and so the Judiciary Committee can start working on amending the laws that are needed to help keep our streets safe here.
Did you get it? Okay, need a second. Gordon? Questions on Lila? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0. 1,
Now voting.
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you. I have one more question. I see our Adult Corrections Director here.
Yeah.
Director Eagleberry, if we do enact a law like this where we can house people for 3 years, is that something that your facility is capable of doing?
Vote to the right hand, Chris.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, Council, Administration, and our visitors. Melissa Eagleberry, Jail Administrator. Yes and no. So first of all, just a little back history for some of you about the Tribal Law and Order Act. That was a 2010 legislation that came down for tribes with this great idea, right? Great idea to enhance court systems and to be able to prosecute and do all these amazing things for Indian country. Well, it's failed. Why? Because there's no money. We can do all of these great things, just like I think Lila said. We can give them police cars, do all these things, but there's no funding. We need court systems, right? We need all of these things. So I'm grateful that BIA is here after this, because you need to be asking them the hard questions, and where's the money? They don't fund us. We're not funded nearly the capacity that we're the traffic, right? Our statistics. And BIA will say, oh, we're waiting for statistics. They have our statistics. They're like bill collectors. They call me on the 5th of every month and say, where are your stats? And we tell them we have over 100 people in our custody, right?
So the holdup for the Tribal Law and Order Act on the jail side is the BIA. The BIA needs to come and do an assessment. The Attorney General was working on this with the tribe, by the way, to get us into that point. Right now, I think the VAWA is implemented, right, for the court system, but the Tribal Law and Order Act isn't. So we need to update our codes so we can prosecute for 3, and actually I think it's up to 9 years, 3 years per crime, and for one individual up to 9 years. So the BIA needs to come down to the jail, do their assessment, which we've requested numerous times, not just from the President's office, Attorney General, Council, Judiciary, myself. We pleaded with BIA, come down, we're ready, come look. And once they give us the authority and say, yes, you guys can house long-term. Because right now we're only short-term, that's only 1 year. We can only house someone for 1 year in our facility. So they come down, do an assessment and say yes. But be mindful, the people that they come down aren't qualified. I have reports, documentation. They send their cook down who just started and they're gonna assess. So I would request maybe from Judiciary, an outside agency to come down and do an actual assessment and say, is Rosebud ready to house for up to 9 years? Because we're ready. That's all we've been working for, right? Is that. And the other thing is I have, issues with, I met these guys through email, but I never met them in person. So it's really good to see them here. But I have issues with, not just the process of how you guys get the cases, because that needs to be organized. But I do see it. I think Steve brought it up. I've seen it over and over where you pick and choose what case goes up and what case stays here. And the concurrent jurisdiction issues. That's a problem too. I mean, it's only in Indian country. And I'm glad that you talked a little bit about wanting the state, jurisdiction issues with the state. I think until the state addresses, we're one of the poorest counties in the whole nation, in the state of South Dakota. And the state turns a blind eye to us. They always do. They could enhance our casino, the amount of revenue that they can do all kinds of stuff to support us, but they're not. But they certainly want people, because I've gotten letters from governor, they want someone who committed crimes in this state. They want to come and get them. But they don't want to help us, right, with other issues. So I hope you legislators keep that in mind when the state's wanting something from us. What have they given us already? Nothing. Nothing. So I'm hoping that what I would request from these guys is, because Rosebud's a high crime area, that they have someone here. I'm glad someone brought it up. They should have someone here all the time. All the time. There are times I'm calling up there because there's federal crimes that happen in the jail too. There's times I call up there and ask, please, what do you need from me? Provide training to us so we have this stuff shovel ready for your office so you can prosecute these cases. Have an office here so you're available to us. Like I said, this is the first time I see them in person. So I'm grateful you're here. Let's start this relationship with Rosebud and make it consistent, because crime's happening here. I see it all the time. And when someone commits a major crime in our country here, and you guys don't pick it up right away, where are they sitting, right? They're sitting next to someone who's in there for public intox. We have someone that's committing rape and murder that's sitting in our tribal jail for 6 to 12 months because you guys are holding on, right? You're missing something. So I think that communication needs to be a lot better. Provide training to us, all of us, consistently, like all the time. Our prosecutors and our court system need funding. They're in dire need, and so am I, right? We're underfunded. Law enforcement. So funding is a huge issue. So I'm hoping you guys ask the BIA, where's that money? Because they said it themselves, we're seriously underfunded. But yes, thank you. Thank you for that question.
Real quick, I mean, we've got Mark Patel, we've got Steve here. We've got 2 assistant United States attorneys that work exclusively off of Rosebud. I'm sorry you haven't been able to get a hold of them, but I know Mark and Steve both know they have my cell phone number and they have the cell phone numbers of those other 2 AUSAs, and that's who we do work with. They're the ones who put the case files together, they're the ones who bring them to us, unless it's an FBI case. So we can certainly come to your jail, we can certainly have some discussions like that, but we are gonna work with the criminal investigators. They're the ones who put the case files together and bring them to us, so.
Okay, and Lisa, Shirley, please. Lisa, go ahead.
Also, do you have the tribal justice statistics report to show how many cases from Rosebud were sent up and how many were declined? How many went to trial, how many took offers, and
I don't have information specific to Rosebud, but I can tell you this. When I took over, I asked that any declination from our office involving Indian country be reviewed by me, and I can't remember the last time I reviewed a Rosebud case. And I have to approve any case that we decline involving a non-Indian committing a crime against an Indian, and I have not done that either.
is that something that can be provided so we can look at actual statistics on how many cases?
We can do that.
Okay.
We have the capability of doing that. You mentioned earlier that when Marty was, and Randy Seiler used to come down and give that report. I thought it was a big deal when I sat on council, but now that I sit up there, that is just a skin. I mean, it doesn't show nothing.
It's just numbered, right?
It shows a couple big cases that it doesn't show everything.
You're talking about the annual report. Yeah, and that's on our website, and I think Jordan Rand found it. So it is there, and it just highlights certain cases, right? It's not the entire story.
What is it called again?
The 2022 annual report, and it's on our homepage.
Just like right in the middle.
They haven't been down to do that for a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't seen it since before the pandemic.
Yeah, it's online. We haven't come down to present it. If you want us to present on it, we can have that separate
I
meeting.
think what Lisa's getting at is that communication barrier when they come down and give a report, it allows them to ask questions. Also, it's not just about the reporting, but some of the concerns that the tribe has, because we don't always get that communication, or at least they don't. They don't get that communication with you guys, so, if it's just one time a year, I mean, so be it. It's not a big deal. They wanna hear from you guys and ask questions too. It's not just always asking, coming from me or Melissa or Attorney General. They wanna hear from you guys. I mean, you're just as part of this process as we are. It's just a bigger picture when it gets to that level. So, I don't think it's point to come down and do that in the future, because it hasn't been done in a really long time.
And with that, council's permission, can I please get the floor for one of our directors? Jody Mon. Jody.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Spotted Tail Children's Home. We're licensed through the state of South Dakota Emergency Shelter for Children. We're funded by the tribe. We're kind of forgotten, but when you talk about the victims, I'm upset with all of you from Pierre. This plea bargain. I'm the oldest one there. We have young girls. Steve's heard me cry over what we have to see when these young ones are brought to us. And then in Pierre, just not here lately, there was one plea bargained out. She died. That's really wrong. These children that are coming out of these homes because of drugs, because of all these crimes, we see them up there. They come to us, and I'm upset about the whole system And someday I hope our council asks Spotted Tail staff to come down here and see what goes on there. We not only work with children from Rosebud, Pine Ridge brings them to us. We have 2 from Eagle Butte that came in last night. I kind of applaud Pine Ridge. If a mama tests positive while baby's in uterine, she's shipped to Rapid City and that baby's taken. We've raised a lot of babies from the day they were released from the hospital till they find a home from them. The mom has to go through certain steps of treatment before she can get her baby back. Here, we have little ones who know when they're brought to us because of all this meth in their home, they're gonna go home in a couple days and then they tell us, I'll be back, Grandma. They know the routine. But the little ones, our future, all these kids, where's their help? BIA only funds 3 staff members there. Where's their help to help them heal to the future? All the trauma that they see, they're there. The girls that I work with, ever so often we get a workshop with Troy Lunderman. They vent to her, they cry to her, and she helps them. The only other people that we get to are when the cops come in. Several of the cops have been in there with us. I'm an old lady, and when I stand at a bedroom door and look at a little girl, 7 years old, who's been violated, while she's having nightmares and screaming, and then I listen on the radio and I hear about these plea bargains, that's so wrong to our little brown babies here. You've done no justice. When you're allowing these plea bargains, it's wrong. And the whole system here, at some point, I wish that the tribe, all of you, our governing body, would ask Spotted Tail what they see down there, what they go through and what they see. It's pretty sad, and I respect your positions to a level, but also I want you to know allowing these plea bargains is wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, that was everybody to speak. Thank you. I'd like to request from your guys' office, because you're working with a lot more legally trained people, but you have a trust responsibility. And I've asked and I've sent letters to BIA and Aberdeen as well. I'm formerly on the Judiciary Board, and I would like to request assistance from you to help recruit an Attorney General for Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I would like to request immediately, if you have anybody that you can send down to the Judiciary Board to help make the amendments that were in the process before we lost our Attorney General, because we had some really good amendments that we were wanting to have implemented in our law and order code, and then our Attorney General had left. And some of them were addressing how long someone had to stay in-house here on just a minor conviction of paraphernalia, something like that. You know, we had those in process, and then our Attorney General left. And if you guys could literally come down or find some federal monies, even if it's one time, to help us make those code revisions, that would be extreme help. Now, on the other end of it, our court system, we really need some funding. We are short on judges right now. We are short on prosecutors and public defenders. Thank you.
Scott, thank you, Karen.
we actually did secure, working with your former Attorney General, a grant that would have placed a prosecutor down here. I believe it was through OVW, correct? And we tried for 3 years to get an attorney to fill that position, and we could not fill the position. And eventually that funding went back. We cannot give you legal advice as far as writing the code, as far as our positions go, because we might have to argue those laws in court. That's happened from time to time. But what I can do is, we used to have a program I started in conjunction with the law school. Many years ago, we brought her down to meet the council, Tiffany Graham from the law school, where they were having law students under the supervision of their professors, and they were assisting in code drafting and legal research for the judges, and it was at no cost to the tribe. So we actually have a really good relationship with the new dean. He used to be the federal public defender for the Dakotas. So we can certainly reach out to them and see if the law school is willing to do that program again. And UND, we can reach out to UND and BJ again and see if they want to participate in something like that. And I believe Mr. Peterman had something he wanted to discuss as well.
Well, I'll be retired soon, and I'll be looking for a
What's your application in?
Yeah, tell me about it. Because Randy and I used to talk about that. I said, what are you doing when you retire? So I don't know, but I'm reaching so too. Hey, I want to talk about this plea bargain thing, okay? I've been prosecuting. I started out as a child sex abuse prosecutor, and until I became the supervisor in Rapid, I probably spent about 22 years, forgive me if the math is wrong, prosecuting child sexual abuse and adult rape cases. So I've been there and I've done it for a long time. And let me tell you something. There are, some of the federal laws don't even allow us to drop the charges to a lower offense. But we have to be able to, because let me give you a scenario. I prosecuted cases in which the victim was a 7-year-old girl. And you never forget those, right? I'll go to my grave remembering that. But in order to, everybody's talking about like plea bargaining like it's a terrible thing. If I get a guy who comes in, he says, I'll admit touching that 7-year-old girl inappropriately, and I can get 15 years on that guy and not have to put her on the stand. And mama doesn't want her on the stand, and she's going to get subject to all the terror, if you will. I'm not afraid of it, but I'm the adult. She's not. All the terror of a trial, you're darn straight I'm going to take that 15-year plea. Absolutely. And the mom is going to go home feeling better, and that child, because I bring that, we all do. I'll take that child into that courtroom. Again, I'm not afraid to do it with her, but I'm afraid for her. It's a traumatizing event to have to come into a courtroom with 12 non-Indian people sitting there in a jury box and this scary judge up there with big black robes and all that. Again, we've done it, we do it frequently, but it's sometimes the family says, wait a minute, what can we do short of going to trial? Because guess what? Going to trial doesn't mean I'm going to get a conviction either. And so sometimes the certainty of a guilty plea to 10, 12, 15, gosh, we've gotten 20, 30-year sentences. That's right, pleaded. So the plea bargain isn't the how do I want to say it? It's not a terrible thing to go. It's the way I get some of these cases resolved, and have been doing it my whole career. Not everybody likes those pleas, but you know whose opinion means more to me than anybody in the world? That's right. That child and the mother or the grandmother or what have you. And it's not that, sometimes they'll come and say, we don't want you to, we don't want to go to, we don't want to go to trial. And I say, yeah, but I do want to go to trial. Because maybe it's not enough time. He says, I'll take 5 years. Sorry, not going to happen. I need more than 5. So then we go to trial, and that's not always great either. Man, you don't want to lose that trial, though, because the family wanted to do something less just to make it go away for the child and the family. And you're right, it's the whole family. It isn't just the child that suffers. Everyone suffers. So I'm going to defend our practice in the office because, well, and let me just say this, by the way, and I'm not pulling this out of DC came out and evaluated our office. They do this every 5 years. They just left this summer. We try 3 times as many cases in the U.S. Attorney's Office in South Dakota than the entire country's federal prosecutors. 3 times as many. We try cases like crazy in this state. And you know why? Because we don't just give things away. Because a guy, beats up his neighbor and wants 6 months. Not happening. So we've become sort of our own worst enemy, because it's extraordinarily time-consuming to try cases. But you know what we say when we hire somebody? If you're not willing to try a case, go find a different job. I'm not interested in somebody afraid of a courtroom. But, and this is something else Chief mentioned, witnesses. I need a witness. Now, I've tried cases, and so have a lot of my colleagues. All I've got, the only witness is that child. That's a huge risk we take going to trial. But sometimes Megan Poppin, a colleague in Rapid, she just won't hear it. Doesn't matter, we're going to trial. And I've won cases and I've lost cases that way too. Only with the child, because what we always tell jurors is nobody's molesting a kid in public. They're not doing it out on the street corner. They're doing it in privacy. They're doing it when the family's not around. That often leaves you with one witness, that child. Not always, though. And we struggle to find more witnesses and forensic evidence and experts and maybe a statement by the defendant that we can use. But sometimes the only way we're confident, and we always consult with families. We don't walk into these decisions. We don't sign plea agreements. We don't go to trial without the family's involvement. Sometimes it's one person, a grandmother or an auntie or somebody who's supporting that child, because oftentimes the perpetrator is from the family, and we know that too, that all too often. But whatever, we prosecute it. But the last thing I want to do, and I've had this happen, I've lost a case and I got to go tell that child. I don't tell them the jury didn't believe you. That's not the way you do it. But there's no bigger kick in the gut than losing a child sexual abuse case. Second one is an adult rape. But the adult at least understands that you did everything you could for her. A child, I don't know. I've had it happen. It happens. But make no mistake, we're not afraid to try these cases. We're not giving away cases because we're afraid to go to court. Sometimes, though, we have to plead for all the reasons I just stated. And it's not a perfect system, but it's the only system. And I'll always defend our practice. Because if you look around, and this last thing I'll say, you look around, there isn't a U.S. Attorney's Office in the country that has better stats working child sexual abuse cases than the District of South Dakota. I'm not saying we're perfect. We are not. But we give a damn, and when it comes to children, we are vigilant in how we practice and prosecute cases. So forgive me for getting a little fired up here, but that's why we're here. That's why I'm still here, Chief.
I guess I got Web Steve and Web Lila, just really quick. Yeah.
I'm getting lunch.
I understand a lot of what you just said.
I know.
And we'll take 15-year plea bargain any day of the week. We'll take a 10 or even the 7. But when you're getting 1 or 2 years, 3 years, that's a bunch of BS.
It's terrible.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Those are the plea bargains I'm talking about. Sure, we've gotten a couple that you get a lot of long-term sentences on real violent ones, but for the most part, when I show these guys those stats of people who went since I've been up there, they're going to be alarmed. And everything that you just said here is going to make you look not good. You don't practice over here, you practice over there. Your office is a lot different than what we do up here. That I know, because I sat in a meeting with you and I listened to your stats on how many years you got on drug cases, and I brought that up. And the very next day, I had people calling my office because I called it out.
Which office is that, Steve? You're talking about Rapid City?
No, when we went to the meeting in Pierre, you were down there presenting and you were telling your stats about drug cases, and I brought up our stats. I started getting calls the very next day because I ruffled feathers, and I've been on this body for a long time, and I call it the way I see it. I don't hold back. I don't care where I'm at. If I see something wrong and I need to speak up, I'm gonna. And a lot of what you said here is really, really true, because we sit around and we have those meetings also when we investigate, especially those kind of crimes. What's gonna be best for that family? But when you have a slam dunk, you have a slam dunk. And there's no reason to plea bargain a 2-year sentence or a 3-year sentence. And that's what's frustrating to us. And then I get checked from these guys because the person's on the street after a little while. Those are the things that we're talking about. And those are the things that need to be improved. And that's what these guys are talking about. That's why they're asking these questions. Something needs to be done. And it's really the process. The process is long, it's hard, it's frustrating, and it always doesn't work in your favor. Not always. And like I said, I understand a lot of what you said, but some of it I totally disagree. Because I really pay attention, especially to those kind of crimes. And you can tell when somebody's gonna turn. I mean, we sit around and we brief on the cases that come up before they're even sent up there. And we know our attorneys well enough what's gonna be said, what they're gonna kick back, her letters they're gonna get on which case. So I don't know how it is over there, and I don't know how many cases a year you have, but our office up there, they need help too. That's a lot of cases for a couple people to handle. It's overwhelming. And to have just one for drugs, and there's just no way. I mean, I don't know if she's the one that you talk to, or if you guys just don't want to put no one up there. It's the same way with the FBI. We have the same problem with the FBI. They have 5 agents up there. 5 agents, 4 for gen crime, 1 for drugs. Now, I don't know what's going on with that dang office, but they're never down here either. That's a whole different story that you guys probably need to call the director down here and talk to them and let them know that they need help too. Because we need their help in a lot of different areas, and it's just not happening. It's not. It's continuously a rollover every 4 years, I think it is. FBI does a rollover, is it 3? And the people that we get here, they don't even have experience. They don't. They come here and they get their experience here, and then they move on to a bigger and better place. So we're guinea pigs here when it comes to these big crimes that these guys handle. I would rather see our guys handle cases more than the FBI. I would. I think our guys are better trained and hell of a lot more experienced than the agents that come down here. Then I'm proud to say that that's our department. But when it comes to child crimes, it's a straight referral to the FBI. Homicides, that's a straight referral to the FBI. We refer all of those up. The one thing that we did do is we put in for a grant to become forensic interviewers. They'll get the same training as the FBI. That's going to help that office. That's going to help expedite these guys when it gets to court. But our guys will be trained in that if we get the grant. Hopefully we do. But those are things that we're shooting for to strengthen and build our department, so we don't have to be so reliant on them for every little thing. We can just work straight with the U.S. Attorney's Office. But it's a long. We're so far off. I think in a lot of areas our tribe is by far in the forefront when it comes to law enforcement and courts.
but we still have a long way to go. You all know how our law enforcement is, and you know how our courts is, and to say that we have the best in the country, you know where we're at. You know how other tribes, their court system and their law enforcement is compared to ours. We're decades apart ahead of them. That I can say. And it's been that way for a long, long time. So even though we have our faults, be proud of what you have, because everybody works their butts off. Court does, we do, corrections does. Corrections, both ACF and JDC, they're basically mom and dads to these people that are in there. They're babysitters. And they're with dangerous, dangerous people. We take them in there and they're stuck with them. They're the ones that have to deal with them, not us. Once we get them into those doors, that's their responsibility, and it's a scary job. And it's hard to find any kind of help. Law enforcement across the nation is short-staffed. The Bureau is 40%, at 40%. They call us for help. And I told them, no way. I'm not sending anybody from here. We have our own problems here that we're worried about. But even our surrounding counties, they're all short-staffed. You call any one of them agencies. The one thing we do have going for us here, and it's been around us for about 3 years now, is we do not have a fentanyl problem here yet. But if we do, we're in big trouble. We are in big trouble. Lila, and we need to close and have lunch.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to, real quick, because I know they gotta leave, but why doesn't the federal court system have a child advocate to help with those issues you were talking about? Do you guys have anybody there as for child advocacy?
We do.
Okay.
We do. We have victim witness advocates, but we work. Does the BIA have a victim witness advocate, Chief? Okay. See, like in Pine Ridge, the BIA has a victim witness advocate, Donnell Eckerby. And the Bureau also has, right, victim witness advocates that are supposed to be working with those children. But I gotta tell you, on every reservation, we rely a great deal on the Child Protective Services, CPS, tribal CPS.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we do with our MDT meetings. We have MDTs here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
The other thing, I want to know who those two people are. I don't hear you. Second, this body here, we need to go back and we need to have the 638, our own police department. Back then, we almost lost it in 2015. So we had to, 11th hour, make some changes, and I said that before. We had to bring in an administrator, and that's how we saved our department. Now, this body, and from all the issues we're having, we need to look back at our 638 law and order program that we have there. We need to strengthen it. We don't have a chief of police. We have an administrator and a captain. And I'd like to acknowledge Mark Cattell here today as well. Those guys, we need to look at that. How are we gonna strengthen the right wing of this police department? We need to look at that, and we need to talk to them about that and see what we can do. Like I said, we can give them everything, but they can't do nothing until the law and order code is strengthened. The other thing is, I'm talking real quick, throw it all in one. These guys, the police officers, they right now are the ones who will remove those children. But sometimes there's no room for the crisis center to take them. They're too young to go to Melissa or the JDC program. So guess what? Those little bodies, those little people, our Wakanja, our sacred ones, they're sitting at the PD. That cops there becomes their parent. That's wrong. Those guys are needed on the road. And we need funding for that. We need to place, and I will not stress enough, a social worker or a child advocate to be in that department, because that's not the officer's job. We, at one time, we provided diaper bags and car seats for those cop cars. I don't know if you guys still have those, but that's not their job. We're lacking there. And these children, they need a place to go. Should we have another bill, something, but they're maxed they have their limits at Spotted Hill. Child welfare is really a different branch. You have all these child to adult ratios. There can be one social worker to 20 kids. That's still a lot. So we got to look at that. We got to put something there for that department as well, and whoever those people are, to help them up there. We even had one officer adopt a child. He adopted one of the kids. So they're about, they're full up there. The other thing is we have community policing. That does not mean just driving through town and going off, because those statistics are used for funding. But if we come to an agreement somewhere, somehow, maybe helping you guys with our statistics, and we're really stingy with those. But if we have to share those and we can get those to you guys, and however we need to, that's how that funding will come down. We got to go all the way to DC together, and nothing's going to happen till we get that done. And we do have a child welfare designated agency within this tribe, Sioux Child and Family Services. They are working on Title 4E, and eventually they are going to take over the state's services. They're going to be doing all that work. We need to have them here. The state doesn't do nothing for us when it comes to children. They call and call and call and call. Sometimes nobody comes. On weekends, there will be nobody. They'll get a child and they just, wherever, and the state has done us so wrong in that arena. They are no help to us. That's why we have our Sioux Child family. That's why we have these Spotted Hill Crisis Center. But you know what? We need to take care of our own council. It's time we stood up and we took care of our own, because until that happens, nothing's going to be done. The other thing I want to put out here, because I'm getting texts, who sends the cases to peer? That somehow is not clarified. So the PD make the decision, the CIs make it, or does our president make that decision? That's what people are asking me today. So we need to clarify that as well. But if we can have those names, Steve, of the 2 people that are supposed to be our child advocates, that would be great. And I appreciate everything you guys said today. Thank you for coming.
I guess just to clarify, we don't take cases from the president. We take cases from local police, BIA, FBI. We take cases that come to us. We review them and we make our decisions from there. But yeah, thank you for having us. I was heartened to hear the acknowledgement that we all have a role to play in community safety. We acknowledge our role, we take it seriously, and we look forward to continuing to work with all of you. I came here to talk about human trafficking, and I wanted to share with you that 2 months ago we did indict a case out of Winter. A man and a woman were indicted for the trafficking of, we have 2 victims in that case. They're both minors, so I can't share the names. When you hear that there's trafficking happening, we need people to come forward and report it so that we can build cases. And if we can't build a trafficking case, as the chief said, those are hard to do, we can build a sexual assault case. So we need your help in reporting these crimes, we need your help in supporting the victims and the witnesses, and we need your help in prevention. If you want us to come to the schools, Troy and I were just in Sisseton yesterday for the entire day presenting to high schoolers and middle schoolers. We did that in Lower Brule and Crow Creek a month or 2 ago. We're happy to do that. It's a joy to be with children talking about things we want them to stay away from, ways they can stay safe. So please let us know when we can come do that. Otherwise, we remain available for any
Definitely
questions.
set something up for you guys to go to our
Yeah.
schools.
Yeah.
We'll get in touch with you.
Okay.
Anything else? Chris, make a comment?
I'd like to apologize to each and every one of my elders in this room for speaking for me. anytime you talk about children, it's obviously a sensitive issue. But one thing that we also have to consider too is whenever you have victims that are involved in such things when we go to schools, there's a lot of kids that, well, for one, I know that no one obviously except for no one ever wants to get anyone in trouble. For two facts, they probably raised this idea that cops are the enemy, or two, they're scared. They don't want to be embarrassed by what the truth is. And even though we know the truth with such a degree, it's how we were raised. Everything that is a problem with every Native American across not only our reservation, but across the entire Indian country, across the entire country, is our mental health. And that's not talked about enough. Mental health is like the biggest issue amongst every single thing that we go on. You know, it goes down to our drug problems, it goes down to our problems in this our own governing body. It's a mental health issue. And we know how to go forward as a thing. You know, talk is cheap at the end of the day. That's all we're doing right now, just talking. I know that this governing body, we really can do some positive things if we put our minds together and actually do the work instead of just talking about it. You know, right now, we only meet 3 times out of the month. We're not focused when it comes to these meetings. We're already having people, you know, off on lunch. We haven't even broke for lunch yet. And we're not making sacrifices in this governing body to actually hit these problems. We're just talking about it. And I'm scared that 3 years from now, you know, we're still going to be talking about it. And so I know that with every person in here that's in this room, we can actually come together. Just like Lila was talking about, it's like you guys are talking about. We have plans, we have, you know, things that can get done. But for some reason, as soon as we all leave this building, it goes away. We forget about it, we go on about our lives until it comes up to the next meeting. I think we need to act now, and how, if that has to be an emotion, how to word it or something, I think we should do that right now, so that it stays in motion, so we can keep going forward with it. Because I don't want to lose anything that's been talked about right now. I don't want to have to continue going on walks to support victims whenever we could get them going right now. I don't want to have to lose relatives because we're afraid to talk when we can do something right now. I'm tired of talking. You know, we need to do actions. And what does that look like? How can we do that? We're a governing body. That's up to us. We really need to take this job seriously and like be focused in these meetings. And so with that, you know, food for thought, we really need to start making bigger sacrifices. We need to start meeting a lot more. We need to start following these virtues so that, you know, we can have truth, we can have passion, we can have bravery, fortitude, generosity, wisdom bestowed upon our people rather than just keeping it to ourselves. And I thank you for coming, and I thank all the directors for coming, I thank you guys for listening. And I really do hope to see you guys more often, and if you can, come to my community too, so that my people in my community knows what's going on. But also understand too, that victims, a lot of them feel more embarrassed that things have happened to them because they get made fun of. You know, we're not sensitive to certain things. We make jokes about everything. And that could be just because we were raised. A lot of people make dark jokes to push humor aside, to push our trauma aside, because humor is what makes us move. But there comes a time where we have to quit doing that and start healing. You know, we need to quit making jokes about heavy topic issues so that our police department can, you know, prosecute the way that they're supposed to, so that our people can get the support that they're supposed to, rather than just making fun of one another. And that's one thing that we really need to put a stop to, is making jokes. You know, these are serious matters. And it's a shame that we're still talking about 30, 40, 50 years from now. You know, going way back then to now. You know, we do need to update our laws, a lot of our oaths. We need to do a lot of things moving forward, and that should definitely start before this meeting ends. Thank you.
Sorry guys, I know everybody's so hungry. Thank you, Chairman. I just have a question quickly about, I really thank Chris for his comments and everybody's really, but just to kind of give us an action at the end here, do we have an existing body? If we do, what would be the existing body to kind of take these conversations forward? And I know we have judiciary, I know we have governmental affairs, but I feel like at those committee levels, it's hard to have some time of the visionary type of conversations that need to be had to have everybody come together on the same goals and then, you know, find out how everybody can find their part in that goal. So I don't know well, my question is something already in existence? Like, does PD already have regular meetings with, you know, somebody? If not, is there a way that we can establish that? I think I heard one of the presenters talk about, you know, different commissions and different things that they're on. It sounded like there was lots of planning and discussion and visionary talk going. And I really feel like that's what we're needed here for our tribe on almost every level, is reconnecting. But in order to reconnect all of our different moving parts, is we need that vision. But because we're crisis mode and because we're, you know, going off of the pandemic and all this stuff, we don't have time for that. So I guess my question is, can we make time, or can we acknowledge a time and a space dedicated to have those types of big picture type discussions that are important, but maybe sometimes don't get priority because decisions and lives and things are also a little bit higher on that priority list sometimes. So my question is, do we have that in existence? If not, can we create that? Thank you.
These apples we involve in committees, bringing these issues back to your committee and bringing them through governmental affairs is the right process. But we don't have anything in place besides that I know of. Okay?
Just as a follow-up, if you suggest governmental affairs, are all of the parties that we need to be there required to go to that, like courts, you know, like, I mean, there's so many different things that I mean, legal, there's IHS, I mean, there's so many different things that I just, again, it almost seems like it's this own movement that needs to happen with all these moving parts. If not, I don't feel policy or some of those decision type making are going to get moved forward if we're having those visionary talks at a committee.
Every department that they report to as far as committee, they should all be there. If they're not, they should be reported to me.
So no one committee is gonna get that done. And Chair mentioned earlier that when we had the big meeting at the courthouse, the marshal asked to bring somebody from the outside to work on the law and order code, and that's in process now. I don't know where it's at. That's where we started.
I don't want to say that there's not a lot of legislation that doesn't go through here, because there's a lot of amendments to the law and order code that have been made. So we're not absolutely clear back in the dark ages, you know, like we're saying. A lot of the laws that have been amended, and we are following now, so we don't want to say we're not doing anything. So I just wanted to say that.
It's just a really long process.
Yeah, it's a really long process. Emily?
Because it's a really long process, I think that's why I was trying to get everybody on that process, because these are our laws and these are important and they are serious and they can't be done by an emergency resolution that doesn't go through communication channels. And so again, I'm very aware that we can't do it on one committee, but we have to start somewhere. So that's what I'm trying to get.
A lot of stuff that's presented as far as changes to law and order code, they made, they're changed, they went through the process. They're waiting for 3/4 of our members to pass it here. And sometimes we don't get that. So when we do get it, we then made a motion that every time we get 3/4 of our, to amend some type of law and order code or ordinance, then we go into that session and do that. So we still should continue to do it that way. So as long as we get enough members to make those changes, we should deviate and go into and make those changes. So that's what we're here for. Okay. Oh, Wayne, I forgot about you over there.
I just want to make one quick comment, you know, first of all, I want to apologize that you have to go with my Rich, but I love it. But I want you to leave here knowing that we need to provide some balance and some consistency. I've been in this body for 20-some years. 20-some years ago, your offices were getting involved in court cases. Now, everything's set up here, it's set back. There needs to be a balance here, consistency. That's what everybody's talking about. I just want to throw that out to you for a lot.
Hopefully we can see you again. Thanks for coming. We really appreciate your time that you came down here. I know I called you down there because of a meeting we had in August, but I'm glad you guys came. There's a lot of issues that we need to talk about. We still need to keep that communication up. I got Troy's number. You can always get a hold of him. He always answers his phone for me, so we'll continue to get that communication better. and maybe he can help us with some of our needs down here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
I work with guys who are around there.
If you were really bad, they'd send you an over.
Chris, go ahead.
Since we're still in session, I just want to ask just a quick question and then maybe move forward on it. Our house attorney, our tribal attorney, would it be possible to have him work with our justice system, or justice committees, I believe, and judiciary justice, whatever you want to call it, to actually update our laws? I have his stay on it too, so that we can make this process just a little bit faster on our end.
I think he's been doing that anyway, so, yeah. He's come to the committees, comes to governmental affairs, comes to, the judiciary committee meetings, so. He's trying to take on some of those roles that the attorney general would do, and so he's trying to do some of that. So we don't have the people applying for the attorney general's position like we should. I'm still trying to work with, another gentleman that was, maybe he reconsidered and might want to come to Rosebud. But he's got some experience, but he doesn't have a whole lot of experience. We're trying to recruit an attorney general. That's why they were asking them if they can help us do that. Maybe they can throw some people this way that are all trained that will help us maybe be interested in being our attorney general. So but I will let him know that he needs to come to our meetings and be part of the process.
Okay, should we make that as a motion?
Well, I don't know if you can. Yeah.
So there, he sent an email out as well. Eric
Yeah.
has.
I think it's already been made, Chris.
All right.
Okay. Okay, let's break for a recess for an hour.
10 to 3.
Dara's sitting in the back.
Yeah. They're sitting in the back. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Here, my next 11. All right, council, back to session. Yeah. 9, 11.
Okay, council, we'll get back on our regular agenda for this month. We had treaty council wanting to present some type of agreement with over Pactola. We're trying to be the manager of Pactola.
Visitor center?
Yeah, visitor center, so when they come back in, we'll go back to them. Right now, we got our BIA superintendent, Ray Hart, Jolene. Keep forgetting her title for her
I have my long title, shortest report, my long title.
Call it West Key still. Okay.
Did everyone get the email report that was sent out?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's basically all I'll be reporting on. I met with IT today and they added the whereabouts unknown link to the Facebook page. Because now we went up from last month to 2737 whereabouts unknown. So if you guys see the website, Facebook website, even if you have relatives, type in their name. If they show up, have them contact our office so we can get their accounts updated. But going back to the report that I have for the RST general account, there's $70,459. A big drawdown was done before we had our anticipated shutdown. Tribal Land Enterprise, their certificate account is $3,591,775.60. And they also had a drawdown too this last month. The Indian Land Consolidation recoup account, it's up to $9,261,608.76. And like I mentioned before, our whereabouts unknown accounts is at 2737. And, you know, somebody could be on that just because they didn't check their mail and their statement got returned, or if they recently inherited through a probate, good chance that their account information wasn't all there for our accounting information. So they just need to update where information like their date of birth or social security number. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a couple.
Yeah.
Wayne? First of all, on that recoup account.
Yeah.
Is there ever going to be a possibility of us getting that released to us to purchase the land the way we want to purchase, or is that always going to be a fight?
You can request it to go into an account. We would just have to verify that all purchases made with that money were made in accordance with the secretarial order.
And that is?
So, like no fee interest, just undivided trust interest, yeah.
So how do we change that? I mean, we haven't touched any of that money for the last 10 years because of that issue.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big dispute because we're of the opinion that the money in that account was derived from lease income, not from the purchase of that land. The purchase of that land, that money put in that account, and that money should have been restricted, not the next year, the next year, the next year's
Yeah.
lease income.
And we
like you're doing to us. So
Yeah.
That's our big complaint. How do we change that?
You would have to make an official request to the Secretary of Interior, to Deb Holland, because she was the one that issued the secretarial order with those restrictions on the purchasing with the funds. So, but in the meantime, you guys are more than welcome to, or TLE or whoever's doing the land purchasing, to use that money in the meantime for future purchases of trust interest.
Yeah, it has to be fractionated interest.
Yeah.
And that's what Chili's does on their own.
Yeah. And this is, you know, I don't want to say it's basically free money, but it would free up TLE's funds if they used it and then use, you know, their TLE funds for fee interest. And then in turn, turn around and bring it into trust.
with interest, you know, that's a good interest rate.
And the other question I have is, all this land that was purchased with Yelka, and all the land that was purchased with the settlement, that was purchased through tribes, the tribes' money. So when the leases are paid on those tracts of land, who tracks that money goes? Is it going to the TLE account or is it going to the tribe?
It depends on, like, when it was purchased with ILCA funds, those went into a 030 account, I believe. So all those interests
And, not interest, all the lease income is going into that account, which is then sweeping into the general RST account.
So that all goes to the RST
Yeah.
account.
Yeah. Unless it was specified when, through other purchases that, say TLE purchased it, it would, the money from those leases would go to that, back to that account, TLE. But we could, if you put in a special request, we could do, not an audit per se, but we could show how much income is coming in from those leases, like back to a specific amount of time.
Yeah, I would just be curious to see who's tracking that.
Mhm.
I'd be curious of that.
Yeah, we don't really track that unless you guys put in a specific request. But that's something that we could potentially do for you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Does anyone else?
Does everybody understand what we're talking about?
So yeah, like I said, my reports are pretty short, so don't hold you all day.
Seeing that there's $100,000 in those IAM accounts that belong to somebody, so if your name's on there, contact her, you might be a rich person.
Or a family member could be. So yeah, look up that website and type in your name. Yeah, you could have money in there, or you know, some of the people on that list are deceased, so it's just a matter of the family notifying us, our office, or BIA that they're, you know, estate status, and then we can take them off of that list. But I don't.
Any other questions for Jolene? Not, thank you, Jolene.
Okay, thanks everyone. Have a good day. Yeah.
Martha? Motion to approve Jolene's report. Second by Emily, question by Chris.
I know.
All in favor of approving Jolene's report?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we're on B. Go ahead, Lisa.
Just to go over some of the information that Jolene has provided and told us regarding our ILGA and our money that we have to purchase, you know, with those spending guidelines on there. We've made a big effort in the past with Secretary of Interior Sweeney in the past, whenever Secretary Jewell actually released that money to us, but put those spending guidelines on there. So I don't know if we need another, I'd like to make a motion to put that back into play again. I'll move to have you write a letter to the Secretary of Interior Holland to change those spending guidelines on our ILCA money.
Motion on the floor.
That's what recoup money.
And that recoup money.
money, be able to use it on purchasing land rather than.
The fractionated interest on it.
Second by Jordan, question by Damon. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
And then I'd like to make another motion to have you send a letter to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to track the income on the ILCA and the settlement money, so we can see what we talked about. You know, we use the tribe's money to purchase that land on it, so we can make a definition, or a definitively, you know, which one's the tribes and which one is TLE.
Second.
And Cobell, yeah.
Second by
Cobell,
Judy, question by Law. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 0.
Not voting.
0.
Carried.
And we do have prior legislation to that, letters that we did send to past Secretary of Interior Sweeney, that we did try to change those. And so that might kind of be followed up to show how many efforts we have made to try to get that guideline changed. Yeah. So.
Okay, be ready for the superintendent, and we'll get to see after the superintendent.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Council. There's not much that changed from last month's report. We're still having our meetings with TLE and Solo. Solo started to start coming to these meetings, and we're having a bi-weekly meetings just to go over processes and any issues that come up between TLE and Solo. Art Hacker from the regional office came down. We had a meeting with Art on his program and some of the carryover, which I believe Sherry was in that meeting, and Jordan. And it was a good productive meeting, which what Scott said earlier, that they're going to be using some of the funds for down payment on purchasing homes. We still have some positions that are being advertised, mostly from the fire program. We got some forestry techs that we're needing to fill, like the fire management officer. That's been vacant for over a year now, and it's been advertised at least, I would say, 5 to 6 times with nobody putting in for these positions. Same way with the fire operations specialist at fire. And that position is like the second, almost like an AFMO, but second command of the fire program. So we really don't have any management at the fire program right now. But we did put a dispatcher just doing the daily operations, the daily functions of the program, which that person is doing a great job. And he's keeping me updated and keeping the admin updated on anything that's going on. You know, we've had a real slow fire season this year too, so that's good.
Emily?
Hi. Sure.
It sounds like you've been trying to hire for a while. I'm just curious as to what your recruitment process is. Do you have funding specific for recruitment? Are you kind of piggybacking with the tribal announcements at all, or what is that process like?
Right now, we're just going to USA Jobs and advertising that route. Also, every time we advertise a position, the fire program has a Facebook, and they've been advertising on the fire Facebook. Also, we've been sending out to the region, other agencies and other, but I don't think we've I'll have to double check, but I don't think we've been sending it to the tribe to go your route, whatever advertisement avenues that you guys have. I think we need to start doing that too.
Thank you, and I'm not sure what all those avenues are either, so
Yeah.
no pressure there, but I was just
Sure.
wondering, just to kind of get the word out further, I don't know what the process is, because they are government jobs, but even
Mhm.
if we could just put something on the tribal announcements that they go out, that there's X amount of positions, and maybe click on this link or something like
Sure,
that.
sure, you bet.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the link will take them right to USA Jobs. But, yeah, we have a real shortage in the fire program right now. We also got, the rangeland management specialist, which is in classification right now. And once that comes out of classification, that should be hitting the streets or in USA Jobs too. And we'll use the same avenues and getting the word out for that job. And also we have 2 natural resource specialists that we're gonna be advertising, which they're in classification too. And we made a selection in the realty program for a realty assistant. That person started today, actually. No, yesterday. So I think realty should be fully staffed now. Any questions on the administrative and any of the other positions? Social services, for the month of September, there were 12 burial assistance applications taken and 10 were approved. 2 were denied for being over income. And 1 payment for the funeral home was processed this month, totaling $3,500. We had.
What's the income guideline?
I'll have to get that. I think I sent it out once, but I'll get you that information for the income guidelines. I'll send it to the whole council again. Right now, we have the balance as of September 28th was $207,941 in burial assistance. And then we had one approved for emergency assistance. Any other questions on burial or social services?
Is there a set amount that people get if they're approved, or does the amount vary?
It's $3,500. Yep. Including sometimes there'll be mileage attached to that too for the funeral home, but $3,500.
Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have a small question for you along the first, on those income guidelines, are those a federal guideline regulation, or is that something that the tribe imposed?
It's the federal guidelines. Wayne?
So on the feeder trust, where does the tribe send their rebuttal to turning land into trusts? And also I guess it's on there like that, Fairview.
On the Bear Butte feeder trust?
Well, a few of them, but it said that stadium sports property receives supplemental comments in opposition.
Mhm.
Private individual or was it?
They were the state of South Dakota.
Oh, it's,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
usually.
Yeah, yeah.
They usually try to deny all.
Yeah.
Yeah, the state set an appeal for it, and then that was the supplemental comments that we received. They gave us 30 days to respond, which Kelly did respond.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep, I did.
So we did respond within 30 days and said it was up. And so now, I don't know what the process is after that. It's gonna they'll probably look at our.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'll be sending a response back from the state.
Right, and then also I thought Fairview was finally moving forward with their trust.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday at PLA. It sounds like it is moving forward as going into trust. And the lawyer for Tail. Oh, go ahead.
That's all I have. Whenever we were successful in putting the Schlock into trust, we had to do some agreements with Pennington County. So there are some draft agreements that were mailed to the chairman, and I think he's gonna present them here pretty soon to you guys with weeks on. Right? So that's part of the process we have to go through. So it's going forward, but it's a process.
The draft agreement was supposed to have been a resolution attached, so I'm looking for that resolution to come forward. Mark Van Norman's been working on it. Once that agreement's in place, then we can proceed with land into trust. So still have to bring it through the council and the sheriff's office. What is his name? Pat West already signed off on the agreement. We just need council approval for me to sign off on it, and then the BIL will sign off on it as well. So I'll be presenting that tomorrow. Though. Mark Van Norman to go back. He's the one that was working on it. He should be able to explain a little bit better than I can. So.
And I believe that resolution is ready. Yeah, they did some edits to it yesterday.
We did review it too, and was there some, there was a little bit more acreage.
Yeah, it was like 99 acres.
What was the review, and then we had to do some work with the state, like the
Law enforcement is fire usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that he had that prepared yesterday, so we released it.
Was it a resolution or the agreement?
It was just the agreement.
Okay, so.
It was the resolution.
No, it was a resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, both.
Both of them,
Vera,
because,
was the resolution on there?
Yeah.
because we amended it to add more wording into it, because how the last therefore be it resolved kind of didn't have enough strength, so we added in some words that would give it more power to stand on the prayer that we're supposed to be there for. So, yep.
And the youth.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
youth,
Yeah.
and also,
When we get time, we'll bring that on tomorrow.
yeah, it got taken care of these.
There's really no changes in the facility report from last month. You know, they still got these building number 63 contract. The Rosebud Sioux gave it back to the BIA to do that. The Rosebud Sioux tribe passed a tribal resolution to return the contract award funding back to the BIA. Really no activity this month. Dog School, a modification has been approved for Dog School, and A&E firm hired. And it's Hermanson Egg Engineering, and they'll be preparing drawings to re-roof building 515 at the main school building. They will also perform the environmental remediation for building 515, 506, 508, 517, and building number 5. Quarters were not included in this plan, waiting for contract solicitation to award for projects. You know, like I said last month too, the replacement of the roof at the BIA in Mission, that's complete, and we're open to the public since last month. Anybody have any questions on the, anything for facilities?
So, with this 100-gallon fuel oil tank at the old law enforcement center, is that fuel tank used for the tribal court side too?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're working, as soon as our financial systems come back up, we are gonna be putting a PR to get that. We already got the quote for the new tank. That's gonna be external. It's not gonna be buried, it's gonna be external, along with all the work to get it wired in and hooked up. So we're hoping before it really gets cold and the snow comes, that we'll have that project complete. Any other questions on facilities? Self-determination, the tribe got their 2022 single audit uploaded into the clearinghouse, so that's That is all complete. Our self-determination specialist is still detailed to the regional office. And we have one that's been detailed into her position, into the self-determination specialist here in Rosebud. Those details should be coming up, ending soon, but I anticipate them to be extended. And the one that went to the region, she's cleaning up the region's backlog, and she's doing a great job up there. Everybody got their narrative reports in. Really no big issues for self-determination or any of these other contracts. Any questions for self-determination? Fire, I went over some of their positions. We've had 30 fires so far, which we're usually up 150 to 200 fires, so we've had a real slow fire season. The fields employee bladed field breaks number 6, 10, 11, 12, 18, 19, 20, 424, 425, and 426. And he also bladed field breaks 63, 64, and 65. And he's currently working on field breaks in the Spring Creek area.
Okay, because on that, I think it's 16 and 22, those are really heavily eroded, and I just went out there
Okay.
a couple days ago, and really I maxed out my 4-wheel drive.
Oh, really?
That sucker, but yeah.
Yeah.
Those ones, remember they go up to the old lookout tower?
Yep.
Yeah, so those
Okay.
ones, I noticed that there is a rancher that has a range unit and paying money, so that's what I was worried about, was
Yeah.
their access points.
I think that trail, we're still waiting for typical clearance.
Oh, okay.
Some of these other trails, they're field breaks, but we still refer them to fire trails, but we're waiting for typical clearance, and then hopefully in '24, we'll get to the rest of these ones that are in bad shape.
Just from the weather.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, from all the rain that we received in the snow. Prevention, he's been doing a lot of fire assignments this year just because of how our fire season has been really slow, really no investigations that he's been doing. And so he went and assisted other agencies this summer. Any other questions on fire? Probate hearings are being held this month on various cases within the Office of Hearings and Appeals, and those are being done through conference lines over the phone. And they've been doing that for a while now, and talking to the probate staff, that they're doing, it's working pretty good from what the probate staff is saying. They are currently researching 32 cases that were closed and have been identified with trust assets in or income on the Great Plains Regional Summary Report. I believe they did over 100 cases this year, so they've been working hard on making sure, trying to keep up with the caseload for probate. Any questions on probate? Range, staff measured and invoiced 7 hay cutting permits. Also measured 1 illegal hay cutting and invoice. Compliance inspections were completed on 18 range units. Staff completed 4 pasture authorizations and 4 management plans. Staff also completed 12 home site map requests, 3 home site surveys, and completed 1 water line mapping. They also went up to Peshlaw to do some more noxious weed spraying. Any questions on range? Like I said earlier too, we're trying to advertise two natural resource specialists and one rangeland management specialist. Range, our realty, I know we went over the feat of trust. Realty received and answered calls from individuals requested to sell their trust land interests to the Rosebud Sioux tribe. They forwarded those calls to TLE, and they sent their gift applications and submitted through the TAM systems. The realty officer has been helping up at Peshlaw, and he's been going up every other week and assisting with the management and hay-in and whatever else needed to be done up at Peshlaw. Staff's also working with engineers on the Rosebud School project. Additional work necessary to address the access point for the school and the need to lower water mains to meet the grade of the access points. Leasing department, they're still doing leases and putting out these contracts, answering a lot of calls from leases and leasers. Continue to work with FSA office out of the 4 counties with stocking and rates and verification of leases and for operator and program they administer. Like I said, they also attended the LE meetings with TLE just to clarify any processes and work through any issues. Acquisitions, received 6 applications to sell this to the Rosebud Sioux tribe, TLE, totaling 20 tract interest. 1 individual filed an applications to convey 2 interests, 1 application for deferred payment land sale involving 2 land tracts. Rights of way, during the month of September, staff is working with Golden West on some repairs to their lines that are copper. We have some inquiries about cell phone towers, and they were referred to the utility commissions waiting for typical clearance on 1 tower project. Working with the tribal broadband program on the 18 tower sites. Also working with Cherry Todd on several electrical requests. They're also working with the state of South Dakota Department of Transportation on Highway 44. Sent engineer drawings to TIPO. And feed of trust, I think we went over feed of trust already. Any questions for realty? And I believe my detail ends at the end of the month. The superintendent's detail is supposed to be ending at the end of the month, so she's due to be back either the last week of October or the first week of November. Any questions for me or BIA? No?
Just going back to what we were talking about earlier, with jumping forward and whatnot. I was curious to, if it was our agency that would help fund our justice programs here, or would it be like an PA?
The tribal justice?
Yeah, like to fund them more so it could get
More funding for the PD, is that what you're talking about? The courts, the whole thing? Okay.
Would that be something that RBA would do, or would you guys have to like do a referral?
That would be under the OJS, Office of Justice Services.
As superintendent, would you be able to write a letter to them?
Sure, I can work with our self-determination staff and see what our role is, and then get back to you and make sure we're following the right protocols to do that, yeah. Sure. Yeah, I can do that.
Anything else? BIA.
All right, well, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ray.
Yep.
Ray, do you have any idea when our engineer cost money was here?
I'll get with Andy and I'll get a different answer for you.
Thank you.
You're knowing us for that.
Motion by Jordan to approve the BIA report, second by Lila, question by Chris. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Carried.
Yeah, I'll stick with the
Okay, we have, next on the agenda is,
Before we move on, Chairman, I know I had spoke with the election office during lunch, and they wanted us to go and set a date for that special election. And they are thinking on October 26th.
October 26th.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion to set the special election date for October 26th.
Is that on a Thursday? Yeah, it is. Second, that, Evan?
No, I just have a question.
Need a second? Fremont? Go ahead, Evan.
My question was just on the data that on the education committee, there was a discussion regarding the St. Francis election and wanting to know if we had room to delay ours a bit or wait until both of them could coincide so we wouldn't have to do 2 separate funded elections. So I was just wondering if that plays into this at all.
We as council declared the seat vacant. According to our election ordinance, we have 30 days to have the special election.
I thought it was 30 days to have a date.
Have a date.
To have a date, yeah.
It didn't have to be done in 30 days, we just had to set the date.
Too late to put them on the ballot and have this St. Francis Middle School submit affidavits. That would prolong our special election, right?
For Shakira, I think she kind of talked about it this morning. I was asking her the same question. Shakira, well, there you are.
We'll talk about it.
Where's Shakira?
For time purposes, I would like to get this election done on the 26th, just because, you know, we have one vacant seat, we need that community needs to be represented. St. Francis Indian School, we're gonna have to advertise for opening of affidavits, and then we'd have to take affidavits for at least 2 weeks, and then we'll have to worry about backgrounds coming back. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, is a motion to set the date for October 26th. Any more discussion? If not, I need a question. Darrell, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
2.
2.
Carried. Jordan?
Then I'll make the motion to start the election process for the school, St. Francis Indian School.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Second by Michelle.
Question by Lila.
Question by Lila.
Since 2019.
Is it just to start the process?
Start the process.
Would
Process.
that include St. Francis funding it too?
They're supposed to, as far as I knew, that they were supposed to give us half and then we do half.
If we start the process, we can reach out to them and let them know what it's gonna cost.
But Shakira did say that they haven't paid the other one for the prior election yet either, so.
Well, that could be addressed, I guess. But this is to start the process.
Question, will you question it?
Yeah, but I have a question.
Go ahead.
I think, because I asked about that, because I knew that was an issue, but I think they had to look at which funding source it was gonna come for that last.
Yeah.
Okay. Question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Okay, we're ready for the tree council director.
Before I bring on the Factola, two resolutions, the deadline is this Friday. If you could, these were approved by Land and Natural. The first one is for category 1, and we're pursuing a BIA Tribal Resilience Grant Program, and that's for $250,000 to set up a to apply to help the Ochete Shakoi tribes to develop their climate adaptation plans. That first one.
We're gonna do before his report.
Yeah, that's what he wants. You need somebody from the treaty council's name over there?
David's on. Bring him up.
David, do you wanna, you're on the council, right? Can you bring this on as an emergency?
This one, small packet.
There's 2 of them there.
Motion to bring up as an emergency would be the number. 319, need a second. Ben, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve. Need a second? Lila? Go ahead, Newman. You can have Phil read it if you want.
Got it.
Yeah, he got glasses. Go ahead, Phil.
Whereas RST Climate Crisis Working Group and the Treaty Council will develop a grant application on category 1 planning, maximum $250,000, does not include funding for implementation activities due October 13th. Whereas the Sichango Lakota Treaty Council is requesting authorization to submit a grant application for the planning of a Ochete Shakoi Climate Adaptation Plan for FY 2024 BIA Tribal Resilience Grant Opportunity. Whereas the RST Land and Natural Committee has reviewed the resolution October 2nd and recommends approval to the Tribal Council. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council approves the committee's recommendation and direct the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Sichango Climate Crisis Working Group under the Sichango Lakota Treaty Council to submit the grant application to BIA on category 1 planning, maximum $250,000, does not include funding for implementation activities due October 13th. Be it further resolved that the tribal president and or his designee is hereby authorized to sign any and all pertinent documents thereof.
Any discussion? Any question? Wayne? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
This next resolution is to apply for the same grant, but in a different category. That's category 2. The maximum is $4 million, and we want to build a facility with this grant.
Getting a green on the emergency. Numbers 320, need a second. Chris, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Not voting. Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve, Damon? Yeah. Need a second? Lila? Go ahead, Joe.
Whereas the Secretary of Interior, through the BIA Office of Trust Services Branch of Tribal Climate Resilience, solicits proposals from federally recognized tribes and authorized tribal organizations to receive awards to support tribal climate resilience planning and strategy implementation. Whereas the RST Climate Crisis Working Group and the Treaty Council will develop a grant application on Category 2 implementation of climate adaptation strategies, maximum $4 million due on October 13. Category 2 must identify whether they include construction. The Sioux Treaty Council is requesting authorization to submit a grant application for the construction of a facility for the Sioux Climate Center and Treaty Council Center for FY24 BIA Tribal Resilient Grant Opportunity. Whereas the RST Land and Natural Committee has reviewed the resolution on October 2 and recommends approval to Tribal Council, that the Tribal Council approves the committee's recommendations and directs the Rosebud Sioux Climate Crisis Working Group under the Sioux Lakota Treaty Council to submit the grant application to BIA on Category 2 implementation of climate adaptation strategies, maximum $4 million. Be it further resolved that the tribal president or his designee is hereby authorized to sign in all pertinent documents thereof.
Any discussion on this one? Go ahead, Emily.
Thanks, Bill. That's some great work that you guys are doing. I just have a small question, to make sure I understand how they're related. So this was the implementation for the building of a pavilion. Do you already have an existing strategic plan or some kind of plan that would outline the need for that? Or is that what you're hoping to get the previous grant plan first?
The Rosebud, the Sioux Climate Adaptation Plan recommends for a Sioux Climate Center.
Awesome. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we had it somewhere
Yeah.
already. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any more questions? General, go ahead.
Who's gonna run this facility?
I will.
Oh, you are?
And-
So you're gonna have two hats on, as treaty and as climate? Isn't that like a double dipping though? I mean, they're both federally
No,
funded.
the way that I look at it is, the climate is above the treaty territory. So, we've been working on this probably since, this 5th year we've been working on this. And we want to monitor the climate on the treaty land. That's how the two are related.
Okay, I guess I just have some issues. I'm the Lakota of treaty, and my grandparents, they didn't have a center, they didn't have funding, they met privately and secretly. They didn't announce to anybody over YouTube, you know, this is our treaties, this is our way of life. So I guess I'm just kind of, now our treaty council is asking the Bureau of Indian Affairs from us. So I guess I'm just like, I'm confused, perplexed. That's it. That's my question. I don't understand how you're gonna run two programs, because those are federal funds. And looks like we should combine it. Otherwise, you're gonna be in trouble, because that's double dipping.
That's what,
Two federal funding agencies?
it's a grant opportunity.
Okay, just, I mean, I just have some questions, because now here we are gonna pass something for $4 million, and what are the plans, you know what I mean?
It's a grant opportunity for the tribe. It's the same grant that we received. We developed a climate adaptation plan for it. This is a continuation of our plans.
All right.
Where's the facility going to be located?
That's going to be part of the work to find a location. I'm going to work with the land office to, they have one site that's recommended behind, what do you call that, Soldier Hill. That one's already been reserved, and nobody used it. I guess they reserved it for something else, so we're going to take a look at that. So one more comment is that this facility that we're trying to build is something that probably never been done on a reservation, is to use local resources, materials to do this. I call it earth bricks. We have clay, we have lime, we have sand, we have gravel, and we have timber. All of those materials will be used to build this facility. So it's kind of like a demonstration grant, how you could possibly build some homes. I think I mentioned this to Lila too, so.
Emily, go ahead.
do you have any supporting documents or like the grant application or just any kind of document that would give us a little bit more information? Because I think it sounds great, but I just want to make sure like what we're actually approving that's going to move forward and what's kind of, you know, what we're approving, I guess, today and what's still up in the air for approval.
That's the concept that we have for this facility. I do have concept drawings and estimates, and I can email those to you.
I guess I'm gonna piggyback on her too, because my mother, you know, she told me that every time we apply for a grant, that gives the United States government enough to chip off some of our sovereignty. And this is our treaty council, so, you know, we're applying for a pretty big grant, so I'm with her of having all the details in front of us, because, you know, I don't want us to mess anything up for the future, you know. They could be saying, well, look at these treaty guys, asking us for what? Might as well get something going with them too. And so I just don't want what little sovereignty we have to be jeopardized, you know what I mean? Because that's all we got. Just the word. We don't even really stand on it, you know what I mean? It's just the word.
So your understanding is the Treaty Council should not be applying for any funding?
No, my understanding, I'm trying to tell you that I know for a fact they take away our sovereignty when we apply for grants, because it's the United States government. They want everything we have. So I'm scared for this treaty council because you're opening yourself up to them. That's all. Looking out for you.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. I think this is good and it's just the request to apply, right? Okay, so, I know President Herman, we've talked about having different processes implemented for, grant applications, just because, I mean, we could put so much work into it and not get it. And then if we don't meet, or if it doesn't get to go through committee, then people could potentially miss out on applying for grants. But just for clarification purposes, although it's your program applying, it's still under the Rosebud Sioux tribe that's applying for the grant, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make that clarification, just to kind of ease Dara's mind over there a little bit, because I feel like she's worried that, you know, the treaty council applying for this puts you in a predicament, but really it's under the Rosebud Sioux tribe in his capacity as the director. So I just wanted to make that clarification. But comments, call for the question.
Okay, Chair, call for the question.
Any question?
No, she's
Call
questioning.
for it.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Next one's okay.
The next one is the next one is the Pactola project.
Hold on a second. Nicole, that one's gonna be 320 and this one will be 321, right?
Right.
Thank you. Right, Nicole.
So we'll have Damon bring it on as emergency, 321. Need a second. Wayne, question by Milo. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Voting.
0.
Motion to approve. Second by Lila. Bill?
I'm going to the back of the page. Whereas the United States by its USDA and U.S. Forest Service Region 2 Black Hills National Forest has approached the Ochete, Shakoi, Oyate, including the Chichanco Lakota Nation, to discuss engaging in a co-stewardship management of what refers to as the Pactola, what we would call as a, it's still up in the air, Chesapa Visitor Center, involving the opportunity for the Lakota and Dakota elders and others to convey information to center visitors of the history, culture, and practices of the Lakota and Dakota people and the importance of Chesapa to them. And whereas a memorandum of understanding has been drafted that provides for the co-stewardship of the center by the Ochete Chacon Oyate, including the Sichanco Lakota Nation and the United States, and revised to preserve the title dispute and the ownership of the Ochete Chacon Oyate of the 1851 and 1868 treaty areas, including Chesapa, which revised draft is attached here to and fully incorporated herein as though set forth in full. Sichanco Treaty Council held a meeting on September 19, 2023, and recommends approval of said resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that the Sichanco Lakota Oyate seeks to engage in the co-stewardship of Chesapa pending resolution of the dispute over title to the 1851-1868 treaty territory and lands, and therefore be resolved that the Sichanco Lakota Nation, by its appropriate representative, is directed to communicate and seek agreement with the appropriate United States representative of the attached revised draft memorandum of and understanding, and to proceed accordingly. Be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, the chairman of the Sichanco Lakota Treaty Council, and the project point of contact are hereby authorized to sign the memorandum of understanding between the USDA and Sichanco Lakota Oyate. So before we go forward, I want to introduce Richard Myers. He's with USDA Forestry. He's the tribal liaison. I also want to acknowledge my treaty council members who are fully aware of this project. Philip is in the back, Dwight, Fremont, and Keith. The treaty council has been leading this project, and we've been leading the discussions in all of the meetings. We've been doing this for a full year, drafting this MOA, and I asked Andy Reed, attorney, to draft up the treaty language that you see in the MOU. And this has been forwarded to the in-house counsel. Eric is aware of this. It has been forwarded to all of the tribe's legal departments, and it's been forwarded after the changes to the Office of General Counsel at the USDA. So I would like to give the floor over to, if it's appropriate, for Mr. Myers there, Richard Myers.
Mr. Myers, you ready?
Yeah.
Come on up.
Over here.
No dancing for me. Well, thank you. It's an honor to be before you today. As a child, I lived at the House of Friendship in St. Francis. My parents ran the House of Friendship for a while, and subsequently I live in Wombly, so pretty much still Rosebud, but it's not, but it is. So I have an affinity for Rosebud and where my she used to live in St. Francis. So I guess I took the job in the forestry almost 1 year ago exactly and hit the ground running. Previously I had been the director of graduate studies at Oglala Lakota College, and after President Shortbull had headed and some other things, the government job looked like a real interesting one. I had previously worked in Indian Affairs in DC between 2008 and 2012 under both the end of Bush and Obama administrations. So got my feel for a place I didn't want to live, which was DC. But I made it back to South Dakota in 2012 and built American Indian Studies program at South Dakota State University, and then moved back in 2017 with my wife and kids from Siston to Wombly. The job, as I've hit the ground running, has been to develop these relationships that the forest has most likely not done a good job with. And so under Biden's administration, the move has been to really push and emphasize co-stewardship. The word co-stewardship is a loosey goosey term. It's not co-management, and it's not 638 at the moment. There is a desire with the new farm bill that's coming up to insert 638, which would allow the Pactola Visitor Center to move in that capacity. But at the moment, we're at the MOU stage, and Rosebud, and under Phil's leadership, it has taken the lead, so to speak. So we have Cheyenne River, Standing Rock, and Oglala are all kind of waiting to move in their same direction. So today is kind of a really good day, I guess, to set the tone. But all in all, yeah, it's a tiny space, but it's a foot in the door. And it gets the foot in the door, which then, you know, down the road, the way that the document was, I don't know what you want to call it. Whenever people say massaged the document, it sounds creepy, but they massaged it, the attorneys, back and forth and back and forth. And so I believe Rosebud had final kind of say on things. So the document is as good as it's going to be. It's not saying, yes, the land is yours and we stole it, but it's not saying that. So it is acknowledging the historical reality, which is, yep, the land was taken illegally. But it's not saying we have the resolve for it. It's just saying we're going to want to do this co-stewardship while we fulfill our trust responsibilities. And that's where it's at. So it's kind of, and I said it at different meetings, and Keith knows this analogy. I'm not the greatest on analogies a lot of the time, but basically it's the your kid and my kid are going to go to the prom together. All the details, I don't know what those are, but we know that they're going to go to the prom together. Keith doesn't want his kid going with mine, but no, just messing. Basically, the MOU is that. It's not a legally binding thing that says you're stuck with this or stuck with that. We're anticipating more tribes to sign on after the 4 major ones, after Rosebud, Cheyenne River, Standing Rock, and Oglala. We're assuming Lower Brule, Crow Creek is ready. So it sets a tone, and you know, I wouldn't say the sky's the limit, because that's sadly in the hands of Congress, and who knows what's going to happen November 17th and other things. But yeah, I guess that's my take.
Lisa, do you have a comment?
Hello, thanks for coming down. So, Rosebud will be the first one to sign on to this, and it's the only tribe that it has been presented to, or what efforts have been made to present it to the other tribes?
So the other tribes all are in the same status. This isn't signatory ready, meaning once all the resolutions from the tribal councils are in place, then we would plan a signing ceremony. And it's one of those things where it's quite possible Biden might be involved.
So where are the other tribes at with this resolution? Has it been presented to them?
Today, Standing Rock was supposed to, and my colleague from the forest flew out there only to find that they got busy with their inauguration stuff of new council, and so they postponed it. But it was supposed to be in concurrence with today. Cheyenne River told me they're trying to move for the first week of November, and I haven't talked to Justin Poirier about when exactly our tribe is gonna get it before council. But first things first is the resolution, then the next would be the planning of the signature. Oh, that's Justin Poirier is the 5th member for the Oglala Sioux tribe, and he's the point of contact there.
They've had 5 or 6 meetings over the course of the time.
Yeah, he's got a lot of hats on doing things. It'll kind of kick everybody to, they're looking, and they've made it explicit at the meetings that they look to Rosebud to set the tone. So, and I think that's a testament to Phil's inherent leadership to the folks at those meetings.
Sharon, do you have a comment, question?
Yeah, I have a comment. I just wanted to share with the new council that it was 2 years ago, all the tribes came together in the Black Hills to talk about this new co-stewardship thought and process. And originally what the tribes were going to do, well, what was being proposed to the tribes was to start a Section 17 corporation and go after these co-stewardship opportunities collectively. But
the tribes couldn't come to an agreement on the section 17. So what they said would end up happening was this, what was happening now would all go after our own individual pieces of the land, whereas if we went the other route,
The corporation would have went after all of them and for the tribes. So I just wanted to let you know that this isn't just a, hey, we're here today. Phil's been working on this for a long time, and it's been like 2 years. So, and he was there, the Black Hills, a lot of the treaty councils were there whenever they had the first initial meeting. I can't remember who hosted it. Was it?
We did.
Okay, we hosted that?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was Indian Collective.
The meeting with, we had a
Yeah.
meeting with the Forest Service at the Treaty Council.
Oh, I'm talking about the meeting with Indian Collective. They're the ones who hosted the initial meeting in the Black Hills to try to do the section 17. That's what I meant. But I just wanted to give you that info. Wayne was against it. Just kidding. He wasn't. He wasn't.
I was against the 17, and once the tribes met again, then that's when all these other 5 or 6 meetings happened, and Phil has literally been charging after it and kept up with it. I made it 3, but you went to a bunch of the other ones, and literally like Rosebud is kind of been the most active, yeah, and so we're kind of like spearheading the whole deal. And like other tribes have done, like Yankton took over the quarry, Pipestone quarry. So we were looking at Pactola, and there's still another option coming up close, that would be Niobrara.
Cool.
Thank
And Wayne, I'm
Phil
sorry, I
for
was
keeping
just
after
kidding.
this.
Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a comment or question. The version that we're looking at, that's the final version that's went through the lawyers and went through Eric and everybody? Yep, okay. And so there's nothing in there that's touching on jurisdiction or sovereignty or anything like that yet? We're still in the first stages? Okay, so then, thank you. Then my other comment is just, I really appreciate that seeing and reading our Lakota language, but I just want to question, I thought we had a orthography that was approved of by the council, and so I would just like to see that in our documents. If we could use our white hat orthography, we would use Lakota. Thank you.
Any more questions? Not any questions. Wayne? No? Chris? Question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Take care.
You guys for coming.
That was Devin and Ryan right there.
Rosewood's taking the lead.
Biden's
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you for
Okay, council, we'll be back on the regular agenda.
Constitutional officers reports. For mine first, I didn't have a whole lot for September. I'd stick around a little bit longer since the newly elected people were here getting orientated, so I thought I'd stick around. So I didn't get to very many meetings. I did follow up on the positions that you guys selected for solid waste and legislative affairs. Solid waste person's going to start on the 26th of this month. And we'll put him to work. I already negotiated the starting amount, so he's anxious to come aboard and start working. So the legislative affairs director, I I did talk to her as well. I had them come in and sign their PAs and do their paperwork. Negotiated a starting amount for her, and she's gonna start on the 16th, I believe. I think that's a Thursday, this Thursday. So, 16th.
Who is that?
Sunny Bush.
Oh, yeah, okay. And then, that, I was gonna ask, is that animal shelter, is that a tribal program?
Yeah.
Well, how come we didn't pick for that director?
It was, they had a request to transfer one from a program to another program, so both directors agreed to do it, so.
It's actually called a coordinator.
Coordinator, yeah, it's a coordinator position, so. It wasn't selected, coordinators are not selected by the council.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Next thing I have to report on is, we really came short on our ambulance, program this year. The director of IHS was on her way through one day. She stopped in here after hours and we met with her and, some of the IHS staff, and we asked her for more money. So we've been working on getting more money. I just signed another letter to the area office requesting it be sent down. So they did award us like $910,000 for shortfall money. So I was going to report on the resolution and a MOU for Fairview. But we'll take that on tomorrow. We kind of explained that earlier. I was going to ask you guys to set a date for the election for the View Creek position. And we did have a meeting with Treasurer Marilyn Malerba with Redco, Sioux, and we was talking about capital again as far as some of the projects that we got going for Rosebud. We have a housing construction we're trying to get going with some money for infrastructure, and we asked for some more money for some of the money for Buffalo processing plant, our bison processing plant. So there's another, the third, something else that we asked for. I don't remember what it was. So
there's a company, they're part of the McKinsey group, and I think they came here and presented the council, but the McKinsey group is a very influential consulting group that hired all over the country by Fortune 500 companies. But anyway, they donated some time to the Rosebud Sioux tribe to develop a pathway to economic recovery, they called it. And as part of this pathway, they said that in order for Rosebud to get enough capital to meet the needs of the population in the future, they need to raise like $250 million to do three things. One is to do a green energy development, large-scale green energy development. The other is to develop our bison, our buffalo project, get bigger in our buffalo and develop a specific project for that. And the other is construction and housing. And that there was Emily earlier talked about some assessments, needs assessment of housing. In this plan they identified that the immediate need for Rosebud housing is 2,500 homes. Rosebud right now, today, 2,500 homes to have everybody taken care of. So this was all presented to the Secretary of Treasury, Dallin, and then also to the Treasurer, Malerba. And she is very interested, but both of them are very interested in finding a way to fund this project, which is somewhere between $250 and $400 million. That's what he's referring to.
it was a pretty good meeting. We had a lot of big time players on the Zoom call that day, and it sounded like they asked a lot of questions about, did you guys go to private funding sources before you came to us, and those kind of questions. So we reassured them that we did try all the sources that we possibly can. we still need their help as far as getting some capital to be able to do these projects. So that's part of the process, is get them all online, and eventually they'll kick you something, I guess, give you something. Like I said, I didn't have too much for September. I have a few resolutions that I was going to bring on when last month. I had some TLE resolutions. I want to ask you guys to bring those on during my report, if I can get Vera to do that for me. Some of them are to be the trust status resolutions, so I'll have her pass those out, and then we'll do those. What, Lisa?
Well, those are getting passed out. Yesterday we had a budget and finance committee meeting, and we did refer our budgets up to council, and I did speak with Wayne, but next week can we schedule a special meeting?
Yeah,
For budgets only?
I talked with Wayne this morning, and we'll have a special meeting on Monday. We'll set a special meeting on Monday just to go over the budget, so it's gonna take a while. I suggested he do it during the report, but we'll be here all for 2 days to do that. So.
And then are you gonna email those out? Review over the weekend?
Yeah, I'll do that either tomorrow or Friday, but it'll be off for a weekend.
We can't publish them or give them to the public until they're approved.
Once they're approved, then they're posted for information. I don't want to give them out now because there might be some changes.
Yeah, that's the plan after we thank you.
We don't have emergency legislation?
Yeah.
22.
That's me and Moby.
There is a motion to bring on as emergency legislation. Need a second.
What's the number?
322. Need a second. Okay. Question? Jordan, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Voting?
0.
Motion to approve.
Okay. I will start at,
Jordan, go ahead.
on the sixth one, I'll start there. Whereas pursuant to section 19 land by the bylaws of TLE, the tribe is authorized to enter into an agreement with TLE to manage and operate, subject to approval of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs or his duly authorized representative, all lands now in tribal ownership or which may come into tribal ownership from any source. Whereas pursuant to section 10, purpose and objectives of the bylaws of TLE, TLE is authorized to provide a long-term land buying program which would benefit members of the tribe. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe through TLE's land acquisition program has purchased fee land in the name of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, which fee land is generally referred to as the Sherwood land, which is more particularly described below. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe by this resolution authorizes the tribal land enterprise to manage and operate subject property in accordance with section 19 lands of the bylaws of TLE. Whereas the acquisition of this land in trust status is necessary to and will advance tribal economic development and its ability to self-sufficient, assist tribal self-governance and self-determination, and restore the ancestral tribal land base by replacing tribal lands lost through the allotment process. Whereas the acquisition of this land in trust status is necessary to and will ensure use of the land for future generations of an expanding tribal membership. Whereas the acquisition of this land in trust status is necessary to and will reestablish tribal sovereign authority over territory previously held by the tribe and ameliorate damage to tribal self-determination and self-governance resulting from diminishment of the tribal land base. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe intends to consolidate fee lands and existing tribal trust lands into usable parcels, and the use of this land will be for non-gaming economic developmental purposes. The parcel of land will be used for agricultural purpose, whereas the consolidation of fee lands described herein will supplement the existing tribal estate in the vicinity of each property, increasing economic viability of said land to the tribe and tribal members using the land for other non-gaming economic development purposes. Whereas there are no encumbrances on this property and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe desires that this tract of land be put into trust status in the name of the United States of America in trust for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Whereas the Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors reviewed this request and recommended the Tribal Council approval of this resolution at a Board of Directors meeting held September 12, 2023, and assigned Board of Director Resolution number 223-006 for the record. Therefore, be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the Tribal President or Tribal Vice President and Tribal Secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to sign deed of trust documents on behalf of the tribe and direct the Superintendent of the Bureau of Indian Affairs to take immediate action to take and accept the following described real estate, generally referred to as the Sherwood Land, into trust in the name of the United States of America and trust for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe of the Rosebud Sioux Indian Reservation under the discretionary legal authority of the Act of June 18, 1934, 48 Statute 984, excuse me. The Indian Reorganization Act, which was amended to 25 U.S.C. Section 5108 and applicable regulations and procedures. So the east half of Section 21 of Township 42, North Range 26 west of the 6th PM, shoot, I'm getting tongue-tied, Millette County, South Dakota. The subject property includes surface resources only, and be it further resolved that the superintendent, the Bureau of Indian Affairs Rosebud Agency shall keep the Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors informed as the progress of the feed of trust transactions. Is that it? Do I have to read the certification?
No.
Okay.
Any discussion on or questions on this one? Emily, you have a question?
I just have a question of who retains the airspace and mineral rights on these tracts?
That's a question for the heart of BIA, I think. I think we maintain the water rights and everything goes with the tribe, isn't it?
So the water rights then include below surface?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the water comes from.
So does that need to be in there that it only includes the surface? Or that's why?
No, that's why it's stated like that. Yes, because, yep. It's only stated for surface only because that's what's going into feed. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe still maintains all mineral. You understand? All right, okay.
Okay.
And just to discuss a little bit further, all these lands that are in Millette County are pretty prime, especially this one right here because it's pretty close to the Big White, which dumps into the Missouri. And I was telling the board yesterday that we can't lose those mineral rights. We can't lose any of those rights from underneath the Makocha because that's where everything is that holds us as a nation together. I had found a piece of lava out there harvesting timsila, and when I took it home, all the women in my family started crying because it solidified a great-grandmother's story of when Yellowstone last blew, and it changed the course of time for the Kotas. So that piece of lava just said that all the stories are true. You know what I mean? So we need to try to maintain a very staunch step on the ground, and so the surface and mineral, we need to really look at this.
So I guess that just confused me more. So this tract of land is feed, right? And we're trying to put it
Into trust? So then who retains those rights when it goes into trust? If
this is the only word. It says the subject
property includes surface resources only, so we didn't purchase, or we're not addressing the mineral right or any other right?
Not right now. This is just to get it into feed because it takes years. And right
so
now,
is that original owner?
Maintain their mineral right, or?
it was Rosebud Sioux Tribal, and then obviously Sherwood had scored it, but they can't get the mineral rights. You know what I mean? Off of the Alati.
So they were always with the tribe. Sorry, that's where I'm getting confused. Okay, so it was allotment, then it went to the Sherwood, and now it's coming back to the tribe.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
I need to go home, okay?
I'm sorry. On that case.
I know.
Just me.
I'm heading to Kilgore.
We need a question. Moving 322, Lila. All in favor?
All in favor? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Voting.
1.
Motion carried.
That's number 320.
Next one's 323. Motion to bring on emergency legislation. Need second?
Wayne.
Wayne, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Carried.
Okay, I'll start at the,
Motion approved.
oh, motion approved.
Need second? Lila, go ahead.
All right, I'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe has purchased the land and premises of the Bear Butte Lodge, see Exhibit A. And whereas Bear Butte is the sacred site of the Ocheti Shakoi, 7 council fires of the Lakota Oyate, and an essential part of the permanent home of the Great Sioux Nation under the 1851 and 1868 Sioux Nation treaties with the United States of America. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is a constituent tribe of the Great Sioux Nation and a signatory to the 1851 and 1868 treaties. Whereas Bear Butte is a site for Lakota gatherings, including the 1857 Sioux Nation Council, including Red Cloud, Spotted Tail, Crazy Horse, and Sioux, convened to protect the Oyate from the incursions of the Americans and the U.S. Army. Whereas Bear Butte is a site for sacred ceremonies, including the Hamblecha Vision Quest and the Nipi Sweat Lodge. And our traditional leaders, including Leonard Crow Dog, Frank Fool's Crow, Horn Chips, and Crazy Horse, have gone to Bear Butte to practice their ceremonies. And Bear Butte, our sacred places, our sacred ceremonies are essential to our Lakota history and culture and the heart of the Lakota people now and in the future. Whereas for the future of the Rosebud Sioux tribe and our Lakota people, the recovery of Bear Butte as Indian lands and the Bear Butte Lodge as a local lodging and a site for Lakota people engaged in sacred ceremonies, cultural and language activities, education forums, and youth activities is essential to nation's spiritual, cultural, mental, and physical well-being. Whereas as a condition of statehood, the people of South Dakota recognize that America retains authority over Indian affairs, agreed never to claim our Indian lands, and agreed to honor congressional acts to authorize recovery of Indian lands such as Section 5 of the Indian Reorganization Act of the Constitution of the State of South Dakota, Article 22. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe has filed an application with the Secretary of the Interior to take the said Bear Butte in trust, and whereas Bear Butte is a sacred site, and the tribe has provided that alcohol and illegal drugs shall be prohibited at Bear Butte. Whereas to protect and manage the Indian land at Bear Butte, the tribe offers the City of Sturgis and Meade County Sheriff, South Dakota, the attached memorandum of understanding on mutual aid to protect persons and property at aforesaid Bear Butte land, see Exhibit B. Whereas the aforesaid memorandum of understanding on mutual aid are intended to and shall apply in Meade County, South Dakota, and shall not apply to other Indian lands. Now therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe approves the memorandum of understanding on mutual aid to support the trust land process and to provide for intergovernmental cooperation at Bear Butte. These agreements shall not apply to any Indian lands in Todd, Millette, Tripp, and Gregory counties. Be it further resolved that as a sacred site, the aforesaid Bear Butte land shall be a drug and alcohol-free zone. Be it further resolved that pursuant to said memorandum of understanding on mutual aid, the Rosebud Sioux tribe shall rely on the Bureau of Indian Affairs Public Law 93-638 contract, and the Federal Tort Claims Act shall protect such tribal police and BIA Special Law Enforcement Commissioned officers. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe reserves all of its inherent sovereign and treaty rights over all its Indian trust lands, including the lands at Bear Butte when said lands are taken into Indian trust status for the Rosebud Sioux tribe by the Secretary of the Interior. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the tribal president, or tribal vice president, and tribal secretary of the RST to sign any and all documents required to finalize the memorandum of understanding on mutual aid between the Meade County Sheriff's Office and the City of Sturgis.
Okay, this is kind of putting the cart before the horse, right? So I didn't know that this one went to TLE. I just talked to Mark Van Norman this morning about the resolution that is supposed to be attached to the memorandum.
Oh yeah, it's not here, huh?
Memorandum agreement, so maybe we can table this till tomorrow and bring it back up when we talk to Mark Van Norman. So I need a motion to table till tomorrow. Michelle, second by Lisa, question by Wayne. All in favor? As a number, so. we'll bring it
1,
back
2,
tomorrow.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Is that gonna include the exhibits as well?
Pardon me?
Because it's referring to exhibit A and B.
Yeah, we'll have them attached tomorrow. We can get back up tomorrow, so.
Okay.
Attach all that stuff, so.
Peter,
This one is.
It's out of breath.
Well, at least we're ahead of the game as far as what it goes.
Take a drink, you got one word.
So we have, the next one, it's,
Which one is that one?
Van Epps property.
Van Epps.
For Oak Tree.
Van Epps, sorry.
You did it, Wayne.
Oh, there it
Motion,
is.
for emergency legislation.
Lisa.
Lisa, second by Fremont, question by Emily.
That was the longer one.
No, it didn't.
What's your chili?
These are TLE resolutions. They usually bring them to me for some reason, so.
Lisa, you're ready? Cool.
Yeah, 324, right?
324?
Numbers 324, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve. Need a second? Bylaws, go ahead.
I'm gonna start at the eighth one. All right, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe through TLE's land acquisition program has purchased fee land in the name of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, which fee land is generally referred to as the Van Epps land, which is particularly described below. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe by this resolution authorizes the tribal land enterprise to manage and operate subject property in accordance with section 19 lands of the bylaws of TLE. Whereas the acquisition of this land in trust status is necessary to and will advance tribal economic development and its ability to be self-sufficient, assist tribal self-governance and self-determination, and restore the ancestral tribal land base by replacing tribal lands lost through the allotment. Whereas the acquisition of this land in trust status is necessary to and will ensure use of the land for future generations of an expanding tribal membership. Whereas the acquisition of this land in trust status is necessary to and will reestablish tribal sovereign authority over territory previously held by the tribe and ameliorate damage to tribal self-determination and self-governance resulting from diminishment of the tribal land base. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe intends to consolidate fee lands and existing tribal trust lands into usable parcels, and the use of this land will be for other non-gaming economic development purposes. The parcel of land will be used for agricultural purposes. And whereas the consolidation of fee lands described herein will supplement the existing tribal estate in the vicinity of each property, increasing the economic viability of said land to the tribe and tribal members using the land for other non-gaming economic development purposes. Whereas there are no encumbrances on this property and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe desires that this tract of land be put into trust status in the name of the United States of America in trust for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors reviewed this request and recommended Tribal Council approval of the resolution at a Board of Directors meeting held September 12, 2023, and assigned Board of Director Resolution number 223-007 for the record. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the Tribal President or Tribal Vice President and Tribal Secretary of the RST to sign fee to trust documents on behalf of the tribe and directs the Superintendent of the Bureau of Indian Affairs to take immediate action to take and accept the following described real estate, generally referred to as the Van Epps land, into trust in the name of the United States of America, in trust for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the Rosebud Sioux Indian Reservation under the discretionary legal authority of the Act of June 18, 1934, 48 Stat. 984, the Indian Reorganization Act, amended 225 USC Section 5108, and applicable regulations and procedures. The north half of the southwest quarter of Section 2, Township 38 North, Range 26 West of the 6th Meridian, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 80 acres. The north half of the southeast quarter of Section 3, Township 38 North, Range 26 West
of the 6th Meridian. Anyway, South Dakota, Todd County, containing 80 acres more or less. The northeast quarter of Section 10, Township 38 North, Range 26 West, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres. The southeast quarter of Section 10, Township 38 North, Range 26 West, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres. The southwest quarter of Section 11, Township 38 North, Range 26 West, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres. The southeast quarter of Section 11, Township 38 North, Range 26 West, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres. The northeast quarter of Section 3, Township 38 North, Range 26 West, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres. The subject property includes both subsurface and subsurface interests. Be it further resolved that the Superintendent, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Rosebud Agency shall keep the TLE Board of Directors informed as the progress of the feeder trust transaction. Thank you. Woo, yeah. I need a beer.
Any discussion?
I'm just kidding. I've been drinking 9 years, I'm good.
NA, she said, NA.
I don't know, give me an old juice. I just need some chocolate, I'll be here.
There's no discussion, we need a question.
Question?
Question.
Wait.
Wait.
Good.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried. The next one is actually putting the Bear Butte request and put it in trust, so you want to wait till tomorrow for that one, or do you want to do it now? The other one was for the memorandum of agreement for Bear Butte.
Let's wait for the Illinois.
Okay, all right.
Recess till tomorrow, or?
Oh, there's one real
Yeah.
quick one, I'm sorry. For me. Sandy Wilcox, asked if that one can go through right away for the maternal child health.
Yeah,
She
okay.
can get her funding.
That's good. I got a copy here too, so. Emily, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. I know she has a folder, but I got a message from Housing asking if we can get to the resolution today, because it was a deadline, time sensitive.
Housing, have a
And I didn't
resolution.
see it in our thing.
Who's
I know it
sitting
was
on the
supposed to
board
come
now?
out last.
She does.
Do you have it?
She said she dropped it off the secretary's office last meeting, we didn't get to it. But she said it had a deadline on her. Thank you. Yeah.
Excuse me, anybody own a white Jeep in here?
Just got run into, huh?
Keys.
Just got
Do you want to keep this one? Not even.
Motion for emergency legislation, the number is 325. Need a second? Jordan, question by Fremont. All in favor? Now it's emergency.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
3.
Motion to approve 2023-325.
Need a second? Fremont, go ahead.
I'll start at the fifth whereas. Whereas the Open Sioux Tribal Council did approve resolution 2023-148 approving the RST Health Administration's application to the U.S. Administration for Child and Families Funding Opportunity, ACF-ECD-TH-0241 with a 5-year project period and a one budget request, and a year one budget request of $500,000 to support the Rosebud Maternal and Child Health Program. Whereas the RST Health Administration's application to the ACF-ECD-TH-0241 grant program was not selected for funding. Whereas the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board did apply for and was selected for funding under this grant program. Whereas the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board has been given an opportunity to support the Rosebud tribe and Sinting Goreshka Chihuahua as a sub-awardees under this grant program. Whereas the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board has discussed with the Rosebud Tribal Health Program about a sub-award agreement with the Rosebud tribe, and a sub-award budget has been requested for $171,580.14 for year one, with annual funding in years 2 through 5 expected to increase. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Tribal Council approves the sub-award agreement between the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board and RST Health Administration under the funding opportunity with an expected year one budget of $171,580.14 and funding expected to increase in years 2 to 5 of the project period. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Tribal Council authorizes the Rosebud Tribal President to sign and execute a sub-award agreement with the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board for the implementation of this grant program activities.
Discussion. Any question? Lila? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Oh,
0.
not voting.
1.
Motion carried. The next one is the housing resolution.
Emily.
I sure hope it's the right one. I text her and picture and make sure it's the right one.
326, Emily, motion for emergency legislation.
Table.
Maybe the wrong one. Does it matter which one I start at? Motion for emergency legislation?
56.
Second, Van, question, Lisa, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve,
Motion approved.
Emily?
Motion to approve, sorry.
Second by Ben, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll start with that. Then whereas on April 12,
2000, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council did adopt Rosebud Sioux Tribe Resolution number 98-276, establishing the Sicangu Wichoti Wayankapi SWA Corporation under a corporate charter to manage funds provided to the tribe through the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act NAHASDA of 1996. And whereas in order to continue receiving funds for NAHASDA of 1996, an Indian Housing Plan must be submitted to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development by October 18th of each year. Whereas the SWA Corporation Board of Commissioners did approve the FY24 Indian Housing Plan on September 19th, 2023, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has designated the Sicangu Wichoti Wayankapi Corporation as a tribal designated housing entity and the grant recipient of the Indian Housing Block Grant, and with the condition that the tribe shall annually review the Indian Housing Plan and authorize its submission. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the Sicangu Wichoti Wayankapi Corporation FY 2024 Indian Housing Plan. Therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe certifies the following. 1. The tribe shall assume the status of a federal official under the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 and the other provisions of the law listed in 24 CFR 58.5. Insofar as the provisions of the Act and such other provisions of the law apply to Indian tribes, proposed program pursuant to 24 CFR Part 58. 2. The tribe did review the Indian Housing Plan and is authorizing the submission of the Indian Housing Plan by the Sicangu Wichoti Wayankapi SWA Corporation. The Sicangu Wichoti Wayankapi SWA Corporation is the tribally designated housing entity on behalf of the tribe and shall certify the following. A. It will comply with Title II of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 in carrying out this act to the extent that such title is applicable and other applicable federal statuses or statutes. B. It will maintain adequate insurance coverage for housing units that are owned and operated or assisted with grant amounts provided under the Native American Housing and Self-Determination Act of 1996 and in compliance with such requirements as may be established by the Secretary. C. Policies are in effect and are available for review by the Secretary and the public governing the eligibility, admission, and occupancy of families for housing assisted with grant amounts provided under the Act. D, policies are in effect and are available for review by the Secretary and the public governing rents are charged, including the methods by which such rents or homebuyer payments are under the Act. And E, policies are in effect and are available for review by the Secretary and the public governing the management and maintenance of housing assisted with grant amounts provided under the Act.
There's 9 more pages.
I know.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was like, wait, what's going on?
Don't listen to him.
And then the other ones are attachments.
Is there any discussion on the resolution? Question by Fremont. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, down to Vice President's report. Are you guys ready to recess till tomorrow?
Nicole, did you have Eric Emery texted and said he has 2 resolutions that are time sensitive. I think they're under the health board pile.
Thanks, Wayne.
Contract that they need to renew that is with the Native Command Consulting, and they're the company that does their third-party billing. So this is usually a renewal contract every fiscal year.
327, Lisa?
Motion for emergency legislation.
Need a second? Chair. Question by Jordan.
Ready?
All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve 2023-327. Now, this company is the one that does the third-party billing, and with the Medicaid expansion, they've been doing a lot more. She'll be bringing in more money. I'll start at the 7th, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopt and approve the business associate agreement, the agreement with Native Command Consulting, NCC, 122 North Huron Avenue, here, South Dakota, 57501, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for the management and operations for the completion of medical coding, data entry, and third-party revenue billing on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service and other duties as assigned on a sole source basis for the total cost of 10.75% of the revenue generated and collected during the term of the contract from October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2026. And whereas either party, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service or Native Command Consulting, may immediately terminate the agreement, providing a 30-day notice of the existence of an alleged material breach and afford NCC an opportunity to cure the alleged breach. NCC may provide 30 days written notice of intention to terminate the agreement after cooperating with the RST Ambulance Service to find a mutually acceptable solution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and accepts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Ambulance recommendation to approve a business associate agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Native Command Consulting for the management and operations of the completion of medical coding, data entry, and third-party revenue billing on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service. And be it further resolved, the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has authorized the director to sign and execute the business associate agreement and any other documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Discussion.
I just have a question. Have they had the contract before? And if so, has there been any changes from the previous contract to now?
We've used them for the last 2 years. They went up and set up the third-party billing over 2 years ago. Before that, and then they do the third-party billing for ambulance service, but now with the Medicaid expansion, we're lengthening the contract, so. One thing I didn't see in here, and I don't know if you guys want to address it or be aware of it, I didn't see if, where the court of any disputes would be handled.
Do we have standard language?
Maybe we could just, it's not in the actual, agreement, but maybe we could add it into the resolution where it says that the agreement. Yeah, under that last whereas on the front page, any disputes will be handled in RST court. So as amended.
Any more questions? Need a question? Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Oh,
0. 0.
Carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Second, question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Oh,
0.
voting.
0.
It's 328.
Yep.
Motion to approve 2023-3.
Second. Fremont, go ahead.
So the fifth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe enter into an agreement for physician medical director with Dr. Chad Card, MD, for oversight and direction into the delivery of emergency medical services, EMS, beginning October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2026, and can be extended for an additional 3 years upon mutual consent of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Dr. Chad Carter, MD, and such selection of Dr. Chad Carter, MD, shall be made on a sole source basis. Whereas this would be beneficial to the employees of the Rosebud Ambulance Service and also benefit the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and EMS coverage. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council agrees and authorizes the agreement for physician medical director with Dr. Chad Carter, MD, for the oversight and direction into the delivery of emergency medical services, EMS, beginning October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2026. And be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby authorizes and directs the Rosebud Sioux Tribal President and his designee to sign and execute any and all documents related to the execution of the agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Dr. Chad Carter, MD. And on the
Is it missing a page?
We're missing a page.
Yeah, okay.
Either party may terminate the contract without written notice.
Do you know what that missing page is?
Just the agreement?
Yeah.
First page of the agreement?
It's the last page of the agreement.
I think it's the first page because it's missing like A.
Yeah, this page.
What's missing?
The first page of the agreement. Cause see how it starts at C on that supplementary document starts at C? And so we're missing like A, B, and anything before then. So it looks like it's missing a whole page. Is that in the email anywhere?
Missing 1.1.
Okay, you guys wanna discuss it more, table it, or?
I mean, with the agreement, with the termination of it, we can be concerned
documents.
Tomorrow should be a difference. Whether we pass it today or tomorrow should be a difference.
Yeah, so maybe get those documents.
Withdraw your motion to approve and then we'll just do it that way. Still has a number.
Should it still keep it if we table it? I'll just table it.
Okay, motion to table.
And then, Madam Secretary, can you please contact them and have them provide that first page of the agenda?
Second. Question by Wayne.
Can the mover table, or does I do one of us each table?
Motion to approve,
Oh,
so somebody else
let's
has
have
to
somebody
table.
else do it now.
I'll move to table.
Thank you, Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
0.
Okay. Okay, we have, Charles, we have some transportation resolutions. Do you want to do them or
You wanna do it tomorrow?
can we try it out? Come on.
We're here.
We got about, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You want to save it till tomorrow?
Yeah, same.
Okay, all right. Are you ready to recess or we can keep going?
Sorry to say we're reading.
Okay, if we're gonna keep going, we'll get to the vice president's report. You ready? Kendall?
Good afternoon, council. Late afternoon. My report, like Scott's, pretty short. We're just closing out the year, getting some of the old bills paid in there. We're working on what we probably owe the propane company and enrollment over here. We're still paying for enrollment cards. So we're catching up on some of the old bills, getting them paid before, I guess we're already past the end of the year, but we're trying to get them paid. We did finish the year with a little bit of surplus, so we didn't finish the year in the red or anything like that. We had some money left over in some of the program, or some of the line items, and we finished out the year in pretty good shape. Working on a few plumbing problems that came my way. There's one of them that's turned in, is going to be a bigger job than what my office can handle, so we're going to try to get Shorty to do that through water and sewer. The smaller ones I can find somebody to take care of. It's really tough to find a plumber, a good plumber. It's really hard to find. There's quite a few guys around that try it, but they're not really certified, I guess, so we'll have to kind of watch out for them guys. The trailer project I'm working on, we're moving along with that. I think we're trying to clear the site up here now, get the old trailer out of the way, and we'll get the other one moved in. But I think starting late tomorrow, we're going to get some heavy rain, bad weather, so that's probably going to slow us up for the rest of the week. But other than that, that's about all I have to report. Very, very short, and like I said, end of the year, so not a lot of activity this month.
Any questions, Lila?
I just still make a motion to accept this report.
Thank you.
Motion by Lila to accept the vice president's report, second by Chair, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council.
Can I get a motion to accept mine?
Michelle.
Michelle, go ahead.
Do we have an update on when we're gonna get laptops for the new council? I called over there and it seemed like there's some confusion, so I don't know.
They're budgeted.
Maybe it's
We don't have
maybe it's not in the budget.
I think they ordered them, but they had one extra, right?
They ordered them, there's one extra, and then one got changed out for a pad. I haven't heard when they're gonna be here, but move it order.
On paper, they're waiting for appeal, but I don't know if anything's moved.
No, I gotta tell you.
And I have another question. So I was looking at the report that we get from the BIA, and it's real thorough. Like, he has in there everything that they've done. And I guess I'm wondering if we can, because as new council reps, we come in and it's like we're thrown into a dark room. We don't really know, like, what's in progress, what's going on. I mean, we come in, and then I want to thank Sherry for giving all the updates, because it's really informative for us when these, when things come before us and we don't know what's going on. So I think it would save a lot of time if we can get a thorough update similar to what the BIA gives, because in reading it, I mean, he has it broken down in every little thing, and it's really easy to understand. So I think it would save a lot of time for us and a lot of discussion if we were able to get reports like that, especially for new council reps that come on, because we're in the dark, we don't really know what's going on. We don't even have laptops. And we don't even have laptops. And it's hard to look at the emails on the little tiny phone and try to open the attachments. I mean, I think some kind of orientation should have been done for us too, because a lot of myself, I didn't know how to do the travel. I didn't even know how to attend travel meetings or anything like that. And I know, speaking with other reps, I mean, nobody explained anything to us. So I think some sort of orientation, especially for new people that have never been on council, is very much needed.
Trying to set up the meeting according to that motion that was made in governmental affairs, that we wanted to have that orientation training today at the beginning, but the people that are doing it wanted to wait till the 17th. So that's why you haven't got it yet. So I learned from last time, from this time. I said next time, if when the new ones come in, I'll make sure that whoever's in this place, make sure that you give them orientation right when you come in. So we'll have it set up. You know, that should have been done. I apologize for that. I should have done that before you guys even came into office. So should have had some type of training before that. I did that the term before. I didn't get a chance to do it this time. So, Shyla.
I just wanted to thank you, add on to what Michelle said. Not even just for ourselves, but setting up, council right like that. Nobody takes care of us. Not in the sense of being thrown in there, And it's really important that we look at those things, because if we don't have the information, it's going to hinder everything else. So maybe, order those laptops, Everybody knows, we have election and all this is continuous. But, it's real, I don't like to ask for nothing much, but somebody needs to look out for council so we can get the flow of work going. It is really hard to read on these phones. I'm kind of blind now, so but that would be really good. And I was thinking the same thing, reading that report. I think it puts the professionalism into it as well. So that way, like for us out here, somebody's asking, well, they didn't bring this up, they didn't bring that up. We have it there. And it was approved, the report was given out, and, the accountability and the transparency that comes with it. So, I was looking at the Bureau's report, and it's thorough, and it's really good, and I think, we should kind of have something like a format for ourselves too. Thank you.
Sure.
Chair, and then Ben.
Thank you. Just a suggestion, maybe all the chairs of the committee, and then if some of the new people are the chairs of the existing committees, maybe the vice or somebody who is already on that committee could draft up kind of a report too. And was you planning on bringing our directors in to do a report, or like just an introduction?
I got all the list of it, and I just got to set the day up and invite them all up to come in. It's going to probably take 2 days to do that.
Okay. The 17th, we need to have Economic Development Committee meetings.
Okay.
So if you guys need the council chambers, we can move. but we won't be participating in the
Okay, I was
training.
gonna call for a special meeting on that day, just so we can all be here.
But
So,
if
actually
we-
go into session to
For what?
actually have a.
What, for a training?
For a training, orientation.
But you shouldn't have to be in session to have a training.
Well, that was to get you guys all here. That's why I was doing it.
Oh, okay. I guess,
If I don't do it that way, then some of you guys that already been here, you guys probably won't show up.
I've been trained twice.
Well, we'll do it again.
if we do if you guys do the 17th though, like, we talked about the 100 homes and I keep talking about how that, our economic development committee meeting keeps getting pushed off, and that's, like, this is where the finished product comes and we don't get to do the work.
How's the 19th sound for orientation training?
That's just health board and
See
Sichamico, and that goes on at night.
Okay, well, we'll shoot for the 19th then.
What time on the 19th?
At 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
In the morning.
Thank you.
All right. Ben, go ahead.
I just got a question, Mr. Chairman, I just comment on too, is that, I guess getting tossed up in here, I kind of mentioned before too, when we got, as first got elected, we didn't know anything, we weren't given anything. So that's when, I guess it started off from there, is what I was kind of relating to, is that, coming in here not knowing what's going on. I mean, we've been having that conversation since we got in here. I know Emily and I are the first ones to get here every time, so we've been having those conversations about what are we expected to do, or what can we get from, I guess, who do we go to talk about things? For me, I would go there anyway to get. So those are the things I'm kind of thinking that I hope the next council, which should be next year, don't go through this, the same process. Because I'll be here for sure, like I said before too, is that, to let them know, to give us some insight. And I said, if you look around on the table here, we all know how to understand what we're supposed to be doing, give us insight about it. So, but anyway, that's what I want to make sure that we don't do that to the next people that are here. We're all supposed to be here to help the people and to work for the people here. But if we don't even know what's going on, then it's kind of giving us insight of that. We're not getting the information. So I would like to request that, I guess, again, from the administration point of view, all the reports and stuff, I guess. So I know it's pretty short on a lot of stuff, I guess, but I just like to make sure that we get informed about what's happening. Just like this morning, the process for those people that came, I was just tromped, and of course I was just forever, I didn't, we just said hello and goodbye, and that was it. But once we got back to the police department and corrections, everything opened up, So I think if we, I guess, adjust to that before we bring them in, and then, because we should be here throughout the week, Monday through Friday, to get all this stuff done. We still got a resolution that we still need to get done here, so. To me, I'm thinking we should meet all the time. Of course, we've got committees and boards that we have to attend also. So, again, I think that's where I'm at. But just a little heads up on that, I guess, give us insight of what's happening right now. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can you explain to him the process of how things have to go through the legislative process? Because when he says we need to meet every day,
I was gonna do that. I didn't get a chance to do that. I didn't want to make anybody mad or upset that I don't mean to offend anybody, but process is you go to your committees, whatever you're assigned to, you do your legislation and do your recommendations onto council. That's where you get a chance to do all your discussion and be able to recommend onto council for approval or whatever you're gonna recommend onto council. The chair of the committee usually presents the information that's coming from your committee. Your committee secretary can put down in meeting minutes on what motions that need to be made by the chairs and what resolutions need to be presented from that committee. Once they're approved, then they become a legislation. So then they become action. So if you don't have time to get to your committees, and we run into that problem sometimes, we have too many council meetings, we don't have time to do our committees, so we end up bringing everything on as emergency legislation because we haven't talked about it or dealt with it at the committee level. And that causes a problem because we don't get a chance to discuss it, and we end up discussing it forever because it's emergency legislation. And a lot of people don't want to do business that way as far as approving something that they never seen at the council. So it's a problem. So it's not a good thing that we bring things on as emergency all the time. It's a good thing that we probably need to go back and make sure that you're active in your committees and making sure that you understand what's presented either by the program directors or whoever's presenting something to the committee. Does that sound right?
Yeah, and also, we have the opportunity to like host public hearings from that committee. I know Judiciary Committee has hosted several public hearings. We hosted one about weapons and everyone got chewed out over that because people didn't want their guns taken away. But you know, we were trying to address the issue, but that's one of the biggest things that I think in having the opportunity to say, my committee's working on this when you go back to your community, so you can tell them and get feedback from your committee, because a lot of times when it's emergency legislation and we go to our community meeting and we pass this and then you get chewed out because, well, why didn't you bring that back to us? You know, why do we know about it? So it's, you know, I know that you guys are all ready to go and you probably feel like we're stalling, but I'm just trying to get our committee meetings done so we can get all the work ready for the council meetings and be ready to go. So I appreciate your explanation.
The idea to take it to committee first is that when you get it to council, there should be very few questions except for maybe clarifying questions. So, but we don't do that. So,
and there should be 2 to 3 reps on every single committee. So if there's 2 to 3 reps, some of them is 5. By the time that resolution has come through committee, you guys, 5 or 6 of them have had time to ratify it. So when it hits the floor, literally there's 5 or 6 that know exactly how everything was worked out. And it has gone before, and we have actually dealt with at least 5 to 8 different directors, because 5 to 8 different directors are at every committee meeting. And then if you have a question, feel free to reach out to any one of us that sit on certain committees, like health board. You have an idea about the hospital or something, reach out to those council reps that are on health board. If you have an idea about land, you know, you reach out to Dira, myself, now Emily, Fremont, and Charlie now. But we've barely been able to have one meeting so far. And I don't think some of the committees have even got to meet. So that's where if you have a question before you get to council floor, you could reach out to us and get an update. If not, and that's where you should feel free amongst ourselves to contact any one of us.
I have a question on what is the process to change that legislative process? And I'm only saying that as an outsider looking in, that it's not working. So if we did want to find a better balance between the amount of time that council meets and the committees meet, how would we address that? Because I'm new, so I'm kind of meshing my experience as a tribal worker, my years not working for the tribe, and then now working here at leadership, trying to put that together, and I still really see a disconnect, and I really see that the committee's setup is not working. We have such large agendas that you can't even get through them. It's almost like a mini council meeting. So we're limiting people's amount to talk when that's supposed to be the time to talk and discuss those things. So again, we're cutting off our legs. We're not allowing that process to go forward. So how do we change that when we're sitting here saying there's a legislative process we have to follow? We're the legislators. We need to change it to make it work, and it's not working. So my question is, how do we do that? Because I can tell you right now that the process is not working. There's a breakdown in almost every level. And so we need, as a council, to have these discussions as a council. But when we only meet 3 times a month and have resolutions and have crisis and have decisions, the planning and the visionary and that connected kind of conversation doesn't have a space or priority. So again, out of all of those days in that month, can one of them be set aside so we can as a whole, not a committee, not whatever, come together and have these visioning and have these planning and have these discussions that all of us that I'm hearing say need to happen. And I really appreciate those that are have been on here longer to help us move along. But again, there's a definite breakdown in the process of how we're onboarding the new ones and how we're continuing to move things forward. And so I totally respect our legislative process, but I will also say as a tribal citizen that it is not working and we can be better.
Yeah, one time we thought about just getting away from the committee structure because we don't have time to meet, and everybody wanted to meet as a council and just do their legislation and approve things at a council meeting, but that don't work either because we take forever to do that, and the The
Because you're
balance, the
blindsided.
balance is, you gotta get to your committees, you gotta have that discussions, you gotta, be active in your community, you gotta know what's being presented at committees, and passing that information back to the council to approve, because all committees only have recommending power. And so, go ahead, Wayne.
I was just gonna say what you just said, but for change, I mean, that packet, you got, hopefully it's all the right stuff, but there's ordinances in there that control your conduct. If you wanna make change, I mean, like they added the one casino meeting at the end of the month, just by motion. You made a motion to amend the ordinance, and lo and behold, we got a meeting at the end of the month. That's how simple it is, but you guys just gotta do it. Whatever you wanna do, if you wanna set a special day aside just for that, amend the ordinance by motion and do it. It's easy. But I will offer this so that for all you new people, I'm here every day. I'll be here before 8:30. My office is always open. I've been around for 20-some years, so if you have any questions, hopefully I can answer most of them, but come in. When it comes to the financial side of it, you're gonna get reports every month, detailed reports. And the reason why I want a full day on Monday to go over the budgets, so I could show you how to read these reports. So, but you'll be getting that from me. But things are easy, and a lot of you new guys that I talked to earlier, I can't express this enough. There's nothing more valuable than the time in this council on this floor. Because this is where things get done. So if you're gonna organize anything for the benefit, organize how things happen in this room. That's my comments.
Sheriff, Ben, and Myla.
I guess I think that you're probably referring to governmental affairs when you talk about a long list, because we have that long agenda of things that we need to change. But I don't think that any of you have been here long enough to see that process through, because I don't know how many committee meetings we've actually had yet. But through the Governmental Affairs Committee, we have said that that calendar is so packed that I know there was a motion for President Herman to set a special meeting aside just for the public to come in and address their problems and issues and concerns. But we haven't even been able to do that because the schedule is so packed. And keeping the schedule packed like that makes it hard to do big picture things. Traveling to DC to ask for more funding, doing national conferences with other tribal leaders, it makes it really difficult, and we're always busying ourselves with that. And changing the amount of meetings we have, just like Wayne said, that could be changed by amending the ordinance, because it's, most of them say, they say that they meet every, Tuesday, second and third Tuesday of the month. We could even change that and make it a whole full day of meetings, so we're not, we gotta go, enrollment's coming in, or social services is meeting, or, whatever the issues are. But we do need to have those committee meetings so we can talk about all these things and bring them up. Because there's a lot of big issues that were talked about today. A lot of symptoms were talked about today. Homelessness, guns, violence, those were symptoms, and we're always going to be addressing symptoms if we don't solve problems. Like, if we don't talk about the solid waste code, problems. We're going to keep having problems with garbage and trash. We don't address that. If we don't address the commission ordinance, we're always going to have problems with cows on the road and all of these things. So there's work that has to be done at committee level so it can come to the council. Thank you.
Ben, Myla, and then Emily.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why I brought that up is I know, to get this information, it's really hard for us to come in and get kind of pushed aside here. That's kind of where I'm getting at too, a little bit. Tomorrow, we're getting phone calls about tomorrow about our, the presentation that's going to be coming up with IHS contact. So So we have phone calls about already about what's going on, and we're gonna take over the, so there's a lot of things that are coming up here. I said, well, no, it's not set in stone here. So, I mean, that's gonna come, poof, and we already actually think that's gonna start, we're gonna have to push things. We're gonna say, yes or no, so there's gonna be a lot of panic right now. So we're kind of putting that ease to say, no, it's just a presentation. It's just something that we're doing, letting the public know what could happen, or what we're looking at, I guess, as far as the tribe taking over not taking over, but contacting for IHS. So, but that's the reason why I'm saying we need to get more information about it, get put in the mix of communication-wise. It seems like we're kind of a new people, so we're going to say, hey, just put them aside. Don't worry about them. Don't talk to them anymore. They're going to mess things up. And I've heard that from Emily when she went for her presentations, I guess, from somewhere. They said, we'll let the new people know because they're going to ruin things. And it's like, we're not ruining anything. We're just trying to help to make things better for our tribe. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I came about. And I'm like, this is crazy, man. This is very, very crazy. So that's the reason why I'm saying we need to get at least together and communicate more about what's going on here within the tribe. Because if we can't communicate amongst each other, then we're really put out there to the public. And so those are the issues I have, I guess. Thank you, sir.
Just wanted to remind that council, we're a body. There's no them and us. I'll say that again. And we should, help each other. And, it is, especially you come in and, I'm back again, but it's still like that. It did really change. So when I say, who takes care of council? When I say that, I mean, for example, we have people who are in here are better than better. I'm a better. We need to be conscientious of that stuff as well, because we have elders as well. Just things like that. And those pages used to really help us. They would make sure there was water, coffee, would check on everybody, because they were in here. I looked, it was already almost 3 o'clock. So if we can, there's this office, there's room over there at the annex building that they said was put aside for us. If we can, Mr. Chairman, have some tables put in there, the wiring here, because I'd like to come. And I think it's important that we can choose that, and we can go over there and be over there. And at least, we're here. Because I'm like that too. I'm work 8 to 5, done that my whole life. Work. And it's really, it is frustrating. But if we have that space available to us at the annex and just put some tables up and make sure we have our plugins, then we can be over there. Sometimes some committees need rovers. They need people to step in and help. So I always, try to do that too. And it is, we're moving in times, and I said that before, 1934, and we're in 2000 going on 24. But we've been making it work. We just have to squeeze a little more in. But if somebody can do that for us over at the annex building in that little area, those of us who want to come in and like mingle here, and we can let people know we're over there if they have any questions. Some people used to choose to come in here as well. But sometimes there's committee meetings too. So if we can have tables put over there and some chairs and some hookups, that would be really helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm trying to think of what my comment was. So I think I just wanted to kind of reiterate what I was talking about earlier when I said we can't get through a full thing on committees. And the example in my mind was Land and Natural, because I'm more familiar with that because I worked with that, and that one's crazy. You can never get through it. You have to reverse it and all that. And so that was the example. But another thing that kind of what Sherry brought up that's so important, but I also think, again, isn't a perfect situation. And again, I don't want this to come out as disrespect or over criticizing or anything, but this is just an outsider looking in, or now a newbie looking in. For example, talking about all of this housing thing without our housing authority being present, that's a disconnect. That's a communication, that's a disrespect. How do we support our tribal entities without taking the responsibility away from them and saying we can do it better over here? Another example is, Sherry mentioned our solid waste code. We try to go over it, and I asked some questions and found out early on that our solid waste department was never even consulted in the whole time that they were drafting this new code. So that's a disconnect, that's a disrespect, that's miscommunication. Those are the types of things that I'm trying to say are not working. And it is our responsibility to not only address them, but to fix that. And so I don't know how to do that other than to keep reiterating myself until we set time aside for this, because it is needed. Thank you.
Anyone approve your report?
Not yet.
I'll move to approve your report.
Second.
Motion second. Question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
Now the other question that I have, the reason I was jokingly like, no, we gotta keep going. I thought we had the training tomorrow on the compact, so we pretty much need to probably finish whatever resolutions we need to have done.
Yeah. We can do that too.
So that it's just that, because we're asking the public to come in, so it's gonna be like packed in here, and it's gonna take all day, because we spoke for 4 hours, and it was just on a legal deal with the feds.
And I wanted to comment on Emily's, how she explained how she's looking in, seeing what we're doing, how we're doing. And when I was a council person, I believe the same thing. I always went to the committees, was very involved in my committees. I was a chair of the education committee and a chair of another committee at one time, but I couldn't wait. I always was really excited about getting it to the council to get my job done as far as presenting anything that was supposed to be presented from the committee level. And sometimes it just doesn't work that way. And I get really frustrated when council people don't attend their committees and they can't get their quorums for their committees. So as a vice president, I would go in there and make that quorum. So then I became very knowledgeable about what was going on as far as issues in the tribe and what issues we needed to take care of as administration. So I was always informing the last tribal president of what was going on in the committee. So again, you're right, it is broken. If we can't attend our committees and be actively involved, it's never going to work. So if there's some way we can correct that problem, we need to think about it, maybe come up with some ideas and correct it. But I just want to make that comment. Okay, you guys want to continue with resolutions, or you want to go to the secretary's report? Secretary's report.
You know what though, I have a community meeting at 7 and, well, I could stay for a little bit. I just won't be able to write my report for them.
Yeah. And I know there was another question about taking all this information back to the community before you can come back and present it at the council. And sometimes that just holds up the process. So you guys got to be careful what you guys are, not be careful, but make sure that they know all the important things that are going on here. But always remember that they elected you to make some of those decisions for them. So you guys got to voice your conscience when it comes to voting on the council floor. I just want to say that too. But we'll do the secretary's report. When's your next governmental affairs meeting?
It's the 23rd.
Maybe you guys can talk about it then, and maybe you can adopt a better process. Maybe we can restructure how we do things here and do it differently.
We're on 8608.
What's that?
8608.
Yeah.
It's on the laundry list of things to do. We're gonna
I get frustrated too when people come to my office and they hand me all these resolutions. It's really time sensitive, and you give it during your report. So I'm loaded up with resolutions here, and it's not really good for me to be doing that as far as my report. So I do it because it needs to be done, but I don't necessarily like it. So. of September 13th, 14th, 15th, 27th. Give you a chance to review.
But while you're reading, council, I just want to make a comment on these minutes. It's very important that you approve these minutes in a timely fashion. If you don't, it's going to wind up on an audit. So for a long time, there's always been audit exception. Be sure and do it on time.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Emily.
I just have a question to that. It's, to my knowledge, I might be wrong, you approve them all once a month, is that correct?
Yep.
So it's not the next meeting, the previous one, so would that still work for the audit purposes?
Yeah, well, what I'm talking about in the past is they would wait 6, 7, 8 months to approve them. So, yeah.
Like 6 months.
Yeah. So, don't be doing that.
Mr. Chair? I was trying to remember the lady who's our new CEO. It's Marlene Wakefield.
Yes.
And 2 weeks is up, and she hasn't got back with the information that I asked for in the motion from September 14th. We're actually on week 4.
She'll be in tomorrow.
Like, could you message her? I don't have the new one's number.
Okay, I will. I'll remind her.
She needs to have that one tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll be motions everyone.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
She's the first one I ever said moved down.
Motion to approve September 13th, 2023, or all of
And
them?
14.
14.
13th, 14th, 15th, and 27th.
Well, 15 minutes, 27.
There's a motion on the floor to approve the minutes for September. Second by Lisa, question by Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Go ahead, Michelle.
On September 15th, there was a motion made by Kathleen Wood and I to have all the directors present to council a summary of the programs and their scope of work.
Yeah.
That was never done.
That's what I was talking about. We're so backed up with things happening during the month. I got a list of the directors. I need to divide them up and get them to council and set a few days for them to come in. So, and they were supposed to come in and talk about the scope of work, their employees, where they get funded out of, and any other questions that you need to ask them. So I'm still going to do that. Okay. Just haven't got a date for it.
That's up there, just copies of it.
Okay, another thing that we forgot to talk about is petition resolutions when we're talking about the process. So a lot of times when we can't get to committees or we can't get a council meeting, because there's times that we can't. The president has authority to do, okay, a petition resolution. That means that they'll go out and they'll have the resolution signed by all the council people that will sign it. And then basically when it has enough signatures and it's basically it's approved. Then when we do it though, when it comes back to council, we ratify it. So that makes sure that it went through the system or through the process like it's supposed to. So we've been doing that. If you guys don't want to do that anymore, that's up to you guys. So last time they made a motion to only do time-sensitive petition resolutions. So that's what we were kind of doing, but there's some stuff that came up and we weren't having meetings, we couldn't get committee meetings, so I just authorized it, start authorizing them. That's what's in front of you right now is the petition resolutions that need to be ratified.
Lisa, you want to bring it up?
We would read. I'll make a motion to ratify petition, or resolution 2023-290.
Second by Chair, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
As 2023-291.
It's on the back page.
There's 9 of them that we have to ratify.
So I'll make a motion to ratify 2023-291.
Need a second? Sheriff?
Where are the rest of the signatures?
I know, right? That's what I was kind of confused on too.
They didn't attach all of them, it's just the front page
That's
of them.
290, 291, and have the signature page for photos. So that mixed up. They were all.
No, ratify 2023-308. That's that new law.
Motion, need a second? Wayne, question by Garrett. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
And I move to ratify 2023-313, and that's for the vehicle for the travel court, drug court.
Okay. Need a second? Fremont, question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
I move to ratify 2023-314, and this is the Swisher Eagle money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Office of Justice Support for the federal court.
Second? Fremont, question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
And then we authorize 2023-315.
And second? Wayne, question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
That's for that training that was done at the casino, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here, let me just, I'll move to ratify resolution 2023-316.
Second by Chair. Question by Jordan?
Yeah.
Okay, Jordan.
Did it pass?
All in favor?
Did it pass on the 6th?
Yeah.
Yeah, because, when you brought it up, that, remember that,
Yeah, this is just a loan into our indirect costs, because we didn't get our funds. Then when we get those funds, we'll put it back in.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Amendment to ratify 2023-317.
And second? Chair, question? Yeah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
The next one is resolution to ratify 2023-318.
And second? Jordan, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Committees? Committees?
Communities?
Committees?
Communities is before that.
Can we do these ones too then, my community ones? I don't know where.
Yep.
Only some good ones, not bad.
Just for fun, people.
Can't cry foul.
Okay, we have, SWA Board of Directors, we need one, fill that position. Ethics Commission, need 2. Liquor Commission, need 5. Social Service Committee, need 2 members. TUC, we need 1. I'll start with SWA, I think those are the same ones. Is anybody else? Is there any new ones on that? Is that?
That one and the next committee down hasn't changed.
Hasn't
Were they
changed.
still advertised?
Hasn't changed.
Yeah, they're still advertised.
Still advertised?
those longer? Yeah, the ones with just one person.
Okay. All right, and so what about the SW Board of Directors? Do you guys want to do anything with that? I know Paula's a director, so she's an employee.
So she can't sit?
And I don't know who the other one is. That sounds like a new one. District 1, winner. Delphine?
I'll make a motion to re-advertise those 3 that only have 1 person.
Okay, motion to re-advertise the commissions and committees that only have 1 to them to get more applicants. And the second, Emily? Question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Are we gonna deal with the first one? Emily?
I just have a question, just for my own knowledge, what's the process on this, like, does it normally go through, like, maybe HR or somebody to kind of weed out the ones that don't qualify, or is that our job to do that?
Just the secretary's office.
Okay, so, was that, like, do we know that nobody else is an employee? Cause that one,
They change their mind every time we bring it up, so.
Right, they're all employees. The whole liquor commission.
We just have allowed it in the past, I guess, because we don't always know.
Now that they're
Can we change that or make a motion to have that checked before it comes before the body for voting?
Okay, only bring the ones that are qualified.
That meet the qualifications?
Motion to table.
Motion to table, all selections.
Until she met some.
Okay, need a
or
second.
Nicole met some.
Need a second. Share. Question by, there's no date, so.
Next
Michelle.
month.
All
I'm
in
sorry.
favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
I just wanted to, until they're vetted, that they're, whether they're employee or not, and then bring it up next month. It's still advertised.
We're not bringing that back again, or no anything about that?
Which one?
Not yet.
Policies, it says that it can sit on there.
They can?
I don't know.
We never amended it.
Never
It's in
amended
here.
Nicole, I would just suggest what the ordinance says, if they can't, just remove
Well, Lisa?
It's already have that way established, right? Established, so are you guys gonna consider that again? About the employees on committees? Yeah, 'cause I know it was brought up like 2 or 3 times last term and it's shot down each time. I think we're having a hard time doing our part.
I think there's actually a resolution in here still.
Yeah, I think that was something back, right? Yeah, because we had our meeting and bring it on. Yeah. So we have that, another issue.
Should be in here.
In your personnel folder, or your folder, and under personnel, it should have that, a resolution or, dealing with changing it back so employees can sit on committees and commissions and boards.
So the dream election is over.
If we need 15, all in favor, right? All of it?
This 15.
You want to bring it
It
on?
has to be yes.
You want to bring it on? Okay. Emergency legislation, number's gonna be 327, I think. Oh, 328,
329.
329. Gee, we did a lot of work.
Did we get the motion ready today yet?
It's district personnel.
329.
Ben has a question.
Ben, you have a question?
No, second.
Second by Ben. Need a question to bring on the emergency legislation? Question by
Chris.
Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Oh,
1.
not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Go ahead and, motion approved. We need all 15 to vote in favor of it for it to pass, so.
I'm just missing one. Chris went up.
This is right there.
Dwight. Oh,
Dwight.
Dwight. Oh, yeah, Dwight won.
We don't have enough in the room, do we?
No.
Dwight just stepped down.
Maybe you could just be read in, because White heard.
Wayne, are you gonna
The
vote on
past 2
it?
times it was read in.
No, you're not?
So then it's not, it's not
It's not gonna pass because the city's gonna vote, is not gonna vote in favor of it, so.
Hey.
Okay.
What is it?
So it's the personnel to let people.
You don't even know he's
Oh,
not
okay.
ready.
I'll wait. I'll wait. I'm just trying to go faster.
Oh, okay.
I thought we were having a break.
Should we take 10?
Yeah.
All right, let's take 10.
Make sure we come back. I don't know.
have a few things. First of all, Monday, that's the day for finance. I'll do the budgets. I'll have a draft financial report for you guys to look at. And it's just a draft, so if you want to make any changes to it, I'll make changes, and that's the report I'll be giving to you guys every month. So every month we'll know where we're at with everything, investments, programs, general account, donations, everything, every month. The first thing I want to talk about is our indirect costs. Because our audit was late, we didn't have an indirect cost rate for this last year. There were a number of programs that we couldn't collect indirect costs on. So I wrote a letter to the Interior Business Council asking for a special request to carry forward our last approved rate for 4 years to allow us to get caught up on all of our audits, all our entities. The request was denied, but as an alternative, it was denied because our audit was late. As an alternative, they gave us what's called a gap year. So for this past year, 23, they allowed us to collect at a rate of 23% for 1 year. So we got that signed on the Thursday before the Friday was the deadline. So we got to collect all of the indirect costs. So if the audit's on time this year, which it should be, then we can negotiate a new rate for this year, and then we can carry that forward for 4 years. So we'll have 4 years and not have to worry about our tri-wide audit affecting our indirect cost. So that was the first thing that was done. But because our indirect cost, we didn't receive any, it was low on this TELP program. When that program was first set up, it was set up with the idea that the tribe would take a percentage of the earnings every month and put it into the tribe's revenue account, TELP revenue. That was done for like 3 or 4 years. Now it's back there, so it generated like 300,000 or 400,000, so almost 300,000 there. But it stopped. The last 4 years, 4.5 years, they haven't been collecting it. Had you been collecting it, there probably would have been almost $1 million somewhere there. So I told them to start doing that again, so we are going to do that. But, so we had to borrow $260,000 of that revenue to carry our indirect costs for the last 2 payments. But when our indirect cost gets here, sometime this year, we'll pay that back. But talking about the TEL program, that program was started with just $50,000. And now we have over $3 million in receivables. $3 million. That's a lot of money. And it's the rules that were put in place, they're always getting waived and not being adhered to. So you've got a small portion of our employees that are getting the majority of the benefits from it. So I'm trying to get a handle so that there's money there, so that if anybody that needs it, there's money available to borrow. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm catching a lot of flack, people are hating on me, but so far, I'm holding my gun. So if we can do this through Christmas, then maybe after January, we can open it back up again. But right now, it needs to be revitalized. And I hope you all understand that. It needs to be revitalized. We're working on getting it back under control.
That's for the refinancing.
For the refinancing. Everybody is allowed to refinance once. Then after that, you have to pay it off. Once it's paid off, you can refinance again. But no more paying 3 payments and refinancing, making 3 payments, refinancing. It's not meant to do that. Nope. It's not meant to do that at all. Just letting you know that's the real problem. It's not a block over. We talked a lot about money in ARPA, that $38 million. That's not spent yet. But there's $20 million of 38 that we set aside for the housing. We're not going to spend that $20 million in the next year even 2 years. So on Monday, I'm gonna ask you to allow me to invest $10 million of that in some US Treasury notes, and we'll earn 5.38% interest for 1 year. So if we do that, then that'll earn us $500,000, we can build a couple more houses. So I'm gonna do that on Monday. And the last thing is on any kind of advances. The Budget and Finance passed a motion the other day limiting all advances to just 1 month. No more advances longer than 1 month for anything. Those are just a few things I want to throw out there, but on Monday, a lot of these questions you guys have about the programs, I believe we can answer it through the budget process. We'll go through each program's budget, and you can ask questions then for each program. So by the end of the day, I hope that we have some budgets approved, but I hope that all of you have a thorough understanding of the programs, where the money comes from, what it's going to be used for, and a thorough understanding of how to read these budgets, this information. That's my goal for Monday. You guys have any questions or anything? Well, as far as our overall state of things, we're good. We're okay back there. Having gone through what we went through with COVID and stuff, we're in pretty good shape. There are some things that didn't get done on time that should have got done, but if it's nothing major, we'll get them done and we'll be back on track shortly.
I have a question. What about, we talked earlier about a lot of the property, and I know like in the past you and I had a conversation about kind of giving the council an update on like what all of our assets are that are out there as far as land or anything that ever got really pushed over to the tribe.
That's a very monumental thing that has to be done. I mean, our last couple audits, that was an audit exception, was our equipment, capital assets. We don't have a handle on it, it's not reported properly. The people that we have employed there, they were just employed, they weren't given any training. So I'm in the process of lining up training, not only with accountants, but with the people in Washington that do these reports, so that they have the proper training to get our ducks in line back here. Because none of them have to train, not only with the property, but insurance, a lot of monitors, they're all brand new, so that's a big part of what I want to do is get everybody trained. Our employees are no different than you. The problems that the new ones are experiencing. We hire them or we elect them, and then we throw them to the wolves. And we shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm really big on training, and that's one thing that I want to get done in a big way. And I am sincere in offering any knowledge that I have to you. My door is always open, always open. But the main thing that advice I'm going to give you all is read and learn. The more you learn, the more benefits you'll get. You have everything in front of you. If you have questions about anything, you're our leaders. You can go to the school, you can go to the college, you can go to Redwood, you go to SWA. You're not micromanaging. You go there, and one of their duties is to explain to you how their program works and how you can help that program. Not micromanage it, give them hell, destroy it, fire. No. How can I help you? And that's all there for you. We have some of the best minds in the whole country. Rosebud's always on top in many of our programs, so they're all out there for you to take advantage of. And I really encourage you to do that. You're going to get all kinds of texts, all kinds of people telling you, this guy is SOB, he's no good. This program is no good. It's all one-sided. It's up to you to get the right information And if they are having problems, what can I do to help? Not that I'm gonna go to council and fire you. Get out of that mood. Offer your help, so we all can grow together. That's my advice to you. Any other questions?
Oh, yeah, I was just checking, I know, it may be, maybe discussed on Monday too, but, the funding from ARPA, I was kind of curious, I put it out to my community about the skidsters. And I know you said that there was that $1 million, $2 million, $1 million, I just kind of went over it, but I know Jim, in his report, said that it wasn't pushed toward that, so I was kind of curious, you know, where do you think that would go? And maybe a question for probably on Monday for that financial part, because again, winter's coming up, you know, that's the reason why I think you're getting them for, but again, there's also questions too about, you know, who's gonna maintain them, where they're gonna play on, putting a storm, stuff like that, so there was a lot of issues that I know that is coming up with that, so I just wanted to make sure that, you know, because I did give it to my community that, you know, we're purchasing skisters for every community that was given to me here, so I was just like relaying it to them. So they were saying, well, how are we gonna take care of it? I'm not sure. I wasn't the one that, I didn't want to include, I'm just relaying information to you. So, but now that, you know, he said it's not possible now because it wasn't really allocated to that funding for our this. So now where we go from there? I mean, if I was to revisit that, I would say we should go in a different direction, I guess, rather than the skidsters and maybe trucks with piles on it for every community. So that way it's down here. That's just something that, I mean, I'm just spitballing because I don't know. That was just something that was relayed to me here, and then I relayed it to my community. So now that it's not going to happen, now I got to relay it back and say, well, that's not going to happen. So I'm just making sure where we're at on this, you know what I mean? So
on that particular issue, the council did authorize skidsters to be purchased, I think like 19 of them.
No, 15.
15 of them. And the cost was going to be like $1.4 million for those skidsters. But they didn't identify any funding source. The potential funding source was the $5 million that the council put up for the storm. There used to be that kind of money. Now there's not. Now there's less than $700,000 in that account, so there's not enough to fund all the skidsters. If you want to do that, there are other ways that we can fund them. But I would strongly suggest that. Let's not just make a motion to do it, let's think it out, like you're talking about. Which communities need them, which communities can use them. Do they need to pick up more than a skid steer or a bigger plow? Think that out more. And then we can make it work. But there are ways to do things.
yeah, thank you.
Ayla?
I just have a question regarding, I got a text from somebody, a couple of employees, and they're asking about the text program. Is that still going?
Kids, it's still going.
It is?
And-
Is Leon still in it?
No, it's done by out of the top office.
Oh, okay.
It's still going, and that program, I'm not as strict on, although I've been, they have rules there, but as long as they're closed, I've been allowing them to continue to make them. Because it's a smaller program, I'm just really concerned about the talc because it's so big. Any other questions?
Michelle?
I just have a question regarding, the help loans and things like that are a benefit to employees. As far as like council, when we're on our way out the door, like where is the stop point that they stop getting them?
Our finance office does a really good job on tracking that, not only with the council, but with the employees. If you got a telephone out there and you got 6 months left in your term, they're going to monitor it very, very closely. And they're going to start taking more out of your check if you're not going to make it. A lot of councilmen last term, didn't get any checks for 2 or 3 months because it all had to go because we had advances and had telephones. So for 3 months they were very poor. So, and again, I think that's why the Budget and Finance Committee made that motion so that this council doesn't get in that position.
Okay, thank you.
Ayla?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the treasurer's report. Second by
Could I get a motion?
Do you need a motion for the, to put a moratorium on the refinancing, or just want to do that under your authority?
Maybe a motion just to enforce the current rules, which is you only allowed one rewrite. And after that, that has to be paid off. And then to decrease the 10,000 down to 5,000 for a time being. If you want to make a motion, you can. Otherwise, I'm just telling you that's what the committee has done.
Yeah, we did discuss that.
Yeah. So that's what we're doing right now.
I'll second Jordan's motion.
No, I have a question. I just have a question, or like a clarifying question about it. So let's say they rewrote yesterday and then we're gonna do this today and then Christmas is coming. They're not gonna be able to refinance before that. And I'm really worried about it because some of our tribal employees use that to go Christmas shopping.
Well, we wanted to try to wean people off.
Yeah, I get that.
So when we get down to Christmas, we're gonna work with them. We're gonna work with them so that everybody has a chance to have a Christmas.
Okay.
That's why I'm trying to build this fund up.
Right now?
Right now, I'm building it up right now.
Thank you.
So, I mean, there are a lot of people that got in way over their head on this thing, way over their head. So we gotta wean them off.
Right. I just needed that clarified so that way
We'll work with them, but right now I'm moving steady fast. When it comes down to November or whatever, then we'll start working with
letting it.
people.
Okay. Go ahead, Lisa.
A motion on the floor to approve his report. You want to withdraw the motion, so are you finished it?
I just want to clarify, did council make a motion to meet on Monday? Or do you need to do that?
No, let's, do you want me just to call a special meeting on Monday for budget and finance? I'll just do that and the secretary will put it.
Thursdays for the training.
Oh, Thursday's for the training, yeah.
Yeah, Thursday.
Okay.
Well, thank you, council.
Going over budgets.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Lila. You have a question?
Nah, I'll second it.
Okay. A second by Emily, you can question it. Okay. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
They approved the secretary's report?
No.
Any motion?
I'll second.
Just one more issue that came up in budget and finance, and it's coming from health administration, and when we have our travel members that get COVID, they bring the grocery card and a basket of cleaning supplies. Skylar's down to 50 cards. She did bring a resolution to budget and finance with 3 quotes on there, because we asked her to get those quotes in the past. And it's the same business that provides those cards still, so I don't know, we discussed discontinuing that service. Because we're the only tribe that does it, so I don't know, I would like councils, if they want to decide on it, if we want to discontinue giving out grocery cards and cleaning supplies, and, or if there's another.
What she told me was that she was gonna use what she has, and then I think the budget finance was gonna make a recommendation to discontinue that, the cards, the cleaning supplies. There's also a question on people putting in COVID-19 leave still, and so I'm gonna send out a memo. There's no more COVID-19 leave.
Yeah, we should action on that.
They have to do their sick leave, so it should have been gotten rid of when the state of emergency and the pandemic was lifted. That should have went too. So we just don't have money to pay for that COVID-19 leave, and they use that instead of their sick leave. So there's no such thing as COVID-19 leave anymore. I'll have them take it out of that workforce goal if they can do that. So it's still in there.
We had it removed from the budget.
Motion by Sherry.
Motion by Sherry to approve the secretary's report. Second by Jordan. Question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We go on to the communities. That's a community resolution, so we'll go on to the communities. I asked IHS to come tomorrow, so we'll try to get her down here tomorrow.
Motion for emergency
Michelle?
legislation.
Sorry. I just had a quick question for Wayne. We had our community meeting last night, and one of the questions that they wanted me to ask was what about the casino drawdown? They didn't give the money, and I don't know what the process is.
Swift Barry was asking about it too, so I'm not sure if they got the drawdown.
They didn't get it for September.
We didn't get our check yet from the casino, but if you need it, come see me and I'll give you the feed up.
Okay. I think one of the concerns was because community service isn't helping with travel.
Right.
So then they're going back to the communities for that money now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We haven't received our community check yet, our casino check yet, but come see us and we'll talk to you.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, you should try to get it by the 15th, okay?
Yeah.
For the casinos for legal locations, so hopefully we can get something from that. So what happened in what was happening is they were giving we have a reserve account down at the casino, and they were distributing our community allocations out of that reserve account. So it wasn't from actual revenue, that reserve account is used for any of their emergency needs or whatever they may have, so. So the last council stopped them from withdrawing out of that reserve account for distribution until they kind of build up revenue to start giving allocations.
I believe that they're finally getting things under control with their accounting staff. I think they're hiring a accounting firm to get them current, and hiring another accounting firm to give training to their accounting staff. Hopefully we'll start getting reports and the money will start coming. They seem to get closer, but in the meantime, let's see freedom for the community.
Okay, so, resolutions on from the community. Gordon,
Motion for emergency legislation.
motion for emergency legislation, need a second. Michelle, motion by Dara, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
1,
Not voting?
2 opposed.
Not voting.
I didn't get to read this over.
Let's get it on the
There's
floor and
four.
then we can discuss it. Opposed? Not voting was one?
Not voting.
Two opposed, one not voting.
Yeah.
Okay, then we need a motion to approve.
Motion, I need the number.
330,
Motion to approve 2023-330.
the second.
We're going with the
Chris.
first one?
Yep.
This is the one that's
I move to
talking
oppose.
about us? I'm not cool with this.
Yep,
This is absolutely, how do you say it, appalling to us as legislators. You know,
Motion to table.
I rule it out of order because that's what they're doing in the next 2 months. And tomorrow starts tomorrow.
jeez.
You got it on the floor, they have every right to bring the resolutions on. It's up to you guys if you want to table it, disapprove it, or approve it, so.
I rule it out of order.
I don't know if you can rule it out of order.
You can always oppose the resolution.
Could I just ask for some background information?
Yeah, I want to just read through it.
Okay.
Jeez.
Emily, and then Lila.
Well, I just had a question if, Jordan, are you able to provide any background information about the resolution?
So basically, they had a special meeting and the health administrator and I think Mr. Krug was in attendance, but I don't think that they were answering the questions that they were asking them, which is the reason why this kind of came forward. And then
Was that an official community consultation or did the community request?
the community requested, yeah.
suggesting how the public meeting in the council chambers without much advertising. That part of it, I don't know if that would be, I mean, is that true or not, you know?
They had a Q&A during that time, and there was not a lot of people that called in, and they said it was because it wasn't put out there, so.
And we had internet issues that day.
Issues
Yeah.
that day, and
So maybe, the way I look at this, and you know, to me, it's a big deal, because I just, the compact, because, you know, people out there have a right, that's their life, that's their livelihood. I get all kinds of questions every day. My community, they don't want it. And, you know, it seems like, you know, now that it's here, there's a panic out there. And, you know, the community does have a right to ask for that. I know there's timelines, I know all of that, but you know what, that's our people's decision. I don't know that, you know, like I said, one meeting doesn't constitute everybody's in agreement. And I'm really cautious about this because it is a problem that's looking forward 7 generations. That's looking when we're not here, your grandkids, you know, they're the tapojas. And it's looking at, you know, I feel myself, I don't have that right to take that lightly and make such a huge decision for everyone's livelihood. You know, so from what I'm reading here, that's what they're asking for. It was the health director, so that was Skylar, right? Yeah. Okay, so maybe, you know, I don't know, tomorrow is another, we're just gonna, the THA, they're coming. So that's gonna open up more questions. It's gonna, you know,
That's why they're coming.
yeah, I've been telling people, come, get online or watch TV, get on the radio, and that's what we need to do. And I understand their frustration, you know, I understand all of this, but, you know, I don't wanna, I mean, these are our people and they have a right to feel the way they feel. So, I don't know if we wanna table it or wait until after tomorrow, see how that works, but that's just my opinion on this. They're just asking for more info in some time.
But that's also, if you read that, that's where they're doing it for the next 2 months. And they already have a schedule and it starts tomorrow. So there's no reason to approve something that's already in the works.
Yeah, but we're here for the people. And these people that do this work, the way I look at it, I don't have health insurance. I have diabetes, I have, you know, I depend on IBS. But I'm not gonna appease a company when our people have these questions. You know, that's how I look at it, is, you know, it's the rush, and maybe they feel like that, I don't know. But I'm just saying, you know, the opportunity for everybody to have that voice and that, to listen to it. And these guys, they should be open to coming again. You know, I'm sure they will, you know, because they're coming here, but I'm sure they'll be open to coming again if we have to.
Emily?
I just had a question on, last time we discussed this and we were gonna schedule them to come here, I kind of made a comment about if we could have more than one, because often when they come for information, that's, you know, you're getting the information and it's hard to kind of come up with questions on the fly. So I was asking if we could have a time between when they're doing their presentation for education and then a small amount of time to then allow a Q&A at a later date. And it kind of sounds like we're trying to do all of that tomorrow. Is that true?
No, we can do that. We can listen to them, we can call another meeting, however you guys want to do it, but,
Okay, because I just think like if we don't know that, then there's no way that the public knows that, and this is tomorrow. So I think like if we can get that under, you know, all on the line so that we can make sure that the public is aware of whatever intentions are for the meeting tomorrow and any follow-up, because I agree, I agree with both sides, but I agree that we need more education for our people, and I agree that our people deserve to know what information is out there for these decisions, and I think that our council, especially us new ones, deserve to have that information. At one of the last meetings that I attended, the one in Rapid, I asked why there hasn't been any outreach, why there hasn't been any public, education on these, and they were told that they were waiting until council made their decision, and then they would go out and educate the people on what decision council made. And I think that's missing a big important step. I think we need the education first so that we can make an educated decision, so that we have an unbiased, these are the sides, now please make a decision, not this is what we want you to do, so we're only going to present this side. And so I agree that these are very valid concerns, and I also have, I guess, questions on how this body, or the tribe in general, plans to educate our people on this process, because we haven't been doing a very good job up to date. I should have wrote it down. I think I missed my point there, but basically I just wanting to know, how we can allow an educational process out to our people so that our people feel like they're part of the process. Maybe some of these questions are answered. Maybe they already have the answer and it's in that summary. We don't know. We weren't given any documentation at that last meeting, so we can't even share it back to the communities. So again, I feel for that frustration. So what are the options to have a short or whatever amount of time for a better educational report, and then what is the option to bring it for a vote from our people? I know we're having this special election coming up. I know we're talking about having a special election for our St. Francis community. What's the reality of having an election and letting our people decide once educated on the situation? Thank you.
Speech that day, when she was going in, that she talked about the people are scared. They're so used to being dependent on the federal government for everything that we don't want to try new things. It started when back in Rodney Wardle's administration, it came a letter of intent was made, motion was made to have Rodney send up a letter of intent to compact our 638 hospital. That went to the area office and also to the headquarters office, and it started the process. When I came into office, they made another motion to reaffirm that. So all this planning started, and they got this money to do that. So right now we're at the point where we actually approved the charter. We actually approved the charter, and we approved the board of directors to be able to do what they need to do to make this happen. So I really suggest that you really wait till after tomorrow to really, if you're going to do this. But I also like the recommendation that there still needs to be some more education after the meeting tomorrow. It gives you guys a chance to go back and tell your communities. And also, like I said, about being actively involved in your communities, health board, or wherever committees that you guys got, some of the council people that were part of the process, visiting different hospitals, seeing how this process works, getting educated on it. You guys needed to go back and actually visit with your communities on about what is actually happening with that. So it's not all on administration, it's not all on the Tribal Health Alliance, it's not all on the health director to do that. It was part of your guys' responsibility to do that too. And so if that didn't happen, then we need to do that still. But,
and for the next 2 months, right, they are saddled going back out to the communities, because whether or not people want to admit it or not, they have done this for over a year. And they went to the communities. So the reason I said to table it is because that is tomorrow, is for public Q&A, and also they still are carrying out a new directive to start going out again, because there now has been a large turnover of tribal council reps on this council, and they have not been brought up to speed, whereas the other council toured 13 different facilities on how this worked, and has had multiple meetings about what compacting, contracting, or straight out 638 and what the benefits are. So it's in the process, so it's out of order. That's why I said the table, but just this first one.
Any motion on table?
Yes.
Motion to table, need a second.
Michelle.
Michelle. Question by Sheriff. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3,
Not
4,
voting.
5, 10. 10, 5, 0.
5-0. Motion carried. Bring it back up after tomorrow. See how you guys feel about Emily. Go ahead.
Can I request a copy for all of your reports regarding the travel and all the meetings regarding any of the IHS stuff?
Yes, you can do that. I think you can do that from the health administrator. I guess the Tribal Health Alliance, the consultants would be keeping track of that, so.
Just message the style. For a time limit.
Yeah, okay. All right, next one.
Motion for emergency legislation.
The 331, need a second.
I oppose this. This is trouble. You know, our secretary has been through the mill. I don't know how many times we're gonna put her through this. And I just don't understand. I just don't understand it, I guess. I oppose this though.
There's a motion on the floor to bring on that emergency legislation. Need a second. Chris, question? Man, all in favor, bringing it on?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Not voting.
1.
Motion defeated. Let's go to the next one.
Madam Secretary, when do you plan on reporting? I know that there was a motion made for you to offer your report regarding the youth day event. When is that coming forward?
I can do it,
We should have to do it during the report.
but I was just waiting. Remember, there was a date for him to present mine and, or the youth day and Rosebud.
Oh, okay. Do they have to be done together?
That was on
Some
Rosebud.
other reports that are not, who's collecting those? The reports from each committee.
Okay.
I'll have to follow up on that. You just kind of reminded me.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't any hiccups or with the whole place. Thank you.
Is Brenda collecting those reports or, you know?
Brenda has the financial reports, but I'm not sure it was collected through the committee.
Okay, all right.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Maybe, since we didn't approve that last one, that's gonna be 331.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
so this morning, our finance person from ARPA said that they were having a, you know, they don't do an audit yet because they haven't spent the money. So, but he said an audit or a report will be done once it's all delegated and put towards expending, right? Like once it's all
Right.
budgeted?
Yeah.
So how can you do a third-party forensic audit, which would probably cost about $30,000-$40,000?
Exactly. And they're pretty expensive to do a forensic audit if you're looking for some type of theft or something like that, so.
Basically ensures that the expenditures are met by the spending guidelines.
Right. Yeah, Whitley is our person that, our accountant, our accountants that make sure that we're spending it right, justify what our spending, and then our office actually accounts for the money and runs the reports.
And they do those reports quarterly.
And I think they gave a really good report today. I know it needed to be updated. Some of those figures are off from the last time they submitted that, so I really think that was very detailed. And I think you guys should take that back to your community and present that.
Present it to them.
Yeah. And motion for emergency legislation. Can I get a second? Do I have a question? Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Motion to, not voting.
2.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve 2023-331.
Need a second? Ben? Go ahead. Read
Start
it.
at the fourth, whereas the Antelope Community is recommending a forensic audit by a third party or the funding source on all expenditures of the ARPA funding to include names or programs and amounts received. And whereas the Antelope Community also feels this is not a HIPAA violation, HIPAA pertains to individuals' health or personal information, and feels our tribe is hiding behind ARPA law. And whereas the Antelope Community feels our tribe should provide transparency to its members, and therefore be it resolved, the Antelope Community recommending the RST Council have a third party or the funding source provide a forensic audit on all expenditures to its membership by names and amounts.
So can we discuss stuff now?
Yeah.
Okay. For the record, I just voted like to accept this, and then I got down it and it says HIPAA violations, and you know, it says HIPAA only pertains to individuals' health or personal information. That's personal information. So I'm gonna withdraw my yay because I'm not for this. This is, again, prying into people's lives. And you know, I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I do. I've never hid anything. But you know, there's certain points in a person's life, even as leaders, where you know, you have to draw the line on what you're going to allow someone to do to you. And you know, yes, we are here for the people, but can the people be with us too? You know what I mean? It goes both ways. And you know, I stand with the Oyate, I stand with the animals, shoot, I stand with the trees. But I'm not going to stand for bullying. I'm not going to stand for people who nitpick. I'm not going to stand by people who only want to cause trouble. And yes, we have a lot of issues with our ARPA. We have a lot of issues, but releasing personal information isn't going to solve any of them. So I'm opposed to this.
Okay, so for the record, she changed her vote to oppose, so that means it's tied. I'm gonna vote against the bringing it on. Okay? Go ahead, Ben.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman. With a lot of these, you know, I guess for me as a just new council representative, you know, taking a lot of information back, I mean, you know, this is a lot of information that should be in fact. So for me right now, I don't want to. I hope she doesn't take it negatively, anything or anything, but the animal council rep, have you relayed this information to them, to give this information to them, to tell them what's going on, so that way, you know, bringing this stuff up. I mean, I'm just kind of curious because I know we say we're giving back information to our community, so that way they know what's happening and they know what's going on. But I do understand most communities, you know, some people are not satisfied until they, you know, get a lot of things. So I'm just wondering if you spoke to them, kind of let them know about it. Because that's kind of where I'm at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so Dara withdrew her motion to oppose, but she actually voted in favor, but she changed her vote to opposing it, bringing on as emergency legislation, so that makes it a tie. Is that correct?
Because it was 7-6-2, so she voted 6-7-2.
6-7-2, so it's defeated then.
Yeah.
So that means that it can't be brought on the floor, so.
Touch-up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, I really feel like we need to go into executive session and discuss something. There's something I want to share with the council in executive session.
Okay, we're gonna do that. Is it a personnel issue? Because the last time we talked about going into executive sessions and we would give the public a reason for doing it. So,
It's not a personnel issue.
personnel issue. Is it an attorney-client legal issue or?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session over a legal issue.
Yes.
Okay? All right. Make a motion to do that?